What is up? What is up, boxing world? It's your man, Sean Zittel. Huge card today. And we're getting started bright and early with Ingel Gomez, who is on a 44-fight not winning streak. I don't want to say losing streak, because in those 44 straight fights, he hasn't won. He has a couple of draws in there. So Ingel Gomez going up against a prospect out of Saudi Arabia, Muhammad Alakel. That's our first fight as we get ready for the main card to start, leading off with Joshua Buatsi and Callum Smith. So looking forward to that. But for now, let us enjoy the skills of Ingel Gomez, who got a tall Muhammad Alakel. Good right hand by Ingel Gomez. Hurts Alakel for just a second there in round number 2. Right hand over the top. Got to the chin over the top of that lazy jab of Muhammad Alakel, who's tall, using his movement in the center of the ring a little bit, trying to use his height and his range against this tough Nicaraguan who's lost 42 fights but only been knocked out 8 times in those 42 fights. So he's got some durability. But let's say what's up to the people kind enough to swing through the chat this early. What's good, L-Dub? What's up? My man Boog is in the house. Boog, how are you doing, brother? Throw something my way. It's slow. I don't mean super chat wise. I mean throw a good topic my way as we get ready for this card, because we got some time to kill. But good counter right uppercut by Muhammad Alakel. Gomez trying to loop that right hand that he caught him with earlier in the round, and Alakel took a step back, hit him with the uppercut. Now a 1-2 at long range from Alakel in the center of the ring. What's up, Alonzo Vega? Says, yo, Zittel, God bless you, man. Who you got? Ortiz versus Madrimov. I got Ortiz all day. And I know the sexy pick right now, the boxing purist trendy pick right now is to go Madrimov. And on tape, I understand why. You look at how Virgil Ortiz has been hurt by right hands by Kabayel and by Sergey Boychuk. And Madrimov is craftier than both of those guys and quicker than both of those guys with his right hand. And he has all these feints, and he has a left hook to set it up and to punch off of it. And so I get it. The tape shows an avenue to victory for Madrimov, no doubt about it. But I got Virgil. I just think his work rate, volume, hand speed, and firepower, man. The fact that he's throwing so much heat every round. And I think he's a dog, man. I think he's got more dog in him than Madrimov. So even if Madrimov takes him to the woodshed in a couple of moments like Boychuk did, like Kabayel did, you saw how Virgil responded in those moments. And my guy, Brendan Taylor, we broke down the fights heading into these fights. He put it best. Ortiz is going to make Madrimov fight in spots he doesn't want to fight. When Madrimov's trying to feint and set things up, set up traps, Virgil's going to go, 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 go. And Madrimov is probably going to hurt Virgil in this fight, maybe even drop him, but Ortiz is relentless. He won't stop coming. You got to put him on his ass for good to stop him from throwing his combinations. And I think Ortiz will ultimately be a little bit too much, and I think he'll accomplish in a similar vein what he accomplished with the Mean Machine Kabayel fight. He'll stop him earlier than he'll beat him in shorter fashion than Terrence Crawford was able to, but he'll also get hurt more in the process while doing it. I know Crawford, a lot of people thought he got dropped by Mean Machine, but ultimately he dominated that fight, and Virgil had Bambi legs when he fought Mean Machine a couple of times. But if my memory serves me correctly, Virgil got him out of there sooner than Crawford. So similar scenario here. I think Virgil is going to both dish out more punishment on Madrimov than Crawford was able to, and he'll also get hurt more than Crawford was. Different styles. What's up, Boston's? What's up, Lil Reef? Is Big Bang finished? I picked him, but he is 41, and Kabayel has a relentless work rate and is going to try to touch that big, soft 41-year-old belly. What fight is on right now? Right now, we just got the preliminaries. We're not on to the main 7 fights. But I got to get to a couple super chats from my man, Matt Borgeson. Always appreciated Matt. Matt is a baller. He throws the money around. God, I sound like a stripper when I said that. It's kind of cringe on my part now that I pause. Sean, I got to agree with you on the Saudis. I'm concerned that they will abandon the sport by 2026. 6,000-seat stadium, they aren't profiting. No, they're not profiting. And in the early, my guy Raheem tries to argue with me that, well, a lot of capitalistic enterprises lose money at first until they can sustain themselves and turn a profit and make money. But I don't think, and by the way, Muhammad Alakal pushing his advantage, landing some hard shots in the center of the ring, keeping Gomez on the end of his punches there with those long arms, and having some good success in round 3. But yeah, I've spoken. So I mean, for comparison's sake, I just covered Keyshawn in New York. Keyshawn Davis winning the title, the WBO belt against Baranchik. They fought in front of 4,900 people, only 1,000 people less than what the card of the century is supposed to stack upon. And someone on Twitter made a good point. That Virgil Ortiz and Israel Madrimov would sell more tickets as their own headliner without all these other great fights attached to it in America. Man, it's early to get into it all, Matt, but yeah, look. Be prepared for Turki Al-Sheikh to have to do a little bit of bait and switch. I anticipate, and there's a great chance I'm wrong, but I anticipate he's going to tell everybody that Canelo Crawford has to be in Riyadh. And it's because at the end of the day, you can't get through a press conference in one of these Riyadh fights in Saudi without them mentioning Vision 2030 and the goals of the Saudi government and the custodian of the 2 holy mosques and all their political and economic agendas is the real reason why that's the strings attached to this money. It's not about just making the best fights for the fans. It's about enhancing the goals and the agendas of the Saudi Arabian government on the geopolitical stage and all that. So don't be surprised if, Turkey's higher ups tell them, so you mean to tell us we signed Canelo for 4 fights and the most lucrative of the 4 fights is we're going to have it in America? How does that advance our goals in Vision 2030 in Saudi? So don't be surprised. You heard it here first. And Terrence Crawford, I just talked to him in New York. I got the interview up on the channel. He said, the fight's going to be in Vegas. What are you worried about? I know that's what they're telling Terrence, and I know that's what he believes, but I won't be surprised if they say, hey, we got to have this fight in Riyadh. Especially since some of these fights like Beterbiev-Bivol that we're having in Riyadh, they're not moving the needle. And we're going to take the fight that does move the needle and put it in the United States. I suspect Riyadh wants to replace Vegas, not complement it. And so why would they spend all their money on Canelo and Crawford and then stage it in Las Vegas? Maybe they will, and I'm wrong, but I just got a hunch. We're going to find out in the next couple months that no, we won't. They want to have that fight in Riyadh, but we'll see. And that won't be good, for the sport globally. It's boxing's already a niche sport, and America hasn't appreciated boxing, and that all started with ESPN kind of freezing out boxing in its coverage because ESPN, like their deal with Major League Baseball just went up. ESPN has these billion-dollar deals with baseball. They host Monday Night Football. They hosted Sunday Night Football back in the 90s. They have hockey. And boxing was the sport that got hidden behind the premium cable paywalls of HBO and Showtime. And so once because your sports fan got his information from Sports Center at ESPN, and they began to not even cover boxing because ESPN is not a partner of boxing. It wasn't in those days. So they kind of pretended it didn't exist. So that started the decline of boxing in America in my lifetime was, it getting no airtime alongside major sports coverage. Then the greed and the short-sightedness of promoters and fighters doing the same, and media like myself not speaking truth to power, not holding the right people accountable for boxing declining and becoming more niche status. But despite all that, it'll become even more niche status if its biggest fights keep taking place in front of 5,000 people in Saudi. That's just my opinion. But Muhammad Alakal really pushing his advantage in the 4th round, throwing lots of combinations. He's in big control, but Gomez, again, only been knocked out 8 times and 42 losses. He's not, just laying down. He's got some durability at over 55 fights. So I got another 2 super chats from my man. Luna the Goat said, Sean the Goat at this. Thank you, bro. Chill, bro. They watching. Well, I know they're watching Why We Sport, but I'm not out there for a reason. I made my decision and I'll stand on it. Matt Borgeson said, also, what's your thoughts that people are betting that Padley will beat Shakur. As far as I'm concerned, there's no chance he will win Shakur's S tier. Yeah, I give Padley basically no chance, but if Shakur's hands start acting up, there's a chance he has another underwhelming performance. But I see anything can happen in boxing, but I think Shakur dominates this fight. I think Padley's not a threat. I think maybe it would have been more interesting that fighter Yair Herrera, who's 16-0 with 14 knockouts. That would have been more interesting because on paper he has power, and Padley has 4 knockouts and 15 wins. Cool story that he's an electrician, hardworking guy, getting a chance at probably some big money tonight and to fight for the world title. So he's already won just getting in the ring with Shakur Stevenson. I think, I was tipping people off that the upset special was in play with Kid Austin. I couldn't bring myself to pick him, but I thought if Stevenson began to have his Zab Judah Adrian Broner-itis, where he doesn't take advantage of his hand speed and his skills and his positioning, and for whatever reason he having a psychological block mixed with the physical hardships of his hands, breaking on him. And I thought there was a chance Kid Austin could pull off a big upset in the lightweight division, because if Shakur met him halfway, is giving the fight away by not letting his hands go, I thought Kid Austin could step up and out-hustle Shakur. But now that it's Eric Padley, I just think Shakur wins. Might have been more interesting if they picked the heavier puncher, Herrera. And, I cover Tank next week, and I'm ready to do what I always do at the fights with the big fights, and that's ask them the tough questions for you guys. But part of me wants to just pull up and let Tank get through fight week and then ask him about Keyshawn and Shakur and all that after the fight. Because Keyshawn, when I ask him after he fights Baranchyk, how big a fight do you think Davis is Davis? He goes, I don't know, you tell me. And then Shakur, he winds up fighting Eric Padley. And I know that's a late replacement, but that's such an underwhelming opponent that I'm almost like, I don't know. I don't know if I want to. I'm going to, but I don't know if I really feel like holding Tank. Like, let's just go ahead and enjoy your Lamont Roach fight. Get this knockout that we know you're going to get. He's overmatched. No disrespect to a world champion Lamont Roach at 130, but he's like a 20-1 underdog. We know what's going to happen. And let's grill him about Keyshawn and Shakur after the fight. But you got Keyshawn, saying, I've already said everything I could say. What do you want me to say? I want this man to fight me. And okay, that's cool. But you got to keep beating the drum. And then Shakur fighting Eric Padley. So, we'll see. I don't give Padley much of a chance at all. It's about, can Shakur look impressive against an opponent he should look impressive against? Or do his hands act up? Is he a little timid? And does he not make anybody a believer that's a skeptic with this performance? I definitely know he's going to win this fight, though. So Matt Borgeson, thank you for the super chat, brother, says, when I watched Shakur Stevenson's highlights for the first time, I may have been high, but I said to myself, this guy is the best fighter I've seen in a long time. I got to push back on that. I think he's not a puncher. And he's not Floyd Mayweather. Like, there's this argument to try to turn him into Floyd. Like, he doesn't need the power. It's like Floyd at welterweight and at 154. I think Floyd had better snap on his power shots, his lead right hand and his check left hook than Shakur has displayed at 35. And I think Floyd didn't jump out of position as often as Shakur, and he didn't break his base when he'd use a lot of lateral movement. He would remain in position to counterpunch. And Shakur, in some of those fights like De Los Santos and Nakatia, he jumps out of range and he doesn't allow himself to counter. And he's not as athletic as a Floyd Mayweather. He's not the puncher Terrence Crawford is, the switch hitter Terrence Crawford is. He's not the explosive force of nature that Naoya Inoue is. He's not the constantly busy feinting, poking and prodding and setting up and punching and moving and grooving like Alexander Usyk. He's an excellent boxer. He has gotten away from his jab a little bit too much as of late. And he's either, in some of these recent fights, been moving excessively, laterally and out of range, or when he's staying in the pocket, his feet, he's not really keeping his base good on the front foot, and he's standing straight up with his southpaw shoulder roll. and his chin's up a little bit, but he rolls the shots so well, and he has such good vision and instincts for rolling shots but he's not getting off. He's not countering in between shots that often when he's shoulder rolling in the pocket. So I think Shakur is an excellent world-class fighter, but I don't right now see one of the best fighters pound for pound, eye test wise. And if he continues to be plagued by his hands and not letting his hands go, you know, he could wind up losing sometime soon against a top opponent. So, you know, I don't say that with any malice. I'm just breaking it down. I just haven't seen, outside of the Yoshino fight, I haven't seen him be that guy at 135 the way he was looking at 130. So, Josh Padley. Did I say Eric Padley? Josh Padley. Sorry, Padley. What's up, Warlock Boxing? What's up, Party Time? Mark T says, Kid, Stone Cold Steve Austin let us down. I don't know what happened there, man. It's just weird. Like, there's no information coming out of Saudi because it's in Saudi, and a lot of the media, a lot of them that I respect, and I'm not throwing shade, but a lot of it, they're co-opted by it. Just like us in America sometimes. We cover these PBC and top-ranked shows, and, you know, myself included, we didn't always get to the bottom of the nitty and the gritty, but they tended to kind of give us information on their own anyways, through emails or press release or official public statements. And there's been no statements surrounding Floyd Schofield. We know he's in a hospital for a day in Saudi. We weren't told what he got diagnosed with, what he came down with. We got told nothing. Same thing with Daniel Dubois. He's sick, fights off. Floyd Schofield, he's sick, fights off. No nothing. No, you know, when Ortiz against Stanionis had to pull out of a fight, we got told what it was. A rabo, whatever it's called, drylosis or whatever. You know, Janibek was dehydrated, couldn't make weight against Mikhailovich. Fight got called off here in the States. You know, and on and on. Errol Spence, detached retina, can't fight Pacquiao. Like, we get information about what happened. There's been no information about what happened with Schofield and what happened with Dubois. For all we know, you know, it's political. I don't know. Like, I don't think so. I don't know. We don't know. Nobody knows. But for all we know, you know, each guy was pulled out of a fight for political purposes down the line, you know, for some business agenda, or they just both got sick. But you and I do not know. Nobody actually knows because no information has come out of Riyadh telling us. But right now, Alakal trying to finish strong. Angel Gomez not going away, man. Showing that durability. 42 losses, but only been stopped in 8 of them. And this is going to be Gomez's 45th consecutive fight without a victory. But Muhammad Alakal will improve to 3-0. Local prospect. Kid Austin was too defensively irresponsible in his last fight. I agree. Like, he's not the most skilled guy. He's not a precision guy. He's a out-hustle you, use his feet and athleticism and combinations kind of guy. And talking about his defensive deficiencies, that doesn't matter as much if Shakur wasn't going to let his hands go consistently. If Shakur wasn't going to let his hands go consistently, he could be landing one single shots at a time. But if they're coming few and far between and he's playing defense and he's shelling up and he's moving out of range and Kid Austin is missing, but he's hustling, he's letting his hands go, that was a scenario where Shakur could have coughed up the WBC title. But we won't find out. Overdose Boxing says, I hate you. Well, that's your cross to bear, sir. Thanks for coming into the chat. Let's see. Was it food point? Don't know. Chance says, I get what you're saying, Sean, but Shakur fought De Los Santos with one hand. A rematch looks totally different. I mean, that's his narrative. His narrative is that it goes like that. You know, I don't remember people giving that to Benavidez when he looked less than stellar against Vazdik. He hurt both hands and had a torn tendon and everything, but he got held to a high standard because when you're one of the best fighters, you get held to a high standard once you get through that ring. And to that point, too, Chance, there's no guarantee his hand wasn't going to mess up again. You saw when he did the grip strength thing, you know, he scored the lowest because his hands aren't at 100% a lot of times. So there's a chance that right hand could have started acting up tonight in the Kid Austin fight too. So, he said there was nothing wrong with his hands against Nakatia. And it was the same story against Nakatia. He never threw more than 35 punches in any round out of those 12. He had 5 different rounds where he didn't throw more than 25 punches. So it might be a psychological block more than as much or more than it is a physical block, like Zab Judah and Adrian Broner. Difference is those guys took a loss before that really started to rear its ugly head. Shakur hasn't, but it still has shown signs of showing itself against Nakatia, De Los Santos, and even Artatunian, who he threw much more against than those two. He threw over 400 punches, but he still had long spurts of just standing in the pocket and shoulder rolling and playing defense and not really punching in between and countering. So, yeah. SZ, what's good, my brother? Says FMG Films, what's your favorite all-time boxing movie? Raging Bull, Rocky 3, Rocky 1, Rocky 4, and The Great White Hype. There's your top 5 in no order. Raging Bull, Rockies 1, 3, and 4, and The Great White Hype. There you go. Top 5 boxing movies. Do I think Frank Martin can hang with Shakur? I think he can. I still think Shakur, if he executes if both fighters fight to the best of their capabilities, I still think Shakur beats Frank Martin. In part, too, because Frank Martin likes to box on the back foot. He likes to play boxer-puncher a little bit on the back foot, but more boxer. And that's not the style to beat Shakur for him. I think he'd have to impose himself physically as the stronger lightweight, the harder puncher. And I haven't really seen Frank Martin do that much. He likes to be the guy that has fighters coming to him and fighting off the back foot. But yeah, I think Frank Martin could compete with Shakur, no doubt about it. But I think Shakur would win. Floyd Mayweather versus Salvador Sanchez. Floyd Mayweather, because Salvador never fought above 126, and Floyd was maybe the GOAT 130 pounder. So let me get rid of this spammer. Let's see. If I think Bacoli can catch Parker. I picked Bacoli. I don't know if that was very logical of me to pick Bacoli. By the way, Muhammad Alakal gets the unanimous decision victory, improves to 3-0. Didn't see too much from that kid that makes me think he'll compete on a world level, but it's cool for him that he got to fight in his home country and he gets the W. So now we are set for the main 7 fights. We're going to start off with the WBO interim light heavyweight title between Joshua Buatsi and Callum Smith. And then we'll move on to Zhilei Zhang and Agit Kabayel. So looking forward to all 7 of these fights. I usually don't start my lives this early, but we got 7 good ones, so let's get to it. FMG Film said, Sean, I knew I rocked with you. I said Rocky 3 was my favorite in the series the other day at work and got cooked. Rocky 3 is the shit. I mean, Rocky, Eye of the Tiger with like Rocky riding the motorcycle with the cardigan and the montage reel of him knocking out good fighters but not killers. That and just that might have been peak Rocky. Like, just Eye of the Tiger period might have been the peak of the Rocky series. I know Rocky 1 is the most down home with the most heart. It hits you in the feels the most. Rocky 4 has the most epic stakes. It's the U.S. versus Russia at the height of the Cold War in the 80s. Or not the height, but, the Cold War in the 80s. But Eye of the Tiger getting beat the fuck up by Mr. T, beating him in the rematch, Apollo training him, the USA trunks, the opening montage, highlight reel. That might have been peak Rocky, for sure. But let me get, is Shushu ready for Inoue? No, Shushu has to, he's not ready for his final boss yet, his big money fight. He needs to prove himself against one of the champions at featherweight, and they're all pretty good. Nick Ball, Espinoza, Angelo Leo, Stephen Fulton. If he can get his hands on one of the 4 and take them out, then he's ready for Inoue, because Inoue at some point will move up to 26 and want to fight for a title. Matt Borgeson, I believe we need to, thank you for the super chat, brother, says, I believe we need to criticize Riyadh for not having backup fighters camp ready in case of these situations such as pullouts. UFC does it right. Well, I'll criticize Riyadh for a lot of things, but Josh Padley made weight. Maybe he did. He was put up. Maybe Kid Austin fight in particular, because Shakur kept putting it out there that he thought it would never make it to the finish line. Josh Padley seemed pretty ready. Dude made weight. That's not easy to do on 2 days' notice. And then Boli was as good, was literally probably the best replacement opponent. He's over 300 pounds. He said he wasn't in camp. So he's got a couple of ready-made excuses ready to go, even though I think he's going to pull it out. I think Martin Boli is maybe a little bit a fighter of destiny. He was born in Zaire. He's compared to George Foreman. George Foreman was knocked out in Zaire, as we all know, for the heavyweight title. And I don't think there's ever been a heavyweight champion from the continent of Africa. So I think maybe Boli has a date with destiny with the heavyweight title. Or, I think if he wins tonight, you got to start looking at him as in football and basketball, team of destiny. And usually they wind up not winning the Super Bowl or the finals, but it's a fun narrative. If Boli gets by Parker tonight, I think we got to start looking at him as a fighter of destiny. That's my take. But logically, he should lose to Parker. Parker, well prepared, in great shape, rejuvenated, fighting as good as he's fought, and Boli's 300 plus pounds. So logically, Parker should win this fight. But I picked Boli. I just had a feeling this dude is bad news. He's bad business, and I mean that in a good way. And man, he sees something. He says he knocked out Parker in sparring. Let's see if he does it tonight. But anyway, when you're saying UFC does it right, well, Riyadh season might merge with TKO Holdings and make a monopoly of boxing. And now you got Ari Emanuel, who is depicted as a legendary dick on Entourage by Jeremy Piven, Ari Gold. Dana White, who, I'm going to make this joke again. Dana White, boxing back in the 90s was the really hot girl Dana White couldn't smash, couldn't have sex with. And then he wound up getting married to a girl who's got her shit together in the UFC, and they're actually great, and they got kids, and they're wonderful. And boxing actually kind of became a fat, pregnant baby mama, but it's still that, to him, it's still that girl in high school he never got to fuck. So we may potentially get hate fucked, revenge fucked by Dana White, owned by Ari Emanuel, and owned by Turki Al-Sheikh, part of a, bloody Saudi regime, and I know bloody American regime, maybe the bloodiest there is, but proud, hypocritical American here. And there's a reason why they want to take all of the United States talent and culture and, because, for reasons. I don't want to get too crazy with it. But yeah, talking about how UFC does it right, well, boxing might have the UFC model pretty soon, for better or worse. And I think there's a lot of pros to that. And man, Virgil Hunter in the corner of Joshua Buatsi. Everybody's got their snack gear on. But yeah, what an analogy. Thank you, Kamikaze. I'm happy you followed it and that you thought it was funny. Kamikaze also asked, hey, what's up, Tay-Day? Shout out to Tay-Day. Always happy to have you in the chat, bro. Who wins, Teofimo or Keyshawn Davis? Ooh. Keyshawn's at lightweight. You'd be asking him to move up. I don't know. I think Keyshawn, if he's not already, he projects to be a more well-rounded fighter than Teofimo. I think Teofimo is maybe more gifted than Keyshawn Davis. I think he hits harder, and I think he has better natural reflexes. He's a little bit more naturally explosive and gifted in that area. But Lopez seems, looking at the data, to need a certain style for his attributes to look at their best. And I think that's where Keyshawn Davis has a gift, period. Not just against Teofimo, but against the field. One thing in Keyshawn's favor, I think, is his versatility. I think I've said this over the years, I think he projects to be a guy that could outbox the sluggers and be the puncher when he needs to be against a guy like Shakur or Devin Haney. He could be the guy that imposes himself a little bit and fights more on the front foot against real slick boxers like Devin and Shakur. And then when he fights a Teo, he could be the boxer because he's got long arms, he's got a good jab, and he's just very well-rounded. He has power. I don't think he's, the best puncher. I don't think he hits as hard as Gervonta, and I think Ryan hits harder than him. And I think between him and Teo, it's close, but I give the edge to Teo. But Keyshawn has power, and he has long arms, and he's versatile. He could fight backward or forward. exquisite punch selection and a great jab. Well, not a great jab. Guys got to prove they're great, but a really good jab. So I don't know if Keyshawn beats Tio right now. Keyshawn's only 13 fights into it, and he's at 35, and Tio's at 40. But I think he projects to be more complete than Teofimo has ever shown us. So that's my answer to that. But got a super chat from my man Third Simple. He said, "How does Prime Pacquiao do against Tio, Tank, and Shakur?" I think Pacquiao's on a different level than all three of those guys. Tank has shown flashes of being a special fighter at 130 early in his career, and even flashes of it at 35. But I mean, Pacquiao beat fucking the two guys behind me right there, Morales and Barrera. Beat both of them. Beat Marquez. Beat Cotto. Beat Wash De La Hoya. Margarito, Josh Clottey, and Wash Shane Mosley, Jesse Vargas, fucking just on and on. Keith Thurman, he beat Keith Thurman when he was 40. They are not the same. Like, Pacquiao is on a different level than Tio, Tank, and Shakur. They got the Gulf of Mexico or America of a gap, whatever one you want to call it, in 2025 to catch up to Manny Pacquiao. Compared to Manny Pacquiao, I'm not saying this about them in general, but compared to Manny Pacquiao, I'm going to borrow a line from Floyd Mayweather. They're good little fighters. And that's no disrespect. That's the truth. Pacquiao's a legend. He's a top 10, probably pound for pound fighter that ever lived. So Matt Borgeson with the super chat says, any country that allows Putin in their house is bad. And also he adds with another super chat, the Saudis are a blood-filled regime that profits off of war and death. I agree. But the pushback is that, you know, America is the same thing, right? But that I continue to maintain that's a false equivalency. In America, that First Amendment, you know, you could say we don't have to, like, everybody has to call Turki al-Sheikh His Excellency. That'd be like if everyone in America, every time you refer to Donald Trump or Joe Biden or Barack Obama, you have to go, well, President Trump, well, President Biden. In our country, I could tweet right now, fuck Donald Trump, fuck Joe Biden, and fuck Barack Obama. I could do that right now if I felt like it. In our country, people could go, you could be Jadakiss on the song Why and go, why did Bush knock down the towers? You know, like NWA could make an album, you know, could make a song, Fuck the Police, and the FBI can threaten them, hey, we don't like your song, and then they can go tough shit, First Amendment, and then sell 10 million records and make it an anthem. So we're not the same. You can't do those kind of things. Yes, America, the slave trade, even as recent as the 80s with doing a deal with the Sandinistan Nicaraguan government where we're doing gun trafficking and then we take their cocaine and we run it through the neighborhoods in South Central LA. And America's done all kinds of evil things. We've also done a lot of really cool things. You know, got Michael Jordan, you got Xbox with Halo. Those are jokes, but what I'm getting at is our freedom, and when things were going good, when we weren't $40 trillion in debt, we do got to fix all that. We had enough freedom and prosperity for the type of expression that makes a country like Saudi and a man like Turkey want to bite off of us and take everything that we got. So anyway, that's my take. I don't want to go too crazy. And when you talk about letting Putin and Saudi, I knew something's going on here. Look, DAZN is owned by a Russian oligarch in Leonard Blavatnik. He also owns Warner Music Group too. And he owns DAZN. He lost over $1.3 billion in about DAZN's first year or so. They've been losing so much money, they stopped releasing reports because that first year they released that they lost over $1 billion. I'm pretty sure the bleeding hasn't stopped. Daniel Kinahan, I feel like he facilitated this Saudi takeover. He was the go-between between the West dominating boxing with on the promotional side and hosting fights, and then he got exiled from the West. He had to leave Ireland and live in Dubai and Saudi and out there in the Middle East and in Dubai, I believe. And there was an article that came out in Irish newspapers that he was being protected by Russian armed guards in Dubai. And that's when the wheels in my head started to turn. And that's why you got to look at this deeply. Forget boxing for a second. You know, Saudi has the oil, and they're trying to leverage the economic tensions between China and Russia and the United States. China, Russia, India threatening the BRICS system, a new currency against the petrodollar from the U.S. And when you got Kinahan, who our government wants $5 million for his head, and they haven't extradited him, that's them thumbing their nose at the U.S. government. Fuck you. It's our country. We'll do what we want with Daniel Kinahan. So to your point, when you're talking about Putin and Saudi, obviously there's deeper economic implications that go beyond the sport of boxing with this boxing and Saudi stuff. But anyways, Callum Smith is entering the ring now. Thank you, Matt Borgensen. Callum Smith is in the building. He is in the ring, and I picked Joshua Buatsi to win this fight, despite Callum Smith, in my eyes, being a better fighter, being a better technically sound fighter, having better balance. The best punch between both of these fighters is the left hook of Callum Smith, but I picked Buatsi because timing matters in boxing. Buatsi's a couple years younger. He's 3 years younger at 31. He's fresher. Not only does Callum Smith have a couple losses on his record, absolutely no shame in who he lost to. Canelo Alvarez and Arthur Beterbiev, two of the great fighters of this era, but it was the fashion in which he lost. He took a shellacking. He didn't offer a lot of resistance. He didn't let it all hang out. He didn't go down swinging, particularly in the Canelo fight. And so when guys start to really, when Callum Smith really gets met with resistance, he kind of begins to just shell up, and he folds a little bit. And so I think Callum Smith has the better balance and the left hook to take advantage of Buatsi, who kind of opens up with mediocre defense sometimes. And if he's willing to punt, but you gotta let your balls hang to punch in between punches. And Callum tends to shell up when a guy starts fighting downhill on him, and that's what Buatsi's going to try to do. Buatsi getting into the ring now. Callum Smith could land a left hook or a right hand in between Buatsi's punches that could badly hurt him. Hutchinson did that to him a number of times in their fight, almost beat Buatsi. But if Smith isn't going to let his hands go, Buatsi's going to take the play. So I favor Buatsi in this fight. I picked Buatsi. But I think skill for skill, I think Callum Smith is the better fighter, and I don't know if Buatsi's ever going to become world champion like Callum Smith did at 68. But I got Buatsi. Timing matters. The timing of this fight, it favors Joshua Buatsi. What's up, Raider Reaper? Thank you, brother. I appreciate it, man. Let's see. And Matt Borgeson, again, just a shout out, man. Appreciate the support. I hope you got some good answers out of that. What's up, Edgar Coda? So, real quick, I got a super chat before we get to Callum Smith and Buatsi. They're both getting warmed up in the ring now, center, and getting ready for their introductions. But AJ909, thank you for the super chat, says, Keyshawn Davis versus Abdullah Mason thoughts. People think Mason needs to grow, but he has more pro fights, just not the push. He's still 20 years old. He hasn't even really grown into his man body yet, and Keyshawn right now is really growing into his self. I just think, there's just the trajectories are different right now. I think Abdullah Mason might be better than all of them, but we got to see if he can catch as well as he pitches. If he's as good on defense and taking punches as he is at dishing them out. Because dishing them out, he's already throwing punches more compact than Keyshawn. I was just there ringside. His punches were even a little faster and a little more compact and explosive at the end of the shot than Keyshawn, who's excellent in all those areas in his own regard. But Keyshawn is seasoned in comparison to Abdullah. He's more of a grown man. Abdullah's a kid still growing into his man strength. And, let's not get carried away. He just got dropped twice by Johan Vasquez. Responded beautifully to that. But look, I think Abdullah at 20, again, we got to see if he really has a defense. We got to see how he boxes on the back foot. And we got to see if his punch resistance is legit. But early eye test says he could be better than all of them. He could be better than Tank, Devin, Shakur, Tio, all of them. He could be better than all of them. He really shows some flashes of something special at age 20. But he's not ready for Keyshawn right now. He's not. He might be ready, though, for the winner. And this would be being ambitious. This would be a legit risk because Zarur Abdullayev and Raymond Murataya are legit lightweights. They are good fighters. he might already be ready to beat one of them by the end of the year or early next year for the IBF title. They're fighting for the vacant IBF. I would stay away from Keyshawn, Shakur, and Tank right now. And if I was with Abdullah, I'd have my eyes right now totally set on the IBF title. Keyshawn just did it. You walk before you run. Keyshawn's first title fight wasn't Shakur, Lomachenko, or Tank. It was Baranchyk, a beatable title holder. I think that's the route Abdullah needs to go at right now. Get his hands on a belt first, and that belt is the IBF, the winner of Abdullayev Murataya. So what did Tay say? No, it's all love here, but I appreciate it, Tay and Raider Reaper. So, all right, let's get to the fun part now. Enough time killing. Joshua Buatsi and Callum Smith. Both guys, slender frames, in good shape. Callum Smith maybe a little bit bigger around the shoulders. Callum Smith, a big guy at super middleweight, has the frame to go up to cruiserweight. Callum Smith looking in good shape. Buatsi in good shape. Both fighters with a minimum sweat, but not the kind of, Buatsi. Both fighters a little dry to start round one. Here we go, round one. Center ring action. Both guys in their orthodox stance. Neither guy is southpaw. Good double jab by Buatsi to start. And that first jab touched the head of Callum Smith. Smith starting with his jab now. Back comes Buatsi with his jab. Jab to the body by Callum Smith. So both fighters starting with the jab in the center of the ring. Being well schooled there. Smith trying to get in a right uppercut, smothers his punch a little bit, and Buatsi ties him up and forces him to the ropes and bangs away with a little short left hook on the inside and a right uppercut. Little right hand to the body by Buatsi. Good work on the inside by Buatsi. And Smith is going to have to be tough in there. He can't just shell up on the inside. Smith already shelling up out of the high guard, and Buatsi applying pressure. Good left hook to the body by Callum Smith. Right uppercut off the mark for Smith. Little right hand to the body, though, by Buatsi, and already these boys are fighting in the phone booth. Right uppercut by Buatsi, chopping right hand to the body for Buatsi. Buatsi backing Smith onto the ropes and leaning on him and banging away with that right hand to the body a little bit. Left hook for Smith. Already, this is why I picked Buatsi. You could see Smith uncomfortable on the inside once a fighter starts to fight downhill and impose himself on him. It makes Smith uncomfortable. Now Smith's back in the center of the ring. He's going to have to let them nuts hang. Jab for Smith in the center of the ring. Both guys reset in the center of the ring now. Buatsi short with the jab. Smith with a jab to the body. That jab to the body found the mark, but he misses the jab up top. Both guys hands up high. Smith with the jab. Straight right hand by Smith. Tries to throw a combination over it. They trade jabs. That combination not finding the mark. Now Smith with a jab. Smith trying to counter the jab of Buatsi with a combination, but Buatsi keeping the hands home. Not too much of that getting through, and Smith turns Buatsi and ties him up on the ropes. Left hook to the body by Callum Smith and a left uppercut and a right hand. And Buatsi shoves Smith down to the canvas there. Good sequence of punches by Smith. Buatsi not getting caught clean, but good combination by Smith. Smith letting his hands go now. Double jab, right hand to the body. Misses two left hooks, a little too wide and close with the left hook. Buatsi covering up. Competitive first round. Smith has answered that strong minute sequence of Buatsi by getting off first in the center of the ring. Smith has had a good last minute or so. Jab to the body by Smith in the center of the ring. Jab up top. Moves his head off the line to make Buatsi miss the jab. Right uppercut just off the mark by Smith, but a good left hook to the body by Smith. And this is what Smith needs to do. Needs to let his hands go. Two body shots by Buatsi. Trying to apply some pressure on Callum Smith now. Smith gets his back off the ropes. Steps over to his left. Shoots a jab and a right uppercut. Those are missing the mark, but Buatsi, good left hook to the body by Buatsi, punching in combination. And the referee says that was a little borderline. Good competitive first round. Both guys having their moments of imposing themselves and getting off first. First half of the round to Buatsi, second half of the round to Smith. And Buatsi kind of had that round in control halfway through. He backed Smith onto the ropes. He smothered him, got to his body, threw some nicely placed shots. But then in the second half of that round, Smith got off first. Got the fight back in the center of the ring. Threw a couple of nice combinations. Not a lot of it landing too clean, but he did throw a couple of good left hooks to the body. Very close first round. I'll edge it slightly to Buatsi because I picked him. Just kidding. I'll edge it slightly to Buatsi because I think his moment when he was downhill was a little more imposing. But now they're showing the slow-mo, and Smith got a beautiful left hook left uppercut, sweeping right hand, 3-punch combination. It was anybody's round, chat. That was a swing round. That was a swing round. Hey, Tay-Day, thank you for the $10, brother. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate it, man. Mo Slim, what's going on? 10-9 Smith says Raider Reaper. Yeah, that was this close round. Swing round. Here we go, round 2 in the center of the ring. Trading jabs again. Who can fight downhill? Both guys jabbing well. Jabbing up top and down low. Smith trying to invest that jab to the body a little bit more. Double jab, right hand over the top for Smith, and that makes Buatsi clinch him in the center of the ring. Smith working a little bit in the clinch. Right uppercut out of the clinch for Buatsi. Smith trying to walk him into a left hook. Good right uppercut to the body by Callum Smith. Good inside work right here. Both guys shoving off on the body, trying to create a little space on the inside. Smith getting off a little bit more to start round 2. And Smith mixing up his punch selection. Left to uppercut, sweeping the right hand. 2 body shots on the inside. Oh, good left hook by Buatsi on the inside, though. Smith not accurate up top with his left hook. His money punch early. He's overshooting the shot on the inside a little bit, throwing it a little too wide. And Buatsi took advantage of it that time and slipped it and came up with his left hook to knock up the head of Callum Smith. Good left uppercut by Callum Smith on the inside. Back to the body comes Joshua Buatsi. Good inside work by these two fighters. Buatsi lowering the lead hand and trying to shoulder roll on the inside a little bit. Rolls some of the steam off the right hands, but he eats 2 jabs by Callum Smith. But back comes Buatsi with his jab. Jab to the body by Callum Smith. Buatsi slightly on the front foot, eats a jab by Callum Smith. This is a good round for Callum Smith right now. Smith is mixing up his punch selection, out jabbing Buatsi, and being a little bit more active in the center of the ring. So right now, round 1 was a swing round, but yes, that is my wife. She brought me some eggs. Good jab by Smith, right hand off the mark, but he finishes with a left hook to the body. Double jab by Buatsi, knocks the head up of Smith. But Smith winning this round. Good right uppercut to the body by Callum Smith. Callum Smith investing in the body. Good right hand by Callum Smith. Freezing Buatsi with the jab and sweeps the right hand. Back comes Buatsi on the front foot, but this has been Smith's round so far, outside of getting hit with a left hook earlier. Good left hook to the body by Callum Smith with his back near the ropes. He goes to that body again with a left hook. Right uppercut misses, but he finishes with a left hook after missing that right uppercut. 2 body shots by Buatsi, but those are more slaps. Smith is sitting down on his body shots harder than Buatsi in the second round. 1-2 and a left hook. Good defense by Buatsi. Blocking that 1-2-3 by Smith. 20 seconds left in the round. Smith sweeps the right hand. Gets it blocked by Buatsi, but continuing to get off first. They trade jabs, and Smith jabs to the body and to the head, and out jabs Buatsi there. This was a very good round for Callum Smith. Little bit of work on the inside by Buatsi in the last 10 seconds. Little chopping right hand to the body, but Buatsi not sitting down and having the oomph on his punches that Smith had in round 2. That was a good round by Smith. Either 1-1 or 2-zip. So, yeah, that was definitely a good round for Callum Smith. Your wife's a champ. Thank you, Gregory. She is. I got the pound for pound best wife in the world. Got some eggs here. Need a little bit of fuel in between rounds. She got down with the get down. Yes, she did. Yeah. Let's see here. Sean on point. A lot of boxing fans score fights based on who they pick to win. No, I really avoid that. I do. I just made the joke in round 1. But if anything, sometimes I score rounds the other way to make sure I'm not bending over backwards for the guy I picked beforehand. Sometimes I'll actually do it the opposite way. But round 3, Smith lands the jab first. And Buatsi's going to have to get back to what he did in the first half of round 1, because outside of that first half of round 1, the second half of round 1 and throughout round 2, Smith the better fighter so far. So first 30 seconds and Smith a little bit more effective with the jab to start round 3. Buatsi looking, in the eyes a little more perplexed by the problems Smith is presenting. Now Buatsi gets Smith on the ropes and puts his combinations together. Not sitting down on any one shot like Smith is with some of the body shots and the left hooks, but just letting his hands work. And back comes Smith, digging left hooks to the body and up top. Buatsi covering up on the inside. Smith, 2 or 3 jabs. Shoots a jab and a sweeping right hand. Buatsi keeping his hands up, not getting hit by that. Good jab by Buatsi. Gets Smith near the ropes. And Buatsi throwing little chopping shots, not sitting down on punches like Smith is. And that's why Smith shells up on the inside. He doesn't feel like he could get max leverage when you smother him in there. Double left hook by Smith on the inside. It's blocked. Right uppercut blocked for Buatsi. Buatsi smothering the work of Smith, gets him on the ropes and gets to his body twice. Double left hook. Oh, and a left uppercut by Smith. Beautiful shots by Smith with the left hook and the left uppercut. Boom, boom, boom. Throwing 3 in a row halfway through the third. Buatsi going to have to find some answers. Smith is more effective in there. Punch for punch. Smith used the lead hand. Double, triple jab just a second ago. Right hand to the body. Right hand up top. Forcing Buatsi not to fight downhill as often as he wants to. Smith, just the cleaner boxer right now. Cleaner skills, cleaner balance, and a little sharper punch for punch. Buatsi, unsure of himself, not letting his hands go in the center of the ring. They're not sure of what he wants to do. Lets his jab go twice now. That second jab getting in. Backing Smith up a little bit, but then Smith steps back in range, and he gets a short left hook in, but now Buatsi, with Smith a little off balance on the inside, follows up with a good 3-punch combination that rocked Smith back a little bit. Smith, straight right hand lands, and he follows it up with a left hook. That left hook missing, but Buatsi not looking great there in round 3. Buatsi playing defense a lot more, not fighting as downhill as he wanted to start the fight. Buatsi in the shoulder roll stance a little bit. 20 seconds left in the round. There's another Smith round. Smith getting back, or backing up Buatsi a little bit behind the jab. 10 seconds left. 1-2 for Smith. Buatsi pulling away from the jab, but the right hand finds him at the end of the punch. And I don't like the body language from Buatsi to close round 3. That's a Smith round. I got it 29-28, Callum Smith. First round was close. If you gave it to Smith, he could be up 3 rounds to nothing. I got it 2-1 for Callum Smith. Buatsi needs to stick to that double jab, says Raider Reaper. He does. He's got to stick to the double jab and fight downhill and not try to match Smith punch for punch, power for power. Just let the shots go. Let the shots go. Buatsi is not a guy that sits down and commits on every shot. When he's fighting at his best, he's flowing. He's flowing and throwing, kind of like Kabayel against Zhang. Kabayel can't go punch for punch, bomb for bomb with Zhang. He's a fluidity guy who just think. And Buatsi is struggling to do that right now because Smith has got his respect. He's got his attention with his power, I'm sure. Ian Milne saying Smith has more experience and has fought better fighters and Buatsi is getting beat up. Well, we're not at that stage yet. But here we go, round 4. And let's see if Smith can continue to kind of take control of this fight right now. Buatsi, both guys letting their hands go in the center of the ring. Buatsi's got to get the punch count up. 1-2 for Smith, off the mark in the center of the ring. And DAZN has it 29-28 Smith. I have the same card. Good jab for Buatsi. They trade jabs there. Buatsi applying a little bit of pressure. Good double jab, right hand, left hook by Buatsi. More of that. It backed Smith onto the ropes and made Smith cover up. Short chopping right hand on the inside by Smith back in the center. Ooh, they trade left hook. Smith just off the mark with a dangerous left hook. Buatsi sticking the jab in. They exchange to the body in the center of the ring, and now they both tie up. Good two-way action to start. Right hand to the body by Smith. Buatsi smothers him on the inside. Left hook to the body for Smith. Right uppercut on the inside to the body for Smith. Left hook to the body for Smith, and Buatsi took a deep breath. Another left hook to the body for Smith. Straight right hand for Smith on the inside. Left uppercut for Smith on the inside. Beautiful work and placement on the inside for Callum Smith. Left hook to the body again for Callum Smith. And Buatsi's going to have to let his nuts hang. Short left hook does land for Buatsi. Finally, he answers on the inside, but that was a beautiful 20 seconds on the inside for Callum Smith. Left hook to the body again for Callum Smith. Ooh, nice right uppercut by Joshua Buatsi. Knocks Smith's head up. Jab, double jab by Buatsi, and a little combination. Back Smith onto the ropes, and a left hook lands for Buatsi. And Smith with a cut above his right eye now, after that sequence by Buatsi. Nice left hook to the body again by Smith. Smith punching up top to set up the left hook to the body. Left hook to the body again for Smith. Buatsi trying to smother the shots and get Smith onto the ropes. Good short chopping right hand by Joshua Buatsi. Right uppercut on the inside for Buatsi. He's got Smith on the ropes. Double left hook for Buatsi on the ropes. Smith trying to push off. Left uppercut for Smith lands off the ropes. Smith pushes Buatsi and he turns him. Now Buatsi with his back near the ropes. They're back in the center of the ring. Left hook to the body for Smith. Right uppercut to the body for Smith. Was a little low. Referee didn't see it. Little short left hook on the inside for Buatsi. A touch right uppercut. Back comes Smith with a two-piece. Buatsi getting to the body of Smith with Smith's back along the ropes, but Smith countering up top with little short shots to the chin. Good action on the inside. Buatsi trying to impose himself, but Smith not acquiescing like I talked about before the fight. He's letting it rip on the inside. 10 seconds left. That was a more competitive round. That was good work. I think Buatsi, they exchanged near the end of the bell. Buatsi, he began to make Smith uncomfortable that round. And that was a much better round for Buatsi. But you could still score it for Callum Smith because he had the more effective body punches. His left hook to the body was money. But Buatsi imposed himself on him. He was the aggressor. And he did make Smith uncomfortable in spots with that pressure and smothering him. Very close round. Rounds 1 and 4 were close. I thought 2 and 3 were Smith rounds. This could be 39-37 Callum Smith, or it could be... I'll edge it to Buatsi. I'll have the fight either 39-37 Smith or 38-38 even after 4. Oh, motherfucker. Good to see motherfucker in the chat. He says, you're one of, if not the best at this, Sean. Keep it up. Won't be able to watch this live. I got to get some things done. Just popped in to click the like. Thank you, motherfucker. And you do have the best, name. I want to say screen name. That's how old I am from the AOL days on YouTube. So, round 5, Buatsi showed signs of taking the play from Smith there. Let's see, though. Smith getting off first, but not landing. Smith letting go of 5 or 6 shots in the center of the ring, but Buatsi blocked most of those punches. Oh, big left hook for Callum Smith. Just missed. He tried the Canelo, where he just leads with the left hook from mid-range. Almost got it in there. Dangerously close to getting it in there. Center ring, and for the first time, Smith drops his lead hand. Shows a different look. Jabs to the body. And the first 30 seconds, Smith getting off first, but Buatsi playing good on defense and waiting for his spot to open up. Good up jab by Buatsi in the center of the ring. Double, triple up jab by Buatsi. Shooting the jab from the hip and having success with it. Straight right hand for Smith. Buatsi leaving that lead hand low. Tried to roll it, but it nicked him. And then he had to tie up right after that. That doesn't look good to the judges for Buatsi. Minute into the 5th. Smith just off the mark with a sweeping right hand. Double, triple jab by Callum Smith. Oh, but a good jab by Buatsi. Knocks the head up. 2 body shots on the inside. They exchange on the inside. Good left hook to the body by Callum Smith, but Buatsi... Buatsi doubled over by that left hook to the body. He's leaving his hands down low to block more body shots. Staying on the inside, not letting his hands go. Giving some free shots to Callum Smith. Double left hook for Callum Smith. Buzzed Buatsi and knocked him backwards. Smith following up with combinations. Buatsi pushes him back into the center of the ring, but he's taking punishment on the inside by Callum Smith. Left hook to the body again by Callum Smith. And another left hook to the body by Callum Smith. And he mixes up his punch selection behind that left hook to the body. Buatsi giving away too much. Almost like he's trying to let Smith... Oh, left hook knocks the mouthpiece out of Buatsi. Buatsi trying to throw a right hand to the body, gets countered by a left hook up top, and it knocked the mouthpiece out. Buatsi had his mouth open a little bit there. And again, not always defensively responsible as Buatsi. Man, if he's going to let Smith just tee off like that, oh man, that was not a good sequence. 2 more body shots by Smith. Left hook to the body again, and this has to be, short chopping right hand for Smith on the inside, but now Buatsi answers with a left uppercut on the inside. Good jab by Buatsi on the inside. Short left hook on the inside by Buatsi, and he smothers Smith along the ropes. Maybe Buatsi feels like he could take the power and have Smith punch himself out, but he's taking punishment if that's the case. 30 seconds left. A big Callum Smith round. But Buatsi still on the front foot. Double jab. Buatsi gets Smith on the ropes. Short chopping right hand to the body. Two-piece to the body. Smith counters with a right hand up top. Smith 2 left hooks on the inside, but not great leverage. Oh, good combination at the bell by Callum Smith. That was a big Callum Smith round. Big Callum Smith round. But Buatsi still was the guy on the front foot, still trying to smother Callum Smith. Almost again, like he's trying to make Smith punch himself out. But that was a big Callum Smith round. Smith bleeding from his right eye. But he's either up 3-2 or 4-1 on my card right now. And unless he just starts to fade, you know, I don't know. Buatsi has not been the better fighter through 5 rounds. And he's taken a lot of body shots. So if he plans on coming on strong down the stretch, you know, those body shots could affect him. Let's see. I'm going to eat my eggs, my well-prepared eggs for a second. Comps and Clips says, Buatsi not letting his hands go. Those body shots are going to add up. I got Smith. Smith is in control of the fight right now. Maybe Buatsi thinks he'll punch himself out or something, but yeah, there's that replay. That short left hook. Some, you know, Smith not always getting great leverage on these left hooks with Buatsi trying to stay in his chest, but yeah, either 3-2 or 4-1 Smith right now. Buatsi landing his jab, short chopping right hand, holds Smith with the right hand and clubs away with the left hook a little bit. Decent start in the first 15 seconds for Buatsi. Smith on the ropes. Chops with the right hand of the body. Short left uppercut, nicking Buatsi on the inside for Smith, and the referee breaks him apart back into the center of the ring. Buatsi, countered by a left hook, reaching the body. He goes, so what? That's nothing, but hey, you don't take too many more of those, young man. Well, he's 31. He's not a young man, but good right uppercut on the inside by Callum Smith. Short left hook. Buatsi's defense is leaky on the inside, and Smith is finding the openings. Left hook to the body for Smith. Good jab for Buatsi. Another good jab for Buatsi. Steps over to his left. Back comes Smith to the body, and Smith is fighting with toughness tonight. Left hook to the body. Right uppercut misses. Lets his punches go in combination. Not all those getting in. And then Buatsi with 2 short left hooks on the inside finding the mark. Good short left hook by Smith. Another left hook by Smith. But these are landing on the top of the head of Buatsi. And he is taking some left hook to the body by Smith. Smith continuing to get off first on the inside, outworking Buatsi, who is waiting too much. Good left hook to the body again. Oh, big right hand by Callum Smith. And Buatsi's hurt and holding on. Big right hand by Callum Smith. That hurt Buatsi in the inside. Buatsi's legs are hurt. Left hook to the body. Straight right hand up top. Straight right hand up top. Left hook up top for Callum Smith. Buatsi is hurt. Smith has his chance. 2 left hooks for Callum Smith. Right hand for Callum Smith. Right hand for Callum Smith. Buatsi's hurt and not answering. Minute left in the 6th round. Smith has a chance to end the fight here. Eddie Hearn standing up at ringside shouting for Smith to do the job. Buatsi reeling. Keeping his gloves up. 2 short left hooks get in for Smith. Buatsi is just getting hit too much, man. Right hand for Smith. Set up off the left hook. And that knocked Buatsi's head up. Chopping right hand for Smith. Double left hook. Body head for Smith. Short right uppercut for Smith. Buatsi retreating a little bit on Bambi leg. Not on Bambi legs, but he's hurt. Legs are not underneath him. Showing a good chin is Buatsi. Right hand for Smith, just off the mark. Another left hook lands for Smith, and Buatsi is shaken up. 18 seconds left. Left hook lands for Buatsi, and Smith lands at him. Smith was buzzed by that left hook. A combination by Buatsi. And Smith is on the ropes, covering up. Big moment for Buatsi. Smith tired in the corner. What a big momentum swing. And Smith smiles, and that does it. A huge Callum Smith round, a dominant round. But in the last 15, 20 seconds, Buatsi picked his spot in between punches and buzzed Callum Smith and was able to follow it up with combinations just when it looked like Buatsi could be done for. Big moment there for Josh Buatsi. But big round for Callum Smith. Big right hand. Joshua Buatsi got a chin. Joshua Buatsi has a chin because he got hit with a monster right hand in between punches, right on the button. And then he took about 20 or 30 punches after that. And then he got Callum Smith short counter left hook on the inside, and Smith even smiled like, you got me, which made me think he was okay, but he wasn't. So both guys hurt in the 6th round. 7th round is here. Smith is winning this fight, but that was a vulnerable moment. They trade jabs to start round 7. Good jab by Smith in the center of the ring. Double jab, sets up a combination, but he overshoots the mark a little bit there. Left hook to the body for Smith. That Smith got to stay to the body. Buatsi's had no answers for the left hook to the body. Nice double jab by Buatsi. That second jab knocking Smith's head up. The zone has this fight 4 rounds to 2. I have it either 4-2 or 5-1 for Callum Smith. Big right hand by Callum Smith. That was beautiful. Buatsi took it well, but Smith just let the left hand out there and then boom, sat down on that right hand. Didn't even really throw the jab, just extended the left hand to blind him for the right. Sweeping right hand on the inside for Buatsi. Double jab for Buatsi. Good jab again for Buatsi, knocking Smith's head around. Another jab for Buatsi. Minute into the 7th. Buatsi with a couple of good jabs there to knock Smith's head up. And he's shown he might have the better chin between the two of them. On the inside, short right hand for Smith on the inside. Another short right hand. Not a lot of power on it. Just touched Buatsi twice with that right hand. Buatsi shoots that jab 2 or 3 times. Steps to his left in the center of the ring. Both guys in front of each other in the center. Good double jab again by Buatsi. Buatsi effective with his jab in the 7th round. Short right hand by Buatsi off the jab, where Smith gave up his height. Got chopped on the top of the head with that right hand. Buatsi boxing a little bit this round, using his jab. Double jab, backs out of range for the counter right hand. Buatsi lowers that lead hand down all the way to his waist. Good jab by Buatsi. Buatsi boxing good this round behind the jab. An adjustment by Buatsi. Another up jab by Buatsi. Gets his head slightly off the line to make Smith hit the shoulder with his double jab. Good up jab by Buatsi. Buatsi, good right hand though for Smith over the top of that jab. Buatsi though counters with a short right hand in the pocket. Buatsi looks more comfortable now in the 7th round. He knows he's taken Smith's best and he's still standing. Maybe that gives him some confidence in a way. Buatsi slowing the pace down. Effective jab. Jab to the body by Joshua Buatsi. Fighting at longer distance this round. Falls short with the double jab. Smith taking a breather. Smith catching his breath a little bit here after throwing more punches the last several rounds. This could be a Buatsi round. Smith backing up now. Buatsi taking little half steps. Lead hand all the way. Good double jab by Buatsi. Sets up a right hand. He pulls away from the right hand. Fighting at a longer distance now. Making Smith fall a little short. And that was an interesting adjustment by Buatsi. I give him that 7th round. All of a sudden, a minute into the round, he found his jab. And he took a step out of range a little bit. And he lowered the lead hand down to the waist. And found some success with that adjustment. So, yeah, good round by Buatsi. Give credit to Buatsi. He got hit with a big right hand earlier in that round. But outside of that, his jab kind of dictated the round. And he got hit a little less. Again, made some adjustments that we noted. I gave that round to Buatsi. Either 67-66 or 68-65 Smith. 4-3 or 5-2, depending on how you scored some of those close rounds. So, here we go. And Buatsi, even though he's taken more punishment, he's the less marked up fighter. Smith has expended some energy getting off first in this fight, trying to establish himself in the center of the ring. Maybe Buatsi's got some more in the tank in these last 5 rounds. We'll see. Smith is ahead, but Buatsi is alive in this fight. Starts with his jab again. Back comes Smith with his double and triple jab. Both guys effective with the jab. Smith landing his jab there. Now Smith looking to back Buatsi up. Buatsi comes right back at him. Center of the ring. Who can establish something here? They trade jabs. Smith on the front foot a little bit here. Eats a jab and misses his right hand over the top. Little short left hand to the body for Smith. Good jab by Buatsi. Buatsi on the back foot a little bit here. Good jab lands for Smith, and he gets off a 3 or 4 punch combination, but Buatsi shoulder rolling well and not really letting those shots get through. And back he comes with that up jab. Accurate, effective up jab for Buatsi. Misses the sweeping right hand off the up jab. Now Buatsi on the front foot. Nice up jab again by Buatsi. Double up jab. Oh, big right hand by Callum Smith and a left hook. Buatsi not defensively responsible with his hands not coming back home. Good jab by Buatsi, but Smith hurting him with that, or buzzing him with that right hand left hook. Buatsi still a little buzzed. Short chopping right hand off a left uppercut by Smith. And Smith gaining control again now in the 8th. Buatsi just too defensively leaky in spots, and Smith countering in between shots well. Short left hook on the inside by Smith. This is right now a Smith round. Buatsi's going to need a sequence or else this is going to be a Smith round. Nice combination on the inside by Smith. 1, 2, 3, 4. All by Callum Smith with Buatsi covering up. Nice jab by Smith. They trade jabs, but this time Smith gets the better. Trade jabs again. Nice jab by Buatsi. Both guys have had effective jabs in this fight. Smith slips the jab and comes with a 1-2. Nice slip counter by Callum Smith. Got his head off the line and came with a 1-2. Slips past the jab now. Smith beginning to anticipate the jab of Buatsi. And this is what world championship level fighters do. They adjust to what is, but a good double jab by Buatsi. Straight right hand. Smith covering up, blocking that right hand, but that double jab knocked his head up. Very, good fight. Good fight right now between these two. Smith is winning the fight, but Buatsi is still in there. Still dangerous. Double jab by Buatsi, but Buatsi doesn't bring his hands back home, and Smith taking advantage of that in the transitions in between their sequences of punches. Buatsi, lead hand all the way low. Double jab up top. 10 seconds left. Good jab. Oh, good 1-2. Sets up like almost a power jab by Buatsi that knocked Smith's head up and got his attention. But I don't think that's enough to offset the power straight right hand and left hook that buzzed Buatsi much earlier in the round. That's a Smith round. Either 78-74 or 77-75 Callum Smith right now. That 8th round was another Smith round. Boston says, Sean, when is ProBox going to hire you for commentary? Well, I appreciate it, Boston's, but they're already pretty stacked with Chris Algieri, Paulie, and those guys. So I don't know how much they're really, needing me, but I do appreciate it. Yeah, that was that straight right hand landing. And Buatsi rolled some of it off, but it was a clean, effective shot. So Buatsi had some moments at the end of the round, but another Smith round. Yeah, there was a 1-2-1 by Buatsi late in the round. Really knocked Smith's head up. 1-2, and then you commit to the 1 like a power shot. Andre Ward was maybe the best in recent memory at that combination. So yeah, either 6-2 or 5-3 Smith. Buatsi's going to have to close strong here. Double jab by Smith, trying to impose himself a little bit to start the 9th. Smith on the front foot, going behind his jab. Back comes Buatsi with that up jab from the hip. Another up jab from the hip, steps over to his right. Got two guys who really, they lead with their jabs, but they want to counterpunch. But Smith has taken the play. Okay, we're both trying to counter. I'll get off first. Good right uppercut to the body and a double left hook inside. Short right hand, straight right hand inside, all for Callum Smith. Smith punching off of angles better than Buatsi. And I mean the angles Buatsi takes. Buatsi will try to give short combinations on the inside for Callum Smith. Smith winning the 9th round early on, getting off much more than Buatsi is. But you get the sense Buatsi trying to pick his spots. Good jab for Smith again. Buatsi steps over to his left off the double jab. Big right hand, partially blocked by Buatsi, but some of it getting through. Two good body shots by Buatsi, but Smith is partially breaking the high guard when Buatsi tries to shell up. Smith is partially getting in some heavy shots. Two good body shots by Buatsi, but Smith counters with a chopping right hand. Short left hooks on the inside by Smith, too. Oh, left hook to the body by Smith, working both sides of the plate and then finishing with a body shot. And Smith has done a great job mixing up his punch selection tonight. Short left hook and a right hand over the top of Buatsi's response. Smith having a big 9th round. He's getting off combinations. Back comes Buatsi with a combination, and that gets through the guard a little bit in the center of the ring. Double jab by Buatsi. Good jab by Buatsi. He keeps his phone, stays on the phone and blocks the left hook. Oh, big right hand on the inside by Smith. And Buatsi is rolling some of these shots, but sometimes that makes it look even worse to the judge. Makes it look like the head snapped or the punch snapped your head around. Smith just with the better, getting off first more often, varying up his punch selection, and doing a good job of throwing 2 or 3 shots to set up one shot. Smith getting off more often on the inside, winning this round. Big right hand by Callum Smith. He eats a short left hook, but punctuates the exchange. Smith is getting off first and last. Buatsi is having some good moments in between Smith's combinations, but Smith is initiating and punctuating these exchanges in the 9th. He's had a big round. Smith has just been the better fighter. Short left hook to the body on the inside. Right uppercut on the inside. Buatsi looking a little weary. Smith is a little tired too. Good jab by Buatsi. Right uppercut on the inside by Buatsi. And Smith back straight up. Throws a wild left hook, straight right hand. And that's, again, good moment at the end there by Buatsi, but way too little too late. That's another Smith round. And I got it either 88-83 or 87-84 for Callum Smith. Buatsi needs to win at least all 3 of these rounds, if not stop Callum Smith, which isn't out of the question. Whenever Buatsi is able to muster some real momentum, Smith doesn't take the punishment as well as Buatsi does. But Smith has been in control so much more of this fight. Clean shots. There's a counter right hand by Smith. Smith has been a good counterpuncher in the pocket. I didn't know if he would let his... Actually, it's been more the other way around. I didn't know if Smith would let his punches go in between punches enough to be effective. It's Buatsi who hasn't let his hands go in between punches enough to be effective. Smith has done that time and again. Smith has initiated and punctuated exchanges, and he's counterpunched. So he's done it all tonight. He's beat Buatsi in the center of the ring. He's beaten him on the inside. So here we go, round 10. Buatsi in desperate need of a rally here. Both guys trading jabs to start. Trading jabs again. Buatsi stepping over to his left. Smith slightly on the front foot. Big right hand countered by Callum Smith over the top of that jab. Buatsi is buzzed, but keeps taking it well. Buatsi is going to be concussed after this fight. He has taken a lot of hard shots to the head. Nice double jab by Buatsi. That right hand has countered over the top of his jab more and more as we went along. Nice double jab by Buatsi, but he's scoring with jabs and Smith is scoring with power right hands and left hooks and body shots. It's not the same. Minute into the 10th. Smith winning this round again, mixing up shots, boom, and finishing with the left hook to the body. Back comes Buatsi though. Short combinations, partially getting through on Callum Smith, backing him up. Smith on the ropes. Buatsi just doesn't have the snap on his punches that Smith has punch for punch. Not able to make Smith pay with his back on the ropes in that sequence. Referee breaks him apart. 2 good body shots by Joshua Buatsi though on the inside. Smith didn't like the body work. Smith is hurt along the ropes. Smith is hurt to the body. Badly hurt. Buatsi, what are you doing? Buatsi not letting his hands go. Now he follows up. Buatsi has Smith hurt and he needs to go. What is Buatsi doing? Smith is hurt and is retreating near the ropes, has his elbows tucked in because he's worried about the body shot, and Buatsi lets that moment get away from him. Smith now comes back with a left hook. That was frustrating to watch from Buatsi. Smith might still be a little hurt to the body. Back comes Buatsi to the body. Smith smothers him on the inside. Short left hook gets in for Buatsi. Up top this time. Buatsi is exhausted. He's had to walk through a lot of body work. He may not have the juice to follow up on this moment. This is a huge moment for him in the 10th. 40 seconds left. Smith is recovering, comes back with a combination. Hard right hand in the center of the ring for Callum Smith. And a left hook on the inside. Back comes Buatsi, but he gets countered with a right hand. Buatsi might be spent. Buatsi finally made the big moment happen, but he looks too spent to capitalize on it. Buatsi arm weary. Left hook to the body, gets in though, and a right uppercut. Smith is hurt along the ropes. They're both exhausted. But Smith is hurt to the body. He's leaving it. Buatsi's so exhausted, he walks forward with his hands down. That's a Buatsi round. Smith with, oh, big right hand at the bell for Callum Smith and a left hook. That was a hell of a round. That was a hell of a round. I give it to Buatsi, even though he got nailed with plenty of head snapping shots. But he had Smith damn near ready to go. That kind of reminded me of Roy Jones in the third fight against Antonio Tarver, where Roy is far behind on the cards, but all of a sudden Antonio's exhausted and he looks ready to be knocked out, but Roy is too exhausted to follow up on it. But man, big round by Buatsi. Not a big round, but I thought he won the round because he had Smith really hurt. I got it either 96-94 or 97-93 for Callum Smith. Man. What do we think of that round, chat? What's up, 90 Wookie, Juan Mendoza, Gemro. I'm so hard to pronounce for me. Yeah, man. Let's see, man. All right, round 11. Both guys tired as shit. Oh, big jab by Smith knocks Buatsi's head up to start the round. Another jab knocks Buatsi's off balance with a lot now. He's exhausted. He's had his head racked around. DAZN has this fight even. I think that's a bad card. I think Smith is ahead in this fight. Short right uppercut, left hook by Buatsi. Buatsi trying to gain momentum downhill. Smith backing up. Double jab, sweeping right hand, left hook, jab, all by Smith. Sweeping right hand, jab by Smith, jab by Smith. Back comes Buatsi finally with a double jab. But that's Smith getting off first in the center of the ring. Double jab by Smith. Back comes Buatsi though with a double jab and it backs Smith up. Buatsi got to let the right hand go. Behind that jab, got to let it go. Smith trying to walk him into a right uppercut. Buatsi smothered it. Minute into the 11th. 2 minutes left. 5 minutes left in this fight. Buatsi has to close strong. Good left hook to the body by Callum Smith. And that got Buatsi's attention. Made his body react. Back comes Buatsi with a combination. Right uppercut to the body by Callum Smith. They both go chest to chest on the inside. Good combination on the inside by Callum Smith. Smith backed up on the ropes. Buatsi arm weary. Half of the round over with, and Smith has been winning this round. Oh, good body shot on the inside by Buatsi. Sweeping right hand. Short left hook. Sweeping right hand for Buatsi. Smith is hurt along the ropes. Buatsi sweeping right hand. Punching to the back of the head of Smith because Smith is giving his back. Referee warns Buatsi, but Smith looks ready to go if Buatsi can put it together. They trade jabs. That was a huge sequence for Buatsi. Might have swung the round in his favor. Minute left in the 11th. Smith bleeding out of that right eye above that cut. The cut above the right eye. Smith arm weary with those right hands on the inside. Misses the right hand counter over the top of Buatsi's jab. Smothers the right hand this time, does Buatsi. Right hand catches Smith as he pulls out. Double jab lands for Buatsi. Smith on the back foot. Combinations get smothered by Buatsi. Smith ties up Buatsi near the ropes. 30 seconds left. Close round. Buatsi coming forward behind the jab. Smith misses the left hook. Ties up on the inside. 20 seconds left. Both two arm-weary fighters. Who wants it more? Who could dig deep? Right uppercut off the mark for Smith. Buatsi almost out on his feet. He's so exhausted. 1-2 sets up a left uppercut for Smith. Smith digging deeper in these last 10 seconds where the round is on the table. Oh, close round. Close round. Buatsi hurt Smith very good that round. He had the best moment of the round. Smith was more consistent for the 3 minutes of that round. man, I don't know, man. Yeah, Gustavo Smith been very consistent. Guys, that's a tough. I'm going to edge it to Buatsi. He had a moment in the round where he was nailing. Here they're showing the replay. Sweeping right hand. Holds Smith in place along the ropes. Sweeps the right hand. Knocks his head across. That was the best moment of the round, but Smith was more consistent. I got Smith ahead heading into the 12th. Buatsi needs this round. I got it either 6-5 or 7-4 for Callum Smith. And Buatsi needs to win this round to at least get a draw on my card. Judges could have it different. Round 12. Hell of a fight between these two chaps. Who wants it more? Fight could very well be on the table here. Who could dig deep here and make it happen? They trade jabs. Both of them landing their jab all night long as they trade it. Short right hand lands for Buatsi. Follows it up with a combination. Good defense by Callum Smith covering up. Buatsi covers up, blocks a 1-2. They trade jabs. Short chopping right hand on the inside for Buatsi. 2 left hooks on the inside for Smith. They clash heads. 30 seconds into the final round. Good jab lands for Buatsi. Smith overshooting the counter right hand over the top. Short right uppercut on the inside for Smith. Sets up a little left hook. Buatsi getting hit on the top of the head. Nice sharp right hand by Smith. Punching in between Buatsi's pressure and punches. And placing that right. Big left hook by Callum Smith. And he turned on it. And a right hand by Callum Smith. Buatsi's hurt. Buatsi is hurt. But man, this motherfucker has a chin. But that was a huge left hook by Callum Smith. He got all the torque on it. Buatsi covering up. Still buzzed. Smith trying to let go of his combinations. Good left uppercut on the inside lands for Smith. And a right hand counter on the inside for Smith. Buatsi still coming forward, trying to fight downhill. Might get himself knocked out. Left hook for Smith. Left uppercut for Smith. Punching in combination to set it up. Buatsi has Smith along the ropes. Bangs away with the right uppercut, but not getting through. This is Smith's Brown, big time. Buatsi going to need one of those sequences again. Left hook knocks the mouthpiece out of Joshua Buatsi again. Referee not letting the action stop. No lull in the action. Smith along the ropes. Buatsi trying to punch in combination. Hurts Smith to the body again. Smith getting hurt to the body anytime Buatsi goes down there late in the fight. Minute left in the fight. Referee calls time. Those are valuable seconds ticking on the clock as the referee finally gets it to stop. Yeah, Smith with great, as Tay said, great counter punching in the pocket by Callum Smith. Buatsi, this fight, I got Smith winning this fight. He's going to need something epic in the last 50 seconds. Oh, big right hand for Buatsi. He sweeped it. Smith gave up his height a little bit there, but Smith still getting off first to close this round. Left uppercut by Smith on the inside. Counter left hook, catch and shoot left hook by Smith on the inside. Buatsi, arm weary, legs are tired, exhausted. Callum Smith with the 1-2, split in the high guard. The jab by Callum Smith. 1-2 for Callum Smith. Finish the show, Callum. Come on. Close the show like a champ. 10 seconds left. Buatsi exhausted. And Smith, right when it looked like Buatsi in the 10th and the 11th might steal this fight from him, might make Smith fade. Smith closes the show with the 12th. And I think that was the exclamation mark he needed. Callum Smith knows he's won this fight. I scored this fight for him 116-112. I gave Buatsi the 1st, the 4th, the 10th, and the 11th. And I thought Smith won the other 8 rounds. 116-112, Callum Smith. I was wrong. I picked Buatsi because I said in my breakdown, Callum Smith's the better fighter. He has better balance. Joshua Buatsi has poor defense. But I thought the timing of this fight, Buatsi being the fresher fighter, undefeated, couple years younger, I thought Smith, his courage would let him down. I thought once Buatsi started pressuring him and smothering him, that Smith would cover up too much on the inside. But he didn't. He did exactly what I questioned he may not do, and that's punch in between punches. And because he did that, He's the better fighter. I knew he was the better fighter heading in. I just didn't know if he'd have the gumption to fire in the trenches. And he did over and over and over again. And it was a hell of a fight. And my God, Buatsi, I don't know how he took that left hook in the 12th round. Smith got all the torque on it and knocked his mouthpiece out with it. And he ate it. Buatsi has a fucking chin. But he definitely didn't win this fight. Yeah, 8-4. Z Pacino said, good fight. I was going for Joshua Buatsi, but I'd say a draw or split decision for Smith. I got to push back, Pacino. I had Buatsi winning heading into this fight. No way. No way it's a split or a draw. Competitive fight. Buatsi had some very good moments. Hurt him to the body badly. But I think ultimately there's no way he won more than 5 rounds. No way. There's no way he won 6 rounds. So I would not agree with that. Buatsi knows he didn't win this fight. Smith knows he's won this fight, and Buatsi knows he fell short. That was a good-ass fight. Good scrap. Neither one of these guys is a threat to Benavidez, Beterbiev, or Bivol. But they're excellent at the next tier. They are in the next tier of light heavyweights. And the winner is going to have an interim world title. I mean, technically, the winner is going to be WBO world champ. So, yeah, I don't think either one of these guys are a threat to Beterbiev, Bivol, and Benavidez. And I think David Morrell beats both of them, too. So let's hear the final scorecard.
Rounds of hard-hitting action.
Let's hear it.
We go to the judges' scorecard.
Let me make sure my OBS got that muted. Hold up. 115, 113. 116, 112. Winner by unanimous is Callum Smith. Yep. Yeah, he did that. He definitely earned that. No question. No. Couldn't have went either way. No. Callum Smith won that. Callum Smith won that. Hats off to Callum Smith, man. It wasn't, you can go back and check my breakdown of the fight. It wasn't his skills. I said he had better skills, better balance, and the best punch, the left hook between both of these fighters. I just didn't know if at 34 years old, after getting a beat down by Beterbiev and by Canelo, and the way he folded when those guys started fighting downhill, I just didn't trust his heart, you know, and I say that very respectfully of all fighters. I didn't know if he'd let his nuts hang and let his hands go in between Buatsi's punches, because Buatsi, I said it in my breakdown, he has porous defense. He does not have good defense, but he believes in his chin. I can see why. He's got a great chin. But if you let Buatsi start free-flowing, he gets into a rhythm, and he'll start just letting combinations rip and not really worried about being defensively responsible. And I just didn't believe that Smith would take advantage of those holes. I thought he'd be a little too timid. But nope, he showed, like we always hear in boxing, there are levels to this. Just because he had those tendencies against Beterbiev and Canelo Alvarez, Buatsi is nowhere near those guys. So against a lesser fighter like that, he took advantage and showed his level, showed his class. Really good win for Callum Smith. You know, good fighter. Not sure if he folded. They beat his ass, Sean. Laughing my ass off. No, good point. But I mean, they did. They shut him down, and it's hard to get the left hook off against a short Canelo who gets underneath you with that great head movement. And Smith doesn't have fast feet, so he can't do like Lara or Bivol and use the feet to make the shorter Canelo keep reaching with shots. Smith doesn't have foot speed like that. So Canelo was able to get underneath, and anytime Smith thought of letting the left hook go, Canelo showed with his positioning, I'm just going to get underneath it and then get off. And then Beterbiev, just Beterbiev'd him. every punch hurts. He's hitting you with little arm punches, and everything hurts on the elbows, on the shoulders. So yeah, you got your point, but still, I didn't know. I didn't know if that was gonna show up, and if those guys took a pound of flesh out of him. 119, 110 is horrible. Did one judge have it? I only heard the 15th. Yeah, 1910 is bad. I wouldn't have been mad at 17-11. I wouldn't have been mad at 117, 111. But 119, 109 is terrible. It wasn't 11-1. That's why the other judges had it better. I thought 7-5 is generous. Not a bad card, but a little generous to Buatsi. I think I got it right, but I'm biased. 116, 112. Chat. I think I had the right scorecard. So, Yard versus Smith. I got Yard in that fight, but Smith is better than him. Maybe I got to stop picking against Callum Smith when he's actually better than the other fighter. But you saw that Buatsi, you still see that Smith is easier to make fold and to break than other fighters. Buatsi had about a third or a fourth of the moments that Smith had, and yet you could argue Smith in those 10th and 11th rounds, he looked the most ready to go at any point in the fight, and that's despite absorbing a lot less punishment than Buatsi. So to that point, I think he's technically better than Anthony Yard, but I think Yard can hurt him and is a better puncher than Buatsi. And if Buatsi almost had him ready to go, Yard might get him out of there. But Callum Smith is a better technical fighter than Anthony Yard. But Yard is maybe more powerful than he is. And that's a factor in these fights as well. So, but maybe I got to stop picking against Callum Smith when he's a better technical fighter than his opponent. Yard, to Comps and Clip's point, Yard actually gave Beterbiev a fight. He gave Beterbiev, and styles make fights, but Beterbiev got some resistance out of Anthony Yard. Didn't really get resistance out of Callum Smith. Sean, give me your prediction on this upcoming fight so I can place the bet. Ooh. I picked Zhang, but if Zhang can't walk Kabayel into a bomb in the first 5 to 6 rounds, he may even get stopped because Zhang has a great chin, but he has a big, soft 41-year-old belly. And Kabayel, if you're just looking to bet, I'm not picking Kabayel. I picked Zhang, but I'm 0-1 to start the night. But if you're looking to place a bet, Kabayel by stoppage might have some really big odds, and Kabayel might get him to the body in the later half of the fight. If he can navigate the landmines on the outside from Zhang and get inside, he could, it's worth considering. Yeah, Matt, thank you for the super chat, though. That scorecard was bad. Matt Borgeson said Benavidez versus Smith if Bivol wins. Yeah, why not? But I have no doubt that Benavidez smokes Callum Smith. He's a different level of hand speed and toughness, and but it's a good fight. It's a good fight. That's a fight that makes sense. And David could become the unified interim champion. He could become the WBC, WBA, WBO unified interim champion at light heavyweight. I definitely think David's too much for Callum Smith, though. And I think Morrell would beat Callum Smith. I'd rather see Callum Smith and Morrell. I'd rather see Morrell or Yard. That's just me. I'm kind of hoping Beterbiev wins the main event because I don't know. I don't need to see a trilogy with Bet. That's just my taste. I want to get to Benavidez fighting the winner already. And that's more likely if Beterbiev wins the fight. So we'll see. Callum Smith is going to school Benavidez. You're on your own on that one, Rocky Austin. I highly doubt that the odds makers would agree with you. Callum Smith fights David Benavidez. David's going to be like a 4-1 favorite, maybe more. He's going to be a heavy favorite over Callum Smith. So, go for it. But we'll see. They might fight for undisputed interim at that point. The IBF might get in on the fun and say, we're gonna make this an interim title fight too. So here comes Agit Kabayel. Now, much smaller man than Zhang, outweighed significantly, couple inches shorter, but he is 9 years younger. And this guy kind of like I was talking about with Buatsi, he's not a crisp puncher. He's not a super accurate shot-for-shot guy. He's a very excellent combination puncher, and he doesn't load up on shots. He hurts you through accumulation, and he stays defensively responsible on the outside until he gets you where he wants to get you, and that's on the inside. So expect Kabayel to be conservative and disciplined on the outside with his defense, and to win this fight on the inside, and to win this fight as the fight progresses. Early on, he'll have to be careful at range against Zhang's right hand and left hand. Has great power in both punches. So, he'll have to be conservative early, I think, Kabayel. But if he could withstand the first 5 or 6 rounds and start to see Big Bang Zhang get tired, as he's one to do later on in his fights, Kabayel could even pull something off shocking and stop Zhang to the body. But I picked Zhang because he's better than Kabayel, but he's old. He's 41. I mean, Zhang has timing, power in both hands, a way better amateur background. He medaled. And yeah, he has great timing and is a good counterpuncher too. So I got Zhang, but I wouldn't be that surprised if not only he loses, but he gets stopped from an accumulation of body work by Agit Kabayel. So let's see. Here we go. He's a good fighter, though, but he can't mess with Morrell and Benavidez. That's how I feel about Callum Smith. But maybe we're being biased Americans. I don't think so. I think we're correct, but, maybe they will fight and we'll find out. But I'd rather see Benavidez fight the winner of tonight. It's about that time. The only thing that worries me with Artur is father time and what comes with that. Yeah, 40 years old and bad knees against a guy that's going to take advantage of those knees with movement. I picked Beterbiev, but I might have picked him because I want to hurry up and get to Beterbiev and Benavidez already. But I picked Beterbiev. We'll see. We'll touch on that more closer to main event time. But Agit Kabayel, a Kurdish German. Haven't seen a lot of fighters with his background at this level, but he's nasty on the inside, relentless, giving up some size and some pedigree to Zhang, but almost a decade younger. So Kabayel looks a little wide-eyed in there and dry. Kabayel getting introduced now. Doesn't have a good sweat worked up. And, we like to play armchair psychologist. Looks a little, maybe nervous. Maybe a little tense. Knows what he's up against. This is a step up for him. Zhang, meanwhile, got a great game face on. Got that scowl on his look, that furrowed brow. He looks dry too, though. Both fighters is dry. And you don't like to see that heading into a heavyweight fight, but let's see. Drummers against it. What's up, brother? Thank you, my man. Said always accurate and unbiased. Thanks, man. Yeah, you got it. You got it. Always good to see you, Drummers against it. Relax. It's only money. Says, I got Zhang by stoppage in 4. Let's see. Stevenson, Ortiz, Zhang, Smith, Adames, Parker, and Bivol were my picks. Yeah, I might go below 500 tonight. I don't know. We'll see. I'm not tripping. I just want to... Well, I will be tripping a little bit deep down inside, but I just want to call the fights down the middle, and it's less about me picking the winners right tonight. It's a lot of 50-50 fights. Just let it play out and call it like we see it. Not get married to our picks. Like in the Smith-Buatsi fight. Pick Buatsi, called Smith winning decisively throughout. So, you guys know how we do. Dre League says, Sean is the best in the game. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. Thank you for the super chat. Party Time says, do you think Zhang can pull it off? I do think he can pull it off. And I favor him to pull it off because he's better than Kabayel. He made it all the way to a gold medal match with Joshua in the Olympics. He's the guy who's got the more traditional boxing skill of timing and counterpunching. Kabayel is a relentless fighter who beats you up on the inside with a lot of arm punches. Or he doesn't sit down on every shot. He's become effective with what he does best. But if you look at by the book, boxing skill, Zhang is clearly the better fighter. But he's 41 and he has stamina problems. And this guy, his best strengths are working your body with an accumulative effect. So if Zhang blows his gas in the first 5 or 6 and Kabayel is on the inside and get into that body, you could get a shocking stoppage. But I got Zhang. Yes, I do think he could pull this off. Z Pacino said, I'm going to try to score this fight better than the last one. So, oh, you're good, brother. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. All right. No, now Kabayel looks ready to fight. I was saying he looks a little nervous. Now he's looking at Zhang like, what's good? Yeah, he's ready to fight. He got a little cockiness to him in that stare down, did Kabayel. So let's see, man. Let's see how Kabayel navigates the distance. Let's see how these two styles play out against each other. Thank you for the super chat party time. Carlos or Hamza? Hamza. Shiraz. I got Shiraz. All right, round 1. The big southpaw, the big bang against Kabayel. Kabayel moving to his left immediately. And Zhang, right hook, straight left hand, trying to punch around that high guard a little bit there. Kabayel on the back foot to start, boxing. Let's go of a left hook, straight right hand, falls short against the taller man, but Kabayel bouncing to his left, now bouncing to his right. Bouncing to his left. Zhang staying on top of him with some good positioning. Straight left hand for Zhang gets blocked. Little bit of measuring with the lead hand by both fighters. Kabayel moving out to his right, moving out to his left, switching directions on Zhang, trying to put him on a string. Kabayel short with his first straight right hand. Back comes Zhang trying to counter, but good left hand gets in for Zhang off the jab, but Kabayel took it well. Kabayel sweeps his right hand and throws a left hook to the body and a right hand. Good sequence there for Kabayel. Good straight right hand to the body and another straight right hand to the body. And Zhang says, come on, that's nothing, but that means it got his attention. And that's the key for Kabayel, that body. Kabayel stepping over to his left, showing a little bit more fluidity with his lateral movement than I anticipated. Straight left hand for Zhang, falls a little short. Kabayel making the big man use his feet. And Kabayel plants and fires a good sequence of punches there halfway through the round. Straight right hand to the body by Kabayel. That's the problem for Zhang in round 1. Oh, good counter right hook by Zhang just off the mark. Zhang trying to make him pay for reaching to that body. Left hook to the body by Zhang. Gives him a taste of his own medicine. And a straight left hand up top by Zhang. And Kabayel is hurt in the first. A little buzz. Right hook to the body for Zhang. Kabayel backs out of range. Knows it's a little too early to go crazy with this big boy. Minute left in the first round. Both fighters already had some moments. Zhang with the bigger moment. Minute left in the first. Kabayel moving right to left, left to right. Jab to the body by Kabayel. Zhang with good timing. Coming back with a jab up top. And Zhang would be wise not to expend too much energy here. Let Kabayel expend some energy with this movement early on. 40 seconds left. Slightly a Zhang round because of that moment he had about 40 seconds ago where he buzzed Kabayel. Kabayel on the outside, a little too far out. But trying to make the big man, the big 41-year-old, burn up some of that gas tank early. Kabayel clinches up and Zhang the stronger man, so Kabayel gets him in a headlock. And Zhang punches with a free hand, tells the referee, hey, make him cut that shit out. 10 seconds left. Straight left hand splits the high guard for Zhang. Zhang with that lead hand low, already huffing and puffing though is Zhilei Zhang. And that does it for round 1. Good body work early with the right hand for Agit Kabayel and some surprising fluidity with the lateral movement. And Kabayel was on his way to having a good round, but Zhang found him with the left hand, found him with a sequence of punches and buzzed him and pushed him back. And that was the moment of the round that gave the round to Zhang. 10-9 Zhang, but already a little bit of huffing and puffing at the end. And you saw that body shot. But Zhang is smart. High IQ fighter. He immediately started to make Kabayel think, okay, if you're going to reach down to that body, I'm going to go for broke and try to counter you with a right hook or something in between your body shot. So you better think twice before hitting this big soft belly. Yep, that counter right hook, it landed, and then a left hand counter. Kabayel showing good chin though, man. That was a right hook, big left hand anchor shot, and he ate the two-piece. He ate it. So let's see here. Into round 2. Zhang picks that lead hand up a little bit. Right hand to the belt line for Kabayel to start. Straight right hand. Now Kabayel coming forward, applying a little bit of pressure. And I don't know if Zhang... Oh, straight left hand lands for Zhang. That's what he's got to do. Kabayel gets Zhang near the ropes and flurries to the body. Zhang says, come on. Straight right hand lands for Kabayel on the inside. 2-3 body shots followed up. Oh, right uppercut lands for Kabayel and a sequence of body shots. Back comes Zhang with a straight left hand, but one punch at a time to answer the combo of Kabayel. Off to a good start this round. Kabayel coming downhill now, forcing Zhang back. You're not going to see that a lot against Zhang. But Kabayel knows how to make himself small on the inside. More body shots by Kabayel. More body shots by Kabayel. Zhang trying to counter on the inside. More body shots by Kabayel. Straight left hand by Zhang. Zhang's going to have to make those punches. Oh, more body shots by Kabayel. Exquisite combination puncher to the body is Kabayel. He puts them together quick. I know, and Zhang already read around the midsection. Zhang overshoots. Straight right hand gets in for Kabayel on the inside. Left hook to the body for Kabayel on the inside. Keeps it short and compact on the inside and doesn't let Zhang extend his power. Left uppercut short for Zhang. Short little shots to the body by Kabayel in the center of the ring. Just ding, ding, ding. Oh, big right hook by Zhang. Another, and a good left hand to the body for Zhang. That backs Kabayel up. But Kabayel right back in the phone booth, working the short uppercuts, working the sweeping hands, just putting little shots together. Doesn't have to sit down on any one shot. Short right hook on the inside for Zhang. But Kabayel working the body. Touching up top. Touching up top. This fight ain't going 12. Big left hand by Zhang. He touches with the lead hand and sets it up. But Kabayel takes it. It comes right back to that body. More body shots on the inside by Kabayel. On the center of the ring. I don't know if Zhang's going to withstand this kind of body attack over 12. He's going to have to land a bomb. Right uppercut lands for Zhang. And it backs Kabayel up. But Kabayel is eating the power. And coming back to the body. Left uppercut for Zhang. Sets up a combination up top. But Kabayel defensively responsible. Covers up. 30 seconds left in the round. This is a Kabayel round. He's getting hit with some counter shots. Some big shots. But he's taking it well. Right uppercut for Kabayel with Zhang backing out of range. Zhang turns them back into the center of the ring. Zhang, 2 right hooks over the mark. Not quite able to land. Kabayel taking a bit of a deep breath and steps out of range now. And that'll do it. Kabayel's round, 1-1. I got this 19-19. Ah, man. Kabayel looks comfortable at that pace, but at the same time, he's a big boy. And he could get tired throwing that many punches in close. But there's no way I think Zhang could just withstand giving up that many shots to the body round after round. As tough as he is. You know he's feeling it. Damn, we already got 100 likes on the live. Please hit the like if you haven't already. Hope you guys are enjoying the commentary. Yeah, Michael Jordan saying Kabayel showing a hell of a chin. He is. And I bet you that surprised Zhang a little bit. He hit him with his money right hook and the left hand. And the man didn't go anywhere. So you don't want to, if you're Kabayel, any moment now one of those could get you. But it's a good sign for Kabayel that in round 1 when Zhang is at his freshest, that he took the power. So round 3, here we go. Big combination to start for Kabayel. Works right on the inside, gets right to the body. Back comes Zhang, but Zhang forced to throw at a range he doesn't really want to throw at. 2 hard body shots by Zhang. Kabayel giving as good as he got there. Straight right hand by Kabayel. Right hook to the body by Zhang. Zhang starting to give him his own medicine, trying this adjustment out in round 3. Let me hit you to your body. See how you like it. And Zhang pushes off on Kabayel in the clinch. Back in the center of the ring. Kabayel measuring with his lead hand. Gets a left hook to the body. Left hook right hand to the body. Zhang forced to just cover up and can't match the work rate. Kabayel in close. Zhang ties him up. Zhang might want to tie him up a little bit more to create that separation. Another headlock by Kabayel, and he's got to get warned for that. Referee does warn him for that. Zhang pushing off on the inside, creating a little bit of room for the 1-2. Big sweeping left hand lands for Zhang, but the right hook gets smothered by Kabayel. Kabayel taking the power and not bothered by it early on. Zhang huffing and puffing a little bit. 2 or 3 body shots by Kabayel, and Zhang takes a deep breath. More body shots by Kabayel. He is relentless to the body. It's a unique style. You're not going to see a lot of guys find a way to crowd you in the center of the ring and throw short little continuous body shots. Good right hook to the body by Zhang. Sweeping right hand counter by Kabayel and a right uppercut counter and a body shot by Kabayel. That midsection of Zhang is completely reddened now already in the 3rd round. Kabayel working in the inside. 2 body. I don't know if Zhang's going to be able to hold up to this body work, chat. His whole body is red and he's taking deep breaths. Kabayel might stop Zhang. 3 more body shots by Kabayel. He is relentless to the body. Straight left hand, right hook for Zhang, but already steam is leaving his punches. Right, left hook to the body by Kabayel. Everything is a combination by Kabayel. It's looking good for a Geek Kabayel right now, chat. Looking very good for him. More combinations on the inside for Kabayel, and he's busting up Zhang. To the body and to the head, but really to that body. Man, Zhang is red all over that midsection. Sweeping right hand, sets up body shots again for Kabayel. I don't know, man. Zhang's going to need a big bang miracle shot here. And he's already landed a few, and it didn't bother Kabayel. 2 more body shots by Kabayel. Kabayel doing a beautiful job of mixing up his punches, taking something off of him, touching the head, and then big bink to the body. Very good stuff by Kabayel. And I didn't expect this level of versatility from Kabayel. For him to be able to bounce on the outside when he wants to and then pick his spot to get back on the inside. He's controlling the pace and the real estate in that ring. 2-1 for Kabayel. Zhang is a tough mofo. You could tell he has a strong will. But at 41 years old, I don't know how much more he could keep taking these shots to the body. Yeah, I just don't know, man. So I got a 29-28 Kabayel, and he looks like the guy with all the momentum, you know, as we progress further into this fight. They're showing Joe Parker in the dressing room. He looks very fresh and ready to go and ready to fight. So here we go. Round 4 set to start. Zhang gonna have to continue to try to counterpunch and land a hard shot to hurt Kabayel. He's not gonna be able to beat him punch for punch. Kabayel goes right back to the body to start round 4. More body shots, and he'll mix in the headshot just to get back to the body. And no matter how much Zhang sinks his elbows down low, Kabayel is punching around the elbows and underneath the elbows to the body. Zhang just covering up in round 4. Just covering up. More body shots by Kabayel. Zhang trying to create some room. Right hook to the body by Zhang. And the referee warned Zhang for pushing off. 2, 3, 4 more body shots on the inside by Kabayel. Right uppercut lifts Zhang's head up. Right uppercut again for Kabayel. Followed up by a left hook to the body. Zhang's hurt. Zhang's hurt. Zhang's buzzed. Kabayel. 2, 3, 4 body shots. Straight right hand for Kabayel. Back comes Zhang with a hard right hook to the body. Zhang's just going to have to let it go. Left hook to the body by Kabayel again. Oh my God, man. Just, short left hand on the inside for Zhang. Right uppercut for Zhang. Backs Kabayel up a little bit, but Kabayel right back in his chest. And if those shots didn't hurt Kabayel earlier, are they really going to hurt Kabayel when Zhang is already losing steam? And Zhang, frustrated, shoves the head of Kabayel. Gets warned by that for the referee. Kabayel working his jab to get inside, gets inside, works to the body. Zhang has to tie him up in the center of the ring. And Kabayel, what's impressive about Kabayel tonight, he hasn't had to smother Zhang to the ropes. He's getting off this work in the center of the ring. Big straight left hand by Zhang, but Kabayel keeps that chin tucked. Took it more on the head than he did on the chin. Kabayel, 2, 3, 4 body shots on the inside. Left uppercut for Zhang, but Kabayel walking through Zhang's punches. Short combinations by Kabayel. Right uppercut. Mixes in the body shots. 2, 3 body shots. Zhang has got to be the most uncomfortable he's ever been as a professional in there. Right hand to the body. Right uppercut. Left hook to the body by Kabayel. Kabayel is cooking Zhilei Zhang right now. Man, he's got to be throwing 80 punches around. And he's relaxed and calm. And he doesn't load up on shots. So Zhang is tired. Straight left hand by Zhang had very little steam on it. Kabayel lands the jab. Now he's in close. Zhang, arm weary. Not a lot of snap on his punches on the inside. Big right hand by Kabayel up top. Straight right now. Kabayel beginning to find the chin up top. Not just the body. Zhang, both hands at his side. Kabayel is on his way to winning this fight by stoppage. Combination by Zhang. He answers with a sequence of punches, but not a lot on them. And his power has no effect on Kabayel tonight. Yeah, Kabayel wins the fourth, and he looks on his way to stopping Zhang at some point in this fight. Just by attrition. Zhang does not have a good gas tank. Hey, Brendan, what's up, my man? True School. Hey, you about to be 2-0, bro. Or no, we both picked Buatsi. You about to get the Zhang fight right. I feel like me and Brendan broke down how each fighter, even if we get our picks wrong, I was okay with it because we broke down how the other guy that we didn't pick would win the fight. And Callum Smith won the fight exactly the way we said he could win the fight if he would let his hands go in between Buatsi's punches. We just didn't think he would, but he did. Same thing here. Brendan picked Kabayel. I picked Zhang, but I said, look, Zhang could get stopped to the body in this fight. And it kind of looks like that's where we're headed. So we'll see. What round is it? We are heading into the 5th round now. Heading into the 5th round. 2-2 Zhang? No way, V2K. This is 3-1 Kabayel. Combination by Kabayel to start. Kabayel ripping the body. Left hook, straight right hand. Left hook, straight right hand to start. Short left hook lands for Kabayel. Right hand lands for Kabayel up top. Kabayel is busting Zhang up. DAZN has it 3-1. I have the same scorecard. Zhang is in retreat. Zhang is exhausted, and I don't see how Zhang turns this fight around. Kabayel's on his way to a stoppage. 2 body shots by Kabayel. Zhang's corner might want to throw in the towel if this keeps up. Because Zhang is very tough. He's not going to quit, and he's going to go out on his shield. Oh, Zhang with a straight left hand! Down goes Kabayel! What was I saying? Commentators curse, straight left hand drops Kabayel on the inside. He thought he was safe. He thought he was in control. Zhang got his big moment right here. The power was still there. Right hook for Zhang. I love boxing. This is crazy. Oh, shit. Zhang is a little too tired to follow it up, but he still got the snap on his shot. Zhang with a straight left hand, measures with the jab. Follows it up. Kabayel trying to recover. Straight left hand by Zhang, just off the mark. Touch straight left hand lands for Zhang. Both hands down at his side. He's exhausted, but he just turned the fight around. Body shot by Kabayel. Steps in with the right uppercut and works the left hook to the body. There's that IQ of Zhang. He found an opening and adjusted. Wow. Oh, right hook by Zhang. Kabayel lands a straight right hand. They exchange there. And now Kabayel knows he's still got to respect the big man. He was fighting downhill. It looked like Zhang was on his way out of this fight. Zhang with a short combination on the inside. Kabayel eats it well. Good jab by Kabayel. Zhang, big huff and a puff. Makes him miss with his hands down, does Zhang. Impressive move there. Zhang, both hands down. Trying to find the mark. Shades of the Joe Parker fight where he's losing rounds but then finds a way to score a knockdown to keep himself in it on the cards. Zhang pecking away with the lead hand, taking half steps back, trying to walk Kabayel into something. Kabayel landing a lead left hand. Zhang almost counters and punches in between. Nice right uppercuts by Kabayel and left hooks to the body. Kabayel still getting some work done. Right uppercut by Kabayel and a left hook to the body. Right uppercut to the head and to the body by Kabayel. Zhang has to push off and take a deep breath. Kabayel still in this fight. Oh, good short combination to the head for Kabayel. Kabayel closed that round strong, but it's all even now. Kabayel did recover well, as my guy Tede said, but now 3-2, and with the knockdown, an even fight. 47-47 after 5 rounds. Kabayel looked like he was on his way to stopping Zhang. Zhang actually switched. He squared his feet and threw a right uppercut and a... So, Zhang, what an interesting sequence of punches. Zhang squares his feet and lets go of the southpaw stance for a second and throws a straight left hand and then the right uppercut to set up the momentum on the next straight left hand, and he dropped it and down went Kabayel on that knockdown. That was beautiful. Zhang squares his feet up. And see, guys, why does Benavidez square his feet up? Sometimes it can create angles and openings that staying to your boxing base, lead foot in front, won't allow you to punch off of. So that was a very creative, high IQ sequence there for Big Bang. But was it enough to swing the fight back in his favor? We're in the 6th, and Kabayel is still the fresher guy by far. Straight right hand for Kabayel. Straight right hand for Kabayel. Left hook to the body for Kabayel. Left hook, straight right hand to the body for Kabayel. And he sweeps the right hand a couple of times. Zhang very tired, but still dangerous apparently. All Zhang needs is a couple of moments and he can still win the fight by knockout. Zhang trying to set something up, trying to lay certain traps in there, but Kabayel, all the while he's setting those traps, is working and landing to the head and to the body. Right uppercut sets up a straight right hand to the body for Kabayel. 2 more body shots. Zhang gets hit with a low blow. It looked like he was about to go down on a body shot, but instead it's a low blow, and Zhang's going to get a much-needed breather. No, the referee makes him go right back. What was that? Right hook lands for Zhang. But he's hurt and bleeding from the nose. Right hook on the inside for Zhang again. Punching in between punches. Short right hand for Kabayel. And a right uppercut for Kabayel. And 2 body shots by Kabayel. Zhang is exhausted. But Kabayel isn't fresh as a daisy either. But he's younger and fresher. And this is so far all Kabayel's round. Straight left hand though lands for Zhang on the inside. And a right hook. Good moment there for Zhang. Zhang pushing off. Center ring. Kabayel getting a little sloppier with his body work. His punches are getting a little less, snappy. Zhang, big straight left hand, right hook. Missed both. Back comes Kabayel. Short shots to the body and to the head. And Zhang is clinching them. Not trying to just take those body shots. Kabayel gets him in a little bit of a headlock. Referee having to warn these guys. 2 big guys getting run. Big straight left hand by Zhang. He ate 2 or 3 body shots but did the catch and shoot. But big straight right hand by Kabayel, knocking the head up of Zhang in the ropes. Punching in combination. Another left hook to the body, straight right hand. Zhang crossed his feet. He's very tired. Right hand to the body, left hook to the body, and down goes Zhang to the body. Zhang takes a knee to the body. That 41-year-old is writhing in pain to the body. Will he get up? Will he get up? Will he get up? He's counted out. It's a 6th round knockout to the body for Agit Kabayel. And someone asked me before, what's the bet you should lay? I said the bet was Kabayel by knockout to the body. That's what went down. I wish I would have. I had a feeling Kabayel would stop Zhang to the body, but I went with Zhang. I'm 0-2 to start. I said Callum Smith's the better technical fighter, but I picked Buatsi. It's funny, I didn't pick Callum Smith because he's the technically better fighter, but I picked Zhang because he's the technically better fighter, and I got it backwards. I thought that the timing of the fight for Buatsi would overcome the skill of Smith, and it didn't. And for some reason, I thought at 41 years old, the skill would overcome the timing of the fight favoring Kabayel. I mixed it up and got both wrong. It was... The timing of the fight favored Buatsi, but not to the point where he could overcome the fact that Callum Smith is a more skilled fighter than he is. Zhang's superior skill overall couldn't overcome the timing of this fight just favoring the younger, fresher Kabayel. So, I got it backwards. There you go. I go against my own breakdowns, right? That's what I did. I should be 2-0, but I'm 0-2. But hey, at least I broke down how both guys would. I know I broke down exactly how both guys would win the fight and just didn't pick them. So 0-2. Yeah, that was a great fight, all things considered. And kind of a cool. I think Zhang, like if he retired, that was a cool moment. He went. Every great fighter has one last great fight in them, and Zhang had one last great moment in him with that knockdown, and that was a cool moment for Zhang. You knew he was about to get stopped in that round, but he had one last spark in that 41-year-old body. This fight was as much about timing as it was Kabayel being the better man tonight. Zhang, I think a couple years ago, could have won this fight, but 41 years old and that big old belly. So, hey, Matt Smith said, great call, Sean. I live bet a Geek KO on your rec. What odds did you get the KO at, Matt Smith? Yeah, I'm curious. What's up, Yeshua Savior? What's up, Titus? Oh, yeah. Happy to have you, Titus. I'm happy you're still rocking with me, brother. So, hey, Kabayel finishes him to the body. Good stuff by Kabayel. Curious, is anybody cooking me on Twitter yet for being 0-2? I gotta check. Nope, no one cares. No one cares, right? Plus 110? Really, Matt Smith? That was it on a stoppage? I thought you would get like plus 2 something. I know Kabayel was the favorite, but okay, well, hey, you made some money though. It all works out. That's good. So, yeah, Kabayel, man. He's not a sexy fighter. Like he's not doesn't got crazy hand speed and doesn't have a bunch of crazy moves and isn't this crazy crafty counterpuncher and all that kind of stuff. But he's very effective with what he does and he's underrated. He's always going to be a little slept on because he doesn't have jump off the screen stuff. But he's an exquisite combination puncher and body puncher when he gets to his distance. And tonight, he showed more in his game than I knew he had. And he's very physically and mentally tough and durable. So he's a tough night at the office for anybody in the division. He's a tough mofo and craftier than he might seem at first. You know, if you let him on the inside, that's your ass. He's just going to throw and throw and throw and be short. And he tucks his chin and he gets to a real estate on the inside where you can't get extension. And he's not worried about getting extension. Like Callum Smith on those left hooks to the body. He's not trying to like Canelo with the left hook to the body. He just wants to touch. And in the midst of him touching, he's going to pull some leverage off on a couple of those shots. So yeah, he may throw 6 or 7 punches and 4 or 5 of them doesn't really have that leverage on it. But if he's able to get in where he wants and throw his combinations, he's going to generate some leverage on a few of them in those sequences. So you're getting like that's how he's doing you. And yeah, he's a bad boy. Yeah, it's good stuff, man. Good stuff. Are we really already ready for Ortiz and Madrimov? God damn. So this is the one you can cook me on. I got Ortiz, and I'm standing on it. This isn't one of those. Now, it is a 50-50 fight, and Ortiz doesn't have a lot of defensive sophistication. And guys like Boachuk and Kaviaskis have found him with the right hand, and Madrimov is quicker and even craftier than they are with his right hand. So you could break down the tape and definitely see that you did. Hey, what's up, Worm? Told you again, had that shot. You did. But Worm, before you cook me, did I not at least break down exactly how Kabayel would win? I said he might stop him to the body, right? So, but I still got it wrong. But I get it. Madrimov, he's stout at 154. Virgil's still growing into the weight class. He's a grown-ass man. And he's got a right hand and a left hook, and he's got footwork and angles. And Virgil, has been vulnerable to guys sneaking him with shots. But I got Virgil, and I'm standing on that one. I think Virgil's going to win the fight. I think just with hand speed, punching power, balls, work rate, and I think he'll show us he's underrated skills wise, or he'll get exposed to a degree. But I got Ortiz, so let's see. What's up, Superstar Will? Let's see. Hopefully Madrimov will figure him out early. Virgil Ortiz KO, says Carlos Valdez. Worm said, yes, you did. Thank you, brother. Thank you. I got it wrong, but at least I broke down exactly how I would be wrong. So, for what that's worth. Hey, where I put my phone at? Dang, I guess I left my phone upstairs. No phone needed today. No, I got it. I kind of wanted, I want my babies to make a cameo while we're wasting some time here. So who's up next? Do we got Virgil and Madrimov this early on the card? Or are we going Shiraz and Adames? Well, the logic there might be that they're title fights. Virgil and Madrimov, it's for the WBC interim title, but Shiraz and Adames is for the WBC middleweight title, and Shakur's fight is for the WBC lightweight title. So, that might be it. Superstar Will, yes sir. Thank you, my man. Drummers Against It said Madrimov will knock out Ortiz. He gets careless. Very possible. Very possible. And he doesn't have the most defensive sophistication out of his high guard a lot of times. But that boy throws heat for all 12, and he's got a big set of balls. Anytime you hurt him, he comes right back. And maybe that gets taken advantage of against a crafty guy with power in Madrimov. But I think ultimately Virgil Ortiz will huff and puff and blow Madrimov's house down. That's not the most sophisticated breakdown and take, but I kind of think, to put it in the simplest terms possible, that's what'll happen. Madrimov will probably hurt him. Madrimov will have some moments where he's the more skilled, crafty fighter, but Ortiz won't stop coming. And I think he's technically sound and tight enough that in addition to all that work rate and speed and heat he throws, it's going to be enough. I think he's going to want it a little bit more than Madrimov, but we'll see. Gemro, am I saying that? Gemro. But thank you for the super chat. Said, I made money listening to your breakdown because I came to a different conclusion. You break things down analytically, but then talk yourself out of it. Yeah, I usually am good at not doing that. But because we had so many 50-50 type fights, I had a feeling I might do that in this card. And I have been so far. But I'm happy you were smart, even though I was dumb, and you made some money. So good. Ortiz by stoppage is plus 330. I like that bet. That's all I'm going to say. I like that bet. Here comes Madrimov. Israel Madrimov coming to the ring. Former WBA super welterweight champion. You could definitely argue gave Crawford his toughest fight. It's either him, Mean Machine, Yuriorkis Gamboa, Sean Porter, or Jose Benavidez. Those are the top 5 guys that gave Terrence Crawford some resistance. And out of those guys, I think he's the only one who went the distance. So, off top, if I recall correctly. And he was hitting Crawford with a lot of right hands. I was at that fight in LA, BMO Stadium, and once we entered rounds 9 or 10, and Madrimov had put together a couple of rounds in 7, 8, and 9, it got tense in LA. It was like, okay, is Crawford gonna lose this fight? And you always had a feeling, no, he's gonna find the answer at the end here. He's gonna pull this thing out. But I remember rounds 9 and 10 when Madrimov was building momentum in a number of those rounds, it started to feel like this is getting dicey and Crawford might cough this thing up. But he put his foot on the gas, closed the show like a champion, and won that fight. Here comes Virgil Ortiz to the ring. And I think Ortiz, has vulnerabilities, but I think he has a lot of strengths. And I think he wins this fight in similar comparison to how he beat Mean Machine against Crawford. He took more punishment against Mean Machine. He had bandy legs more often than Crawford did against Mean Machine, but he ultimately knocked him out and dropped him more times and sooner than Crawford did. Similar situation here. I think Ortiz is going to take more punishment than Crawford did against Madrimov, but I also think he's going to dish out more punishment than Crawford did against Madrimov. So I got Ortiz winning this fight, but let's see what goes down. You guys know once the bell rings, fight picks go out the window, and may the best man win, and we call it down the line. So let's see. That robe is nice. I agree. Very nice robe. Kind of reminds me of Ryan Garcia's robe when he lost to Tank, but this one's nicer. So let's see. Amir the Legend said, fight of the night right here. Lelo74 said, Madrimov's a tough guy. Maybe too tough for Virgil, who last time struggled a lot. People forget that Virgil is fighting above his natural weight. Yeah, he's still growing into the weight class, and Madrimov is a stout, grown-ass man at this weight class. But those 12 rounds with Boacek, they're going to pay a dividend tonight. Young fighters, when they're hungry and they're doing the sport right, at 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, those mid-20s age, you get better from hard 12-round fights like that. As long as it didn't do anything to break you mentally or, and Ortiz, I don't think is that kind of customer by any means. So I think you're going to get a slightly better Ortiz after the Boacek fight. And Madrimov's better skills than Boacek, quicker than Boacek's, craftier than Boacek. But he's not as relentless, and we don't know if he's as durable as Boacek. I know Boacek got knocked out once by Brandon Adams, but outside of that, he is a tough motherfucker when it comes to withstanding punishment. I don't know if Madrimov's built to take punishment like that. He's more of a talented, athletic guy who probably isn't as comfortable taking and absorbing punches as a guy like Boacek. So we'll see. Hey, Worm said, I'll be back, fellers. He hit us with the butters. Gee, fellers. Respect Sean Z. And still, best boxing channel on YouTube. Thank you, sir, even though we're off to an 0-2 start. So here we go. This is a lot of people's fight of the night. Talk to a lot of the hardcores. This is the one they're really been anticipating more than all the other fights. So let's get it. Looking at their bodies, we got to see... Madrimov, to me, doesn't look, as chiseled as I've seen him in the past. In the abs, his abs aren't as cut up as I'm used to seeing them. Still, obviously, in really good shape, but those abs, I've seen them look better by Madrimov, and Ortiz is a good body puncher. Also, Madrimov, even though he's the more natural 54-pounder, he's not... that big. He's 5'8". Ortiz has the longer reach and is a couple, is an inch or two taller. So a lot being made about Ortiz being a welterweight and moving up. And yes, he is still not the natural 154-pounder that Madrimov is, but it might be a little overstated. Ortiz got that weird chest. Got that weird, bird chest. 22-0, 21 knockouts for Virgil. Don't sleep on the power in this fight. And Virgil just looks mean. I always like Virgil's game face and his intensity. Don't always love his IQ, but I love his intensity in the ring. He's a ferocious fighter with a lot of balls. And that's going to pay dividends for him in this fight, I think. My man, BT, True School Sports, we both picked Virgil, and I thought he summed it up very well. He said, Virgil will make Madrimov fight in spots where he doesn't want to fight. Madrimov's going to want to slow it down a little bit, pick them apart, and Virgil might just, make it a fight. So we'll see. Both fighters in the center of the ring now. Ortiz got a great... the last couple fights, guys came into the ring dry. These guys got a good sweat worked up, especially Ortiz. So here we go. Superstar Will said, bro, you put a band on Ortiz. Someone put a band on Ortiz? All right. All right, round one, baby. Let's get it. Ortiz as expected in that high guard. Madrimov shifting his weight over to the right. Shifting his weight over to the left. Stepping to the right. Double jab by Ortiz to get him started. That jab to the body, and Ortiz already closing the distance on Madrimov. Good jab by Ortiz. Ortiz has an underrated jab. He always throws it at one speed, but he'll double it up, and he shoots it out of the high guard. Ortiz, a little bit of bend to his upper body early on. Now Madrimov starts with his jab and gets himself in the center ring. Double jab by Ortiz, effective though, and backs Madrimov off, and that jab got through. Ortiz moving his head out of the high guard slightly, applying pressure. Madrimov escapes to his right. Madrimov bounces out to his right. Ortiz with a 1-2, but it's blocked. Madrimov in the corner, catches the left hook on the elbow to the body. Ortiz getting off first to start this fight in minute number 1. Madrimov, both hands low, getting his bounce going. Good, straight right hand to the body by Madrimov. And now Madrimov short with the jab. Madrimov trying to loosen up. Ortiz applying intelligent pressure. Good straight right hand to the body again by Madrimov. And he might be trying to set it up top by first making Ortiz take his hands down to the midsection. Good jab by Ortiz. Ortiz got to use that jab to cut the distance and not just stay at home with the high guard and let Madrimov pick apart with that right hand to the body halfway through the round. Madrimov freezing Ortiz's work rate and slowing the pace down with his movement and his feints a little bit and his awkwardness. Ortiz with a double jab. That jab will be key against this awkward Madrimov. Madrimov shuffling out to his right, shuffling out to his left. Ortiz off the mark with a left hook to the body. Complains about that headbutt with Madrimov coming in. 1-2 by Madrimov against the high guard of Ortiz. And a straight right hand by Madrimov. A touching jab, all against the high guard. Ortiz blocking those shots. Madrimov's back near the ropes. Shuffles out to his right, shuffles out to his left. Creates space. Back near the ropes again. Good jab by Madrimov. He placed that jab as Ortiz tried to open up with his lead hand. Madrimov frustrating Ortiz maybe a little bit here with the movement and the jab. Jab by Madrimov, and Ortiz has to be careful. He can't freeze in front of this movement or Madrimov will pick him apart. Madrimov with a short little right hand on the high guard and dips underneath the counter shot by Ortiz. Left hook to the body, gets in for Ortiz with Madrimov covering up against the ropes, but Madrimov gets back in the center of the ring behind his jab. Straight right hand by Madrimov, follows up with the jab and a right hand again. Ortiz with a very good high guard catching those shots, but that's solid work from Madrimov. Jab to the body by Ortiz, but he misses the left hook up top. Straight left hand out of the southpaw for Madrimov and a little bit of red around Ortiz's face, so that tells you some of those snuck through. Double jab by Ortiz, backs Madrimov into the corner. Hard round to score. Very hard round to score. Do you give Madrimov credit for frustrating Ortiz, or do you give Ortiz credit for being the aggressor? Neither guy landed a whole lot of shots. Ortiz landed a couple of jabs, got in a little bit of a left hook to the body in one sequence, but then for about 2 minutes, Ortiz was frozen on the outside from the footwork of Madrimov, and Madrimov did touch him with a couple of straight right hands to the body. It was a very close round. The pace was dictated by Madrimov. That's Madrimov's fight, slowing Ortiz. So he effectively slowed Ortiz down that round, but do you really give him a round for fighting off the back foot and evading the whole time as Ortiz stayed on top of him? I don't know, chat. That's a tough round to score. It really is. Gemra, thank you for the super chat. What about what Madrimov gained from 12 versus Bud? Good point. Superstar Will with the super chat said Madrimov's feints are confusing, bro. They are. And his rhythm. And he froze Virgil with that rhythm a little bit. Virgil short with a left hook to the body. Too far out. Good right hand by Madrimov. Shoots over the top of Virgil's jab. Virgil trying to knife in a left hook to the body, falls short. Can't cut the distance like he was able to in the first minute of the first round. They trade body shots. Madrimov turning Ortiz in the center of the ring and sweeps the right hand of the body. Ortiz with good timing to let his left hook to the body go at the same time. Now a right hand gets in for Ortiz. And back comes Madrimov with a 1-2, but it's blocked by Ortiz and then the left hook to the body. So Ortiz made Madrimov back straight out. He followed him out with the right hand there. Very competitive early technical action here. Madrimov stepping out to his right. Ortiz trying to apply the pressure. Gets his left hook blocked. Gets his left hook to the body, caught on the elbow. Now Ortiz has Madrimov pinned on the rope. Sweeps the right hand of the body. Madrimov pushes him off to create distance. Back on the jab is Ortiz. Staying in the high guard. Ortiz short with the jab. Staying in the high guard, applying pressure. Madrimov both hands down. Now he's near the corner. Ortiz has cut him off. Jab to the stomach for Ortiz. He misses the right hand up top. In old school scoring, Madrimov would be being penalized right now for being too evasive. It's Ortiz trying to make the fight. Jab to the stomach by Ortiz. Madrimov, loosey-goosey, shoots his jab from the hip, but Ortiz with a tight high guard right now, catching and blocking those shots. He's frustrated, but staying on top of Madrimov. Jab to the body by Ortiz. Madrimov not letting his hands go right now. Straight right hand by Madrimov, but Ortiz blocks it. Stays on top of him. Jab by Madrimov from the hip. Madrimov, both hands down, herky-jerky. Left, right, right, left. Left hook to the body by Ortiz. He caught a lead left hook and catch and shoot with a left hook to the body. Good shot by Ortiz. Ortiz getting underneath the counter right hand over the top of his jab. Moved his head underneath that right hand of Madrimov. 50 seconds left. This is an Ortiz round because Madrimov's not doing anything. Oh, nice right hand though by Madrimov. Little left hook. And most of it was blocked, but a little bit of it got around that high guard. But that high guard of Ortiz is sharp right now. It's a force field. 30 seconds left. Madrimov evading, stinking the place out a little bit in terms of entertainment value, but it's frustrating Ortiz. And a 1-2 by Madrimov. Another 1-2. Ortiz slipped, getting his head off the line and blocking. Ortiz not able to get off here. Nice right uppercut to the body by Ortiz. Madrimov with a right hand, though, lands, and that cuts up Ortiz's cheek. Ortiz almost walked into a right hand. He's got to be patient. Madrimov is frustrating him. And Madrimov was able to nick Ortiz a little bit there at the end with that right hand, and it bruised his right cheekbone a little bit. So I'll give that round to Madrimov. But I'm telling you, back in the day, you'd be penalized for fighting off the back foot that much and not really countering and not really getting off first. But there's that left cheekbone of Ortiz. So those right hands, even though I'm talking about the high guard being good, they obviously got through. So I got to give it to Madrimov. 1-1, 19-19. Could be 2-0 Madrimov, depending on how that first round was scored. Yeah, no, he's showing his skills. But there's, hey, we criticize Shakur Stevenson when he does this. Madrimov's no different. And Stevenson wins rounds while being criticized for a little bit too much movement. And so that's what I'm getting at. I gave Madrimov the round, but I do got to point out, back in the day, you'd have been penalized for that style a little bit. And it's not just effective back foot boxing. He is taking the wind out of the fight on purpose to a degree, and I thought he won the round. So either 20-18 or 19-19 right now. Here we go, round 3. Ortiz trying to jab the body to set up a left hook up top. Ortiz has got to be patient and wait for Madrimov's movement to dissipate a little bit and stay intelligent with his pressure. Madrimov trying to pick Ortiz apart coming in. Ortiz with a good high guard, but that high guard might become too predictable for the creative Madrimov as we continue going forward. We'll see. Madrimov shooting that up jab, moving left to right, right to left. Ortiz not getting anything off. Madrimov in control early this round. And Ortiz is frustrated. He's going to have to work through that frustration here. Madrimov left to right, right to left. Not letting his hands go. And Ortiz nods at a frustration, shoots a jab. Back comes Madrimov with a jab. 1-2 for Madrimov, but it's blocked by the high guard. Ortiz trying to catch and shoot a left hook to the body, and it got in. And it made Madrimov have a little reaction to it. Madrimov backing away from Ortiz after that left hook to the body. It was a good catch and shoot. Straight right hand by Madrimov. Glances over the top of the high guard for Ortiz a little bit. Now Ortiz drops his lead hand and lands a jab. Gives a different look. Ortiz tries a few feints. Madrimov just bouncing around. Excessive movement from Madrimov. This is called being a stinker. And again, I'm not saying he can't win the fight, but he's not counterpunching. He's not making Ortiz miss and pay. He's just slowing the fight down with his movement excessively. And most of his punches are getting blocked by the high guard. But Ortiz isn't landing effective shots either. Good combination by Ortiz. Finally got Madrimov to freeze on the ropes. And Madrimov with good upper body movement, but Ortiz able to finally let a sequence of punches go there. Madrimov feints. Now he stands in the center of the ring behind the feints. Jab blocked. Straight right hand. Madrimov not really committing to most of his punches. He's leaving them out there and making sure that he's ready for what's back. Now Madrimov commits to an overhand right. Ortiz got underneath it, but Madrimov places a left hook to the body after Ortiz got underneath it. Good moment there for Madrimov. Madrimov moving a lot, feinting a lot. 1-2 gets blocked by Ortiz, but he's freezing Ortiz. Ortiz can't get off. in the center of the ring. Madrimov bouncing around left to right, right to left, hands low. Constant ball of movement is Madrimov. Big right hand by Madrimov, falls short. Ortiz made him fall short with it, but Ortiz is not able to get anything off right now. Straight right hand to the body by Madrimov in the center of the ring. Straight right hand blocked. A 1-2 by Madrimov. Ortiz blocks it, but that's Madrimov getting off first in the center of the ring. Ortiz is frustrated. Madrimov with the edge early in this fight. And, don't start with me with the, well, this is pure boxing. No, this is stinking the place out a little bit, okay? We say that about Shakur when he does this with De Los Santos. And he won that fight deservedly. And I think Madrimov is ahead right now, 2-1. But, again, there's some judges back in the day that would not give him credit for a lot of these punches landing on the gloves, for being on the back foot the entire round. So it's we'll see. And Ortiz did have a decent moment in that round. It's not a lot to choose from early. I'll edge it to Madrimov. He's frustrating Ortiz, but the name of the game is landing punches, and neither one is really doing that through 3 rounds. This was the fight people thought would be the fight of the night, and it's been very dull for 3 rounds. It's tense, but still waiting for this to heat up. Big straight right hand by Virgil to start, and he almost gets countered with a left hook. Again, neither guy really landing that much to start this fight. Madrimov using lateral movement to start again. Left, right, right, left. Ortiz staying on top of him, but not effective. Not being the effective aggressor. Madrimov not really being the effective boxer, but he is effectively frustrating Ortiz. 2-3 jabs now from Ortiz from the up jab. Madrimov moving to his right. Shoots the jab. Ortiz blocks it. Left hook misses for Ortiz. Jab misses for Ortiz. Madrimov back on his jab. 1-2 for Madrimov. Blocked by Ortiz, but he shoots it down the pipe. And DAZN has this 2-1 for Madrimov. I have the same scorecard. Virgil landing a jab that time, covering up and blocking the sweeping right-hand counter. You do got to wonder, will Madrimov tire himself out a little bit with this excessive movement? And then once he slows down, is that when Ortiz can take control? Right now, Madrimov not doing anything in the 4th round. Hitting gloves the few times he opens up. Ortiz, high guard, staying on top of him. Pause with the jab. Another jab by Ortiz. Madrimov stepping out to his left. Jab to the body by Madrimov. Ortiz tries to nick him with a left hook inside up top. Right hand by Madrimov. Counter left hook by Ortiz. Good sequence by both fighters. Halfway through the round, this is an Ortiz round. Straight right hand for Ortiz and a left hook behind it. Finally, Ortiz finds the mark a little bit. Madrimov, hands down, back near the corner, forced the shell up, shoots a right hand, tries to sneak Virgil, but Virgil's high guard is tight tonight. Right uppercut for Virgil and a jab. There we go. Virgil finally getting some offense going in this fight by somebody. Left hook to the body by Virgil. Virgil getting a little closer now. Jab to the body by Virgil and a right uppercut inside. And Madrimov didn't like his head being held down. Virgil finally gaining some momentum here. Madrimov finally forced to pick his hands up a little bit because that distance is getting closer. Left hook by Madrimov, blocked, but an awesome trajectory on it. Tried that Golovkin left hook. Short jab lands for... And now Madrimov finally has to stand his ground. Here's where Ortiz could have success, but a right uppercut, left hook, and Madrimov turns him out. Ortiz keeping the high guard, but that left hook snuck around a little bit and allowed Madrimov to pivot back out to the center. 25 seconds left. Ortiz staying on the front foot. Lots of feigning from both guys. Madrimov gets his straight right hand blocked. 1-2 for Ortiz. Blocked by Madrimov. Jab by Ortiz. 15 seconds left. Both guys feigning. Straight right hand by Madrimov. Right down the pipe. Ortiz keeping his hands up, though, and blocking a lot of those shots. Nice jab by Madrimov. Kind of pivoted his feet left to right and then sat down on the jab. Ortiz lets his hands go near the end of the bell, and that does it. And Madrimov takes a deep breath heading back to the 4th. All that movement, man. Ortiz's face is busting up already a little bit, though. Some of those shots sneaking through the high guard. So I'll give that round to Ortiz. I got it all even or either 3-1 Madrimov. Either 38-38 or 39-37 Madrimov. Ortiz with a little bit of nicks around his cheekbones and his eyes. Got a little bit of a baby cut around there. There's been some headbutts, but yeah, I got a 2-2. 2-2, but there was moments in that round where it looked like Ortiz might finally be getting to get him to engage and stop. So, Superstar Will said, this fight shows how great Bud is, bro. Well, let's let it play out. Let's let it play out. Madrimov hasn't done anything great yet. He's just frustrated Ortiz and slowed the fight down. That high guard not blocking everything. No, it's not. It's not. And his face shows you that. But in real time, it looks like he's catching most of it, but it's obviously not all of it. All right, round 5 starts. Jab to the body by Ortiz. Straight right hand to the body by Madrimov. Who can take some control of this fight? And when will the action break out? Ortiz coming forward. They trade jabs. Now they're both planted in the center of the ring. Both feigning out of the... 1-2 falls short for Madrimov. Oh, they step on each other's feet. Referee tells them not to do that. Madrimov is switched orthodox here. Oh, no, he's been fighting orthodox basically all night. Again, not a lot of work from both guys. A lot of feigning in the center of the ring. And that's credit to Madrimov making Ortiz have to fight his fight. Double jab from Ortiz. Tries to freeze Madrimov near the ropes. But Madrimov crafty. Short left uppercut gets in for Ortiz. And another left uppercut gets in for Ortiz. Double jab for Ortiz. Knocks up Madrimov's head. Madrimov sweeps the right hand. Part of it gets around the high guard. Ortiz short with the right uppercut. Lands the jab. So some shots getting through for Ortiz in the middle of the 5th. Left hook to the body gets in for Ortiz, and he blocks the right uppercut in return. Straight right hand gets in for Madrimov with Ortiz applying pressure. 1-2 for Madrimov. Right hand splits the high guard a little bit. And a jab by Madrimov. That time Ortiz blocks it. Jab from Ortiz. Backs Madrimov up. Straight right hand by Madrimov. Not a lot of power on that shot, but a sharp shot as Ortiz tried to come forward after that jab. Close round. Short left hook on the inside for Madrimov. Left hook to the body on the inside for Madrimov. Ortiz with a jab, but gets countered by a left hook coming inside. Right uppercut by Ortiz. Ortiz, jab to the body, gets blocked by Madrimov. Jab to the body by Ortiz again. Madrimov tries to counter over the top of it with a right hand. Madrimov with a good last 30 or 40 seconds. Madrimov punching through the high guard a little bit. Being creative with his shots. Ortiz gets his left hook straight right hand blocked with Madrimov near the ropes. Madrimov gets his straight right hand blocked. Back comes Ortiz with a jab and a combination. Good combination by Ortiz. Backs Madrimov off and hits him with the jab. Fight heating up just a little bit. Ortiz shakes his head, but a little bit of blood leaking from the nose. Ortiz with the feint. Madrimov straight right hand. Ortiz rolled some of it off, but some of it got through in the center of the ring. Madrimov closing this round stronger than Ortiz ever so slightly. Straight right hand to the body by Madrimov off the jab. Ortiz tries to catch and shoot with the left hook. They both jab. Madrimov gets the better of it with his jab. Ortiz tries to catch and shoot with a combination. Madrimov backs out of range, makes him fall short. Left hook to the body by Ortiz. Hard fight to score. Hard fight to score. I'll give it to Madrimov just to make sure I'm not, bending over for my pick or whatever. So 3-2 Madrimov. Let's see. Yeah, 3-2. Ortiz won the last 2 rounds. They were close. I thought he won the 4th. I edged the 5th to Madrimov, but that was a close round. I just think I got to edge it to Madrimov right now because they are fighting a little bit more of Madrimov's fight. Me and Brendan talked about Ortiz wins this fight because he's going to make Madrimov fight when he doesn't want to. He hasn't been able to really do that at all. And so that means Madrimov is a little bit more the ring general and a little bit ahead of Ortiz right now. I got him up a point. Maria C., thank you for the super chat. Said, driving and listening. Thanks, Sean. Like, subscribe, and share, people. What she said. So, all right, 6th round. Jab by Ortiz to start. And not a lot of whole clean head-snapping punches in this fight. A lot of partial blows being landed that you need the slow-mo to see. So, DAZN has it 3-2 for Madrimov. I have the same scorecard. Ortiz trying to apply pressure out of that high guard. Madrimov touching with shots, not sitting down on everything. Trying to sit down on a left hook, though, an anchor kind of left hook like Triple G used to throw, that anchor left hook that you put a little sweep on it. Short left uppercut for Virgil, but it was Madrimov getting off first to start this round. Now Virgil jabs to the body and cuts the distance a little bit. Double jab by Virgil, backs Madrimov on the ropes, but can he get anything done? No, short left hook by Madrimov. That Gennady Golovkin-like left hook is very short on the inside, but back comes Virgil. Double jab, sweeping right hand to the body. Virgil gets underneath a right hand and a left hook. Good head movement. Left hook to the body by Virgil. Right uppercut lands for Virgil to set up that left hook to the body. Double jab by Virgil. Good moment there by Ortiz. Backing Madrimov up. Madrimov, left to right, right to left. Pop shots with a right hand, but it's blocked. Virgil applying some good pressure now. Sweeping right hand to the body, and that makes Madrimov clinch and turn Virgil back into the center. So Virgil with some momentum the last 30. Another right hand to the body by Ortiz. Off the jab, sweeps the right hand to the body. Now Madrimov is frozen in his feet for a moment here. Nice jab by Virgil and a combination by Virgil. Madrimov pushes off with his shoulder, and the referee's going to warn him for that. Ortiz with some momentum here. Madrimov is going to get looked at by the corner, and he's being warned for his head and for using his shoulder. And a lot of the Eastern Europeans will do that. Bivol did that against Beterbiev in the first fight. Right now, Ortiz is having his best round. Left hook, straight right hand by Ortiz after the ref resumes the action. Good right hand by Madrimov, but Ortiz catching it on the high guard. Left hook by Madrimov, splits the high guard a little bit, but not completely. They trade left hooks. Both come dangerously close. Jab lands for Ortiz. Left hook lands for Madrimov off the little right hand touch. Ortiz off with the left hook. Ortiz leading with the left hook again. Madrimov back is near the ropes a lot more this round. Center of the ring again. Ortiz sweeps the right hand. Gets blocked by Madrimov. Madrimov touching with his jab. Is back near the ropes. Escapes out to his left. Back into the center of the ring. Ortiz high guard. Applying pressure. 30 seconds left. This is an Ortiz round. Ortiz shakes his head as if to say, I'm catching everything on the high guard. Some of it's obviously splitting. 20 seconds left. Ortiz doubles up the jab. Gets in the left hook to the body with Madrimov along the ropes. Ortiz has finally found the body this round. Ortiz moves his head and tries to counter Madrimov with his right hand. A good combination, a good 1-2 in the last 10 seconds by Ortiz. And this was Ortiz's best round. All right, 3-3. 57. Ortiz waves his arm as he goes back to the corner. He feels like he may have begun to crack the code a little bit. And a guy who's moved as much as Madrimov has, in addition to a few of those body shots, you got to wonder if Madrimov slows down in the second half of the fight. He has used a lot of energy on not punching but moving. So I got it 3-3, 57-57. Maria C., I hope you are enjoying the commentary. So let's see. 3-3. Madrimov, though, remember when Golovkin knocked out Rubio with the right hand? He was throwing that, but with the left hook a little bit. That like, you know, you loop it like an overhand a little bit, but throw it like a hook. And he threw that a few times. It was a beautiful shot. Snuck Ortiz once, but the other times Ortiz's high guard is sharp tonight, you know. And Ortiz, though, he is one of those guys that just has a face that marks up easily. And good jab to the body by Ortiz, and he rolls the right hand counter over the top by Madrimov. Double jab by Ortiz to range fine. Another jab by Ortiz. Madrimov picking his hands up to start the 7th. A little less movement. Now the movement starts, but his hands are a little higher. Ortiz closing the gap a little bit to start round 7. Double jab by Madrimov sets up a straight right hand to the body, and he punches in between Virgil's response with a left hook. Another left hook by Madrimov. Hard, sharp jab by Virgil in response. Virgil makes him miss a looping right hand, and then Madrimov kind of falls in behind that right hand, and Ortiz has to clinch. But Madrimov getting off first to start the 7th. Jab from Ortiz. Jab by Madrimov. A big looping right hand. Madrimov starting to loop his punches, trying to change the trajectory on him. Ortiz is catching them. Now a short combination by Ortiz gets Madrimov on the ropes, and he sweeps a right hand to the body. That right hand to the body got in. He just threw a quick little combo to settle down on the right to the body. Ooh, big exchange by both. Both just off with their left hook, but Ortiz is starting to take more chances now, as is Madrimov. Little 1-2 sets up a left hook to the body for Madrimov. Good hook to the body. Ortiz applying pressure. Ortiz in that high guard, dips underneath a sweeping right hand and a left hook. Left hook to the body by Ortiz. Madrimov gets off the ropes to the left. Right hand counter by Madrimov. Ortiz shakes his head as if to say he blocked it, but part of it got through the high guard. Madrimov could be very dangerous if he takes more chances here. There's opportunities to counterpunch Virgil. Madrimov moves out to his right. Double left hook by Madrimov. Virgil catching it, but Madrimov's getting off first here. Little quicker on the draw. 1-2 by Madrimov. Virgil keeps the hands home to block. Virgil misses his 1-2. Shoots a left hook to the body. Madrimov near the ropes. Ortiz has got to try to freeze him with the double jab a little bit. There it is. Double jab by Ortiz. And that gets through. Madrimov throwing that looping left hook over and over again, and it's getting blocked, but Ortiz now steps on the inside. Right uppercut sets up a left hook to the body. Good shot there by Ortiz. Ortiz backing Madrimov up. 1-2 by Madrimov, but it's blocked. Ortiz cuts the distance, jabs to the body. Madrimov holds off the ropes to get himself back into the center of the ring. Ortiz tries to cut the distance, but Madrimov gives him a good angle. Good jab by Ortiz. Jab to the body by Ortiz. Right uppercut by Madrimov, but it's smothered. Ortiz closing a little stronger here in a close round. Hard round to score. Hard round to score. Double jab by Ortiz. Not a lot by either fighter down the stretch of this round. Not an easy round to score. Madrimov was able to get off first more often. He's quicker on the draw than Ortiz. But Ortiz got some body shots in, backed him up, was the aggressor. And it's not like there's a whole lot of clean, effective punches to choose from in these rounds, man. It could be 4-3 either way. 67-66. Let's see, on the replay, good right uppercut by Madrimov. Ortiz trying to reach with a jab to the body, and Madrimov got him with the right uppercut. Yep, short little right uppercut by Madrimov. Ortiz shakes his head, nope, but he's touching you up a little bit. That face is bruised up a little bit. A lot of people in the chat feel it's 4-3 Madrimov. Yeah, a lot of people say, but these are close rounds, man. I'll give the edge to Madrimov still. 4-3 Madrimov if I had to sway it. But I don't know. Part of me wants to say 4-3 Virgil because of the way scoring traditionally was. This is why Beterbiev won against Bivol. They gave him credit, and DAZN has Ortiz up 4-3. Yeah, I'm fine with that, man. 4-3 either way. But I mean, part of me, let's just let the fight play out. Double jab by Ortiz. Madrimov covers up along the ropes. Left hook, right hand by Ortiz. Madrimov blocking those shots. Left hook, right hand by Ortiz. Madrimov moving away from those shots. But Ortiz at least getting off first after Madrimov got off first to start the 7th. Madrimov ducks underneath the double jab right hand. Picks his hands up. Catches a little lead left hook by Ortiz. Shuffles out to his right. Little lead left hook. Touch left hook for Ortiz. Touches. Double jab by Ortiz. Tries to hook off the jab with a touch shot. Madrimov blocking those shots. But Ortiz getting off first. 1-2 by Ortiz. Madrimov, again, blocking a lot of these shots, pivoting off left to right. And now Madrimov shoots a 1-2 through the center. Ortiz blocking that, but some of it getting through. A little bit more than Ortiz's first minute of shots did, but that was just a 1-1-2. Madrimov feigning. Back near the ropes. Moves out to his left, moves out to his right. Jab by Ortiz, trying to freeze him along the ropes, but he can't. Madrimov bounces out to his right. Madrimov hardly has thrown any punches this round, though, chat. And all that making Ortiz miss is well and good, but he's not doing anything. Good right hand by Madrimov. He snuck Ortiz. Ortiz got impatient, opened up with a combination, and that's what Madrimov's looking for. He snuck Ortiz with a right hand in between punches. Now he shoots a left uppercut to lead. Back comes Ortiz with a double jab. Ortiz trying to hook off the jab, but it gets blocked. Minute left in the round. Left hook, right hand, both blocked for Madrimov. Ortiz, 50 seconds left. Bends his waist a little bit, drops the lead hand, picks it back up, slips underneath the jab. Left hook for Madrimov, blocked by Ortiz. Jab to the body by Madrimov, straight right hand for Madrimov, straight right hand, left hook. Ortiz blocking those shots. Madrimov taking a little something off one of those shots to set up the next one. 30 seconds left. 30 seconds left. 1-2-1 by Madrimov. It freezes Ortiz, who blocks. Straight right hand by Madrimov. Ortiz got to let his hands go. Straight right hand to the body by Madrimov. Sweeping right hand by Madrimov. Ortiz letting this round get away from him. Short left hook on the inside by Ortiz, trying to punch off of Madrimov leading. Left hook right hand by Ortiz, all missing. Jab by Ortiz. 1-2 by Ortiz. That pins Madrimov on the ropes for a second. Madrimov bounces his way off the ropes. And Bernard Hopkins is yelling at Virgil, come on, more. Close round. I know, Gem Rex, it's doing something. Feints and footwork to set up traps. It's not all about throwing punches to counter. Some of it's angling to present. No, I understand exactly what Madrimov's doing, and I'm giving him credit for it. I'm not scoring rounds that for Ortiz that he's not winning. It's just that, like, nobody called it beautiful boxing by Shakur when he did some of this stuff with De Los Santos. And that's all I'm saying is a lot of judges, that's part of why Bivol didn't get the decision against Beterbiev. He was on the back foot all night. And that's partly the case with Madrimov. It's either 77-75 Madrimov or 76-76 even. But Terrence Crawford and Usyk look bored to tears ringside right now when they show them. So, you know, there's people who aren't gonna give Madrimov rounds for that. It's not like he's snapping Ortiz's head around and just putting on a Floyd Mayweather clinic. Here we go, round 9, straight right hand of the body by Madrimov to start. I do think he could be ahead 5-3 or it's even. Good left hook to the body by Ortiz. That got Madrimov's attention. That made Madrimov's knees buckle on the inside. Ortiz not letting his hands go enough to follow it up. He's looking too much for the perfect shot, and he's got to let him go. But Madrimov is a sneaky counterpuncher, and that's why, to Madrimov's credit. But Madrimov hasn't thrown a punch since that left hook to the body got his attention. Ortiz feints, but he's waiting too much. Ortiz feints and throws a straight right hand, sweeping right hand. Madrimov covering up on the ropes. Ortiz has to go back to the body, but the counterpunching and the power of Madrimov has his respect. First minute of the 9th round, and finally somebody got their knees buckled by a punch. It was a left hook to the body for Ortiz. And that's really the place Ortiz has found success, is the body. Right uppercut by Ortiz on the inside. Ortiz, little left hook on the inside to the body. Madrimov not letting his hands go at all in the 9th round. Ortiz with a withering right hand to the body off the jab. And a combination, and that backs Madrimov off. So Ortiz, like in the 6th round, finding some life here. Finding a little bit of momentum. Finding the mark. Good jab by Ortiz. Madrimov along the ropes. Pivots out to his right. Left hook by Madrimov. Jab to the body by Ortiz is accurate. Right hand to the body by Ortiz is accurate. Just off with a right uppercut. Left hook to the body by Ortiz. Madrimov covering up. He doesn't like the body work. He's a little hurt. Chopping right hand makes Madrimov tie up on the inside. Go back to that body, Ortiz. Body shot by Ortiz. Combination on the inside by Ortiz. Yeah, don't let this man con his way through a fight. Ortiz applying the pressure, having his best round of the fight right now. Madrimov, short right hook, gets blocked. Now it's left hook by Madrimov, but it's blocked. Right hook to the body by Ortiz, sets up a right uppercut up top. Combination by Ortiz, and Madrimov is in retreat. 40 seconds left. A clear Virgil Ortiz round. Sweeping right hand to the body again by Ortiz. Just pawing with the jab and then sweeping the right to the body. Left hook up top for Ortiz. Left hook to the body by Ortiz. Left hook up top by Ortiz. Madrimov tries to counter. Eats a jab by Ortiz. Ortiz with a jab to the body. Madrimov not throwing. Sweeping right hand to the body again by Ortiz. Back on the jab is Ortiz. Jabbing again is Ortiz. Left hook to the body sets up a combination for Ortiz. And a jab by Ortiz knocks up the head. They exchange on the inside. Both trade right hand. Right hand to the body by Ortiz. And a combination by Ortiz punctuated by an uppercut. That's what I'm talking about, Ortiz. Don't let this man con his way through the fight. So, hey, 5-4 either way. Could be 5-4 Madrimov or 5-4 Ortiz. Don't mind me, chat. It's not that I'm getting biased for Ortiz. It's that don't let this man con his way through a fight. He's not trying to fight. He's trying to stink the place out and feint and move his way. That's not what Floyd Mayweather did to fucking, you know, even Carlos Baldomir, where people called Floyd boring for that fight, and he snapped Baldomir's head around a half dozen times every round. Madrimov hasn't snapped Ortiz's head around maybe really even once. He snuck some shots through the high guard, and he's fighting. He's almost fighting to survive at times. I don't like a precedent in a big fight, a guy winning a fight that way. And Ortiz, not letting the fan side show. It's about what's good for the sport, man. Guy, clean, effective. I don't want real, clean, effective boxing on the back foot to get confused with this shit Madrimov's been pulling tonight. And he still might win. But now Ortiz has got the momentum in the 10th. Left hook to the body, left uppercut up top. He catches the left hook counter from Madrimov. Madrimov's going to have to stand and fight now. Madrimov, nice right hand by Madrimov. That buckled, not buckled Ortiz, but got his attention. Now Ortiz is on the ropes. And Madrimov splits the high guard. But back comes Ortiz with a left uppercut. In response, Madrimov smothering Ortiz on the ropes. All right, Madrimov showing some dog here. Right hand to the body by Ortiz. Right uppercut on the inside for Madrimov. He pushes Ortiz back. Left hook to the body by Ortiz, and Madrimov's hurt by that shot. Madrimov covering up. Right hand to the body by Ortiz. Madrimov smothering Ortiz wisely. But the body shots are starting to win the fight for Ortiz. Right hand to the body for Ortiz again. He ducks underneath the right hand counter. They trade jabs. Ortiz's jab gets the better of that. Madrimov staying in the pocket now. Trying to sweep a right hand, but Ortiz got a good high guard. Madrimov pushing Ortiz back, pushing him back. Gets Ortiz on the ropes. Ortiz moving his head on the ropes a little bit. Both guys staying tight on the inside, and Ortiz turns him in the clinch a little bit, and they're back in the center of the ring. Ortiz's face is marked up, and Madrimov is going to maybe get a warning for another headbutt. This is something Bivol kept doing to Beterbiev. They lean off and they shove their head into you while they do it. He said, you got 2 warnings. You do this one more time, I'm taking a point away. And you guys got to remember, that's some of that bruising on Virgil's face. There's been a few of those headbutts. Left hook to the body by Ortiz. Back comes Madrimov. Ortiz lets his punches go in combination, and he wins the exchange. Left hook lands up top for Ortiz. Left hook to the body. Right uppercut. Madrimov staying in the pocket, nose to nose. Madrimov sweeps the right hand, but gets it blocked by Ortiz. This is now Ortiz's fight. This is Ortiz's wheelhouse. Nice jab by Ortiz. Sweeping right hand blocked. Left hook to the body by Ortiz. 1-2 up top. Madrimov lands his jab, but he's looking more weary in the pocket than Ortiz. Good left hook to the body by Madrimov, and he shoves Ortiz off. Ortiz little chopping right hand on the inside. Big left hook by Madrimov on the inside. Ortiz keeps his hand up to block some of it. Another big left hook on the inside by Madrimov, but catch and shoot counter by Ortiz. Left hook to the body, right hand up top, and then a right uppercut on the inside. Ortiz getting the better of the exchanges. Ortiz mixing up his punches in combination now in the pocket. Jab, left hook. Madrimov defensively responsible, blocking a lot of these shots. 1-2 for Ortiz. But Ortiz is punching with badder intentions than Madrimov. Madrimov looping shots now. Looping shots. Big straight right hand from Madrimov. Splits the high guard a little bit. And Madrimov throwing bombs at the end of the round. A little sloppy. I think Madrimov's a little bit more the weary, tired fighter. That's another round for Ortiz. Though Madrimov had some moments in that round too, but that was definitely an Ortiz round. I got this either 5-5 or Ortiz starting to actually come from behind and pull ahead at 96-94. Yep, catch and shoot, and the left hook to the body hurt Madrimov. So, here we go, man. We're heading into the last 2 rounds. I got it either 96-94 Ortiz or 95-95 even. And Ortiz is the guy with the momentum now. But he's going to have to stay sharp because Madrimov is very sneaky in between punches. And you don't know if he's going to loop the shot or not. Good looping right. Oh, but Virgil was starting to counterpunch him in the pocket. There's counterpunching off the back foot, and then there's counterpunching in the pocket. Callum Smith counterpunched in the pocket beautifully earlier tonight. All right, here we go. Round 11. Ortiz, right hand of the body to start. Left uppercut, right uppercut, trying to bust through. Right hand of the body again for Ortiz, sweeping that shot in the phone booth. Ortiz, high guard to high guard, mano a mano. This is where Ortiz got a good right uppercut by Madrimov, working his hands on the inside and placed the right uppercut in there. Left hook on the inside for Madrimov. And Madrimov sets up a little touch right hand to set up another left hook. Left uppercut from Madrimov. And Madrimov giving Ortiz his own medicine on the inside. DAZN has this fight 6 rounds to 4 for Ortiz. Madrimov touching Ortiz, getting off first on the inside now. Ortiz having to take a breather, getting some of his own medicine. Ortiz, left hook blocked by Madrimov. Good left hook on the inside by Madrimov. Ortiz comes right back with a combination. So Madrimov in the first minute actually getting the better of it on the inside to start the 11th. And he bangs his gloves together. Sweeping right hand of the body for Ortiz. Nice right hand by Madrimov through the center of the high guard. That one lifted Ortiz's head up a little bit. 1-2 misses for Ortiz. Big left hook misses for Madrimov. Big lead left hook gets in for Ortiz. Man, they're letting it hang out now. 1, 2, 3, 4 by Ortiz. Shoots a 1, 2, 3, 4 by Ortiz there. Nice combination. Straight right hand by Madrimov. Ortiz moving his head. Madrimov. Anyone's fight right now. Halfway through the 11th. This has been the best round of the fight in terms of two-way action. Jab by Ortiz. Madrimov backing Ortiz up ever so slightly. Half steps back by Ortiz. Jab by Ortiz. Falls away from the straight right hand of Madrimov. Madrimov backing Ortiz up in the 11th. Big left hook to the body by Ortiz. But Madrimov took it. Walks through it. Madrimov still coming forward. Ortiz working the jab as he comes forward. Straight right hand by Madrimov. Ortiz tries to roll it. Madrimov with a 1-2. Big left hook by Madrimov. They open up in the exchanges together. Ortiz lands a jab. Comes back with a 1-2. Madrimov walks him to the center of the ring. These guys are letting it all hang out, man. Anyone's round right now. Ortiz throwing a little bit more, though. Chopping right hand sets up a left hook to the body. Short little right hand in the inside for Ortiz. 30 seconds left. Anybody's round. Who can punctuate? Madrimov off with a right hand counter. Lands the jab. Touches with the jab. Touches with the straight right hand. Ortiz misses with a right hand counter, but nails with the left hook to the body. Both guys punching in between each other's punches now. Showing their best stuff. Close round. Close round. Madrimov getting off with 1-2s. Virgil blocking and trying to catch with the uppercuts. Virgil trying to be the last guy. Oh, man. Close round. Close round. Close round. Close round, man. A lot of close rounds. I think Virgil, down the stretch of that round, was the one letting it rip a little bit more. Let's see the slow-mo replays. Beautiful right hand to the body by Ortiz early in the round. Nice left hook by Madrimov, but part of it was blocked, and Ortiz came back with a right hand. I thought Ortiz, if we're going off the slow-mos, straight right hand split, yeah, Ortiz got the better of the... It's so close, man. It's so close. I give the edge to Ortiz because he's the one letting his hands go a little bit more. But this is it's close. Close. 12th round, anybody's fight. Let's see, does anybody close the show to make that last imprint? I think it's fair to say Madrimov was a step ahead ever so slightly in the first 6 rounds, and Ortiz has been more of the boss down the stretch. DAZN has Ortiz winning this fight 7 rounds to 4, 106-103. Ortiz starting the fight on the inside. Good right hand to the body by Madrimov in close in the phone booth. He hasn't been able to use his legs. Those legs are all used up from rounds previous, but he's been given just about as good as he gets on the inside in that last round. Left hook to the body by Ortiz. Back comes Madrimov with a combination and sneaks his left hook around the high guard of Ortiz. Good combination by Ortiz. He rips a combination and punctuates it with left hook to the body. Straight right hand gets in for Ortiz on the chin. That was fast hand speed by Ortiz on that combination. Put 3 or 4 together. 2 minutes left. Ortiz getting off first a little bit on the inside. They trade punches. Ortiz gets the left hook to the body in and keeps it tight with the high guard. Short little shots on the inside by Ortiz. Madrimov backs him into the ropes and Ortiz ties him up. Referee lets him get back into the center of the ring. Ortiz big right uppercut by Madrimov. They traded uppercuts. Ortiz's head snapped around, but he was the one who's followed up on it immediately. They trade uppercuts. Madrimov got the better of that one. Left hook to the body by Ortiz. Madrimov with Ortiz against the rope, sweeps a right hand and splits that high guard. Good right hand by Ortiz. Minute 20 left. This is anyone's fight. Madrimov's landed some good shots. Big left hook by Ortiz off the 1-2 and a left hook again for Ortiz. Madrimov holds. Minute left. 1-2 for Madrimov. Ortiz overshoots the right hand counter. Shoots a left hook on the inside. Madrimov countered with a left hook to the body as he tries to land that straight right hand, and he holds Virgil into the ropes, and now Madrimov is going to get a point deducted. Too much holding, too much headbutting, too much bullshit. Madrimov gets a point deducted, I think. Or did he? Did the ref take away? I mean, he said he was going to take away a point if he had to warn him one more time. Virgil trying to counter Madrimov falling in with his punches off the mark. Madrimov slick with the upper body. Left hook to the body by Virgil. Virgil has been countering with the left hook to the body very nicely the last couple rounds. And this isn't... I'm edging this one to Ortiz. He's just getting off more. Madrimov looks like the more weary, tired fighter, and he's taking a lot of left hooks to the body this round. Nice jab by Ortiz. Ortiz getting off first down the stretch of the round. Ortiz mixing it up, using the jab, feigning, jab. Madrimov, hand down, tired. 1-2 by Ortiz, misses. Madrimov just gets underneath it and tries to hit him with the left hook. Ortiz kept the right hand at home, and that'll do it. I think Ortiz out-hustled Madrimov. I don't think Madrimov did enough off the back foot. Tay-Day says Madrimov took the last 2 rounds, man. Well, obviously it's a super close fight because we're all over the place. I think he may have took the 11th. I don't think he took the 12th, although that right uppercut, it looks like they both landed, but his knocked Virgil's head up. But Madrimov, he was more the guy trying to drain the clock, get to the finish line, and Ortiz was the guy letting his hands go, being the aggressor, initiating the fight, and without a whole lot to choose from, without one guy or the other really snapping the head around consistently, I think Ortiz out-hustled Madrimov a little bit. But, maybe I'm wrong. And again, whether Madrimov gets a decision or not, I don't like his performance being compared to what Pernell Whitaker and Floyd Mayweather used to do. No, that is not what he did. He did not fight off the back foot and land sharp, clean, effective counters. He did his thing, but he's the reason why this fight wasn't the great fight people thought they were going to get. And again, that doesn't mean, this was a lot of close rounds, not an easy fight to score. So we'll see. I just think Ortiz out-hustled him. And Madrimov, man, let's see, on these replays, big right uppercut for Ortiz in the 6th round, 7th round replays, nice short right uppercut from Madrimov. Nice short right uppercut from Madrimov in the 7th round. Round 9, let's take a look. Ortiz with a big right uppercut. And the only guy who ever got hurt in this fight was Madrimov to the body. So one guy threw more punches, one guy was the aggressor, and one guy actually hurt his opponent, not the other way around. That was Virgil Ortiz, so I thought Virgil pulled this one out. But hey, I picked him before. I am American, so who knows? Maybe I'm wrong. So let's see. Oh yeah, Gemero, you said that's a big puncher in front of me. Oh, you got to feint. No, I know no doubt about it, but I just didn't think Madrimov did enough effective, clean work off of those feints and off the lateral movement. So let's see who got this. Both guys' face marked up. What do we got? 117, 111. And 115, 113 on 2 cards. 117, 111. I feel like that's going to be Ortiz. Virgil Ortiz wins the fight by unanimous decision. What'd I say, chat? Man, if you guys, I love y'all, man. But if you try to act like what Madrimov was doing was Floyd Mayweather, he was not. Bink, bink, bink. He was. Okay, all right. So. I know I just made myself look like an asshole, but, you know, I'm having fun. I'm having fun. Anyways, Ortiz won. That fight was not as good as people thought it was going to be because of Madrimov. And we got it. We got it. Ortiz was just, you know, but, yeah, man. I thought that was funny. So, yeah, Ortiz. Hey, credit to Ortiz. Tonight was... He's going to be better from this fight. Like, he had to deal with the frustration. He was landing some clean shots. He was. I'm just saying. I'm just happy that went over well with the chat, you know. Shout out to Madrimov. You know, excellent fighter. And actually, like, if he would, like, he let it all hang out, it was too late by then. He burnt up a lot of his gas tank with the excessive movement. And if he would have let his nuts hang a little earlier in the fight, he might have been able, you know what I mean? It could have went a different way possibly because Ortiz doesn't see some of those sneaking shots in between punches. You know, he's very disciplined with his high guard. His hand, he always stays on the phone, you know, but yeah, man, Madrimov should have took more chances, man. You got to let it all hang out. And my boy BT, he said a big reason why he picked Virgil is Madrimov let himself get out-hustled by a 37. And it's the great Terrence Crawford. But you let a 37-year-old out-hustle you in the championship rounds. You're not supposed to go out like that. If he's going to knock you out, because Crawford's the best counterpuncher in the game, then go out on your shield. But that's why I said in the breakdown, Ortiz has more dog than Madrimov. And that's why despite Madrimov having more craft, having more feints, having the sneaky right hand, I knew Ortiz was going to out-hustle him and out-dog him when it mattered. When push came to shove, Ortiz wanted it more. And he won this fight as much on his balls as he did his skills. And, yeah, that's that. So, man, let me get a... Thank you, my brother Matt Borgeson with the super chat. Said, Sean, let's go America. We got another Mexican great on the rise. Let's go Ortiz. I knew it. Robert Garcia, let's go. Virgil is real. Thank you for the super chat. Let me tell you something, man. Since Canelo wanted to sell out to the Saudis, okay, since our hard-earned $40 to $70 million he makes off of us isn't enough, I actually get to cover the fight for free and make money. So thank you, Canelo, in boxing. But for the hard-working fans, Canelo said 40 to 70 million ain't enough. I want 140. I want 170. I'm going to go sell out to the Saudis, okay? I'm not going to fight Benavidez for like $100 million in America and pass the torch to the next Mexican fighter. Well, he's half Ecuadorian. He's born in America. Whatever. Not going to pass the torch. I'm going to go get this money in Saudi. So you know what we should do here stateside? It's not going to happen, but you know what we should do. It's not going to happen, but you know what we should do? Cinco de Mayo and Mexican Independence Day, for as long as Canelo's fighting in Saudi, we should have Benavidez, Virgil, and bam. Bam, bam, bam. That should be they should collectively continue the torch going that Canelo didn't hand over. That's just me. And I love Canelo, man. Come on, Canelo's right there. He's literally right there. Okay? Got love for Canelo, but he's still sold out to the Saudis. That's okay. So, the Saudis saved boxing, laughing my ass off. Americans are ungrateful. I mean, I get your point. You know, it was Americans don't appreciate boxing en masse. And then all the American promoters like Heyman and Arum, they made continuous short-sighted, greedy decisions that weren't for the best interest of the sport. So now Turkey comes in and buys up the sport, and we're getting some good fights. I hear you, bro, but still. So I got a super chat from Dr. Death. He says, I think Boots stays at 147 for a while now. No way he fights Ortiz. Yeah, well, he's made his decision, and once you make your decision, you got to commit to it. You can't have 1 foot in, 1 foot out. So he's made his decision to stay at welterweight. Handle your business. The Stanionis fight is an awesome fight. I think he beats Stanionis, but it's a real fight. Stanionis is a bad dude, very sharp, very compact, underrated hand speed. Kind of like Virgil. That's why him and Virgil was going to be an awesome fight. But I think Boots will be a little too creative and versatile and just overall talented. Too much sauce. But maybe not. Maybe Boots not being super fundamentally sound gets exposed by a very fundamentally sound sound fighter in Stanionis, who's also kind of underrated with his speed. Maybe Stanionis exposes Boots. But I got Boots winning that fight, and I think Boots is definitely the best welterweight in the world. He made his decision, so he's got to make something hot at welterweight. Maybe knocking out Stanionis will be good enough. He knocks out Stanionis, he unifies. It's like, we don't really need to see you against Barrios. I don't need to see Boots against Barrios. I'd rather see Boots, if he does get past Stanionis, fight Norman. And I know Norman already walked away from a huge career high payday, but that's the fight I want to see. Boots will make his trek to 54 inevitably. And I haven't sold my Boots stock. It's at an all-time low. It's not trading that good on the NASDAQ. I actually took a loss on my Boots stock this year, but I'm not selling it yet. Matt Borgeson, thank you again, says, let's go America. Mexico, let's go. Yeah. Virgil beats Boots. Let's go. All right. Hey, you feeling it. I don't know. I can't sell my Boots stock, man. Too much talent. Too much talent. I can't let it go. But I will play this for you, Matt. Hold on. I will play this for you. Coming again to save the motherfucking day, yeah, America! Fuck yeah! Yeah. Alright. Anyway. That's a satire song, by the way, if you guys didn't see the movie. So, Boots loses to Madrimov. I don't know. I can't count Boots out against anybody because he's so talented. I get it. His chin is exposed. He does a bunch of unnecessary shit instead of just dominate the fight with his jab, but he's just got so much talent that I can't sell my stock, sir. I can't do it. And I'm actually going to get to see Boots spar on Wednesday against Sean Porter. Apparently they worked that out. They're going to spar in Philly. I was going to fly into Brooklyn to get my Tank Lamont Roach coverage started. But now that I heard Sean sparring Boots, I'm taking a detour to Philly first. So I got to see that. Bat Borgeson, thank you for the super chat again. He says, sell the Boots stock. He gets hit too much. Virgil will stop him post 12. That Boachuk fight changed him as a fighter. Top 10, pound for pound. All right, hey, I hear you. Thank you for the super chat. I can't sell the Boots talent. I can't sell the stock. Can't do it. I think I can still come up on it. All right, so here comes Hamza Shiraz. Everybody wanted me to sell my Benavidez stock after Gvozdyk. Now look, now it's back up. Now I made a good return on investment. So here comes Hamza Shiraz. Kind of has Shakur Stevenson's logo, but with an H and an S instead of an S and an S. And I think Shiraz wins this fight. Shiraz is big, chat. This pause, I guess, whatever. Shiraz is a big dude. He is. He's gonna. I remember Turkey in this 4-fight deal with Canelo. He mentioned Shiraz as one of the opponents down the line. I think it's gonna happen. I think, look at Shiraz. He's huge. He's a big middleweight. Adames is coming up from 54. Adames can win this fight, and by knockout. But he's going to have to fight the best fight of his life, and he's going to have to fight with his energy levels higher than they are. He doesn't fight at a crazy pace, Adames, and he's going to have to require a gas tank that makes him use a lot of energy using different movements and punches to get where he has to get inside. And in order to do that against Shiraz, who's very good with his jab and busy on the outside with his combinations, he's going to have to move that upper body, catch and shoot, jab his way in. And Adames coming up from 54, he's fighting a dude in Shiraz I think is going to go to 68. And I think if Shiraz, you heard it here first. Shiraz wins this fight, he's going to fight Canelo next year. Because Saudi is going to want to put a fighter of Middle Eastern descent against Canelo, the guy they spent all this money on. And Shiraz, like Amir Khan, like Naseem Hamed, is British national of Pakistani descent. Has some similarities to Khan. Neither Khan nor him have any similarities to Prince Naseem, but the way he throws his combos is a little similar to Khan. Not the mover Khan was, and not he's content to just land his jab, whereas Khan would touch you with the jab, and then he felt like he had to always follow it up with a combination. Shiraz is a little bit more intelligent with how he picks his spots with his combinations, but when he does throw his combinations, something about how they come out does remind me of Khan a little bit. And like Khan, you can time him in between those combinations, and his chin will be exposed. So I think he's got a better chin than Khan. You can't really have a worse chin than Khan. But he doesn't have Khan's movement, and nobody has Khan's speed. But this dude does have speed, and he's an exquisite combination puncher. So Adames could win this fight and win it by knockout. But I think Shiraz is going to win this fight. And I think he's so big at 6'3" that the dude is probably going to fight Canelo at 68 next year. That's just my take. Zittel, is Virgil the first American fighter to win in Riyadh? Ooh, that's a good question. Because Raymond Ford lost. Jake Paul lost. Deontay Wilder lost. It's a good question. Off top, he might be. He might be. He just might. So, Khan was amazing in his prime, just had no chin. No chin and not the best IQ. Ran too many red lights. So, all right, both fighters in the ring. Hamza Shiraz, Carlos Adames, WBC middleweight championship is on the line tonight. The glamour belt at 160. This division is stale right now. It's crazy that Lara is still hanging on to a title, fighting once a year against guys that are either past their prime and Danny Garcia, or fighters we don't really know, like Michael Zafara. So, and then Johnny Beck has 2 belts, but he's very good, but he doesn't blow people away. Shiraz, if he wins the belt tonight, is the most exciting of the middleweight champions because he's young, he's 26, and he has an exciting offensive style. So, and he has a background that when they become successful at the championship level, they get support and they move the needle. British Pakistani fighters. Khan was a star that moved the needle, and Hamed was a superstar. So if Shiraz can win this fight and make a name for himself, he might be a fighter that actually has a fan base. So, and he has an exciting offensive output with his combinations. So if Shiraz wins this thing, I think he's the most exciting middleweight in the division, but he hasn't seen anything like Adames. And if Adames can get closer distance, he can knock Shiraz out on the catch and shoots. But he's going to have to navigate a very good jab by Shiraz, and Shiraz is good at combinations at the end of his length. So it's an uphill climb for Adames. He's smaller. He's coming up from 54 originally. So he's fighting in Shiraz's backyard. This is really Shiraz's the A side. This fight is set up for Shiraz to become a star in the Middle East and in the UK. This isn't set up for Adames, who doesn't have a fan base really anywhere, unfortunately. So we'll see. 1689 LBC says Ortiz wins via politics. No, Ortiz just won, bro. Madrimov gives the fight away. Like, you can't give the fight away, man. You can't just feint and move on the back foot all night. Like, that's not what Floyd did. These guys, like, people try to bring up Floyd. Well, that's what Floyd did. No, it's not. He snapped heads around with lead right hands and check left hooks and clean jabs to the body. And so. All right, here we go. Fight time. WBC middleweight title on the line. Round 1 about to kick off right now. So let's go. All right. Adames immediately jabbing to the body. He's got to cut distance and have his catch and shoot game on point. Adames maybe looking to come out hot. Combination by Shiraz just to keep Adames at the end. Adames jabbing to the body intelligently. Wants the big man to start to bring those elbows down. Check left hook by Shiraz with Adames coming forward. Both fighters in the center of the ring. Shiraz taking little half steps either back or to the left. Little half step to the left. Already gotten a little bit of Adames's respect. Adames came out with a lot of smoke, but a few jabs and a check left hook have slowed him down just a little bit, but he's already looking to cut the distances. Adames got war on the side of his Grant gloves. Hands up high, moving his upper body, jabs to the body of Shiraz. Shiraz back up top with a jab. Overshoots the hook, overshoots the right hand of Shiraz. Adames getting underneath it. Nice double jab by Adames, touches the body of Shiraz. And Shiraz has got to get that, make sure he got his jab going and not just look to counter Adames coming in. That's how he gives up his range. Jab by Shiraz, steps over to his left. Little half steps to the left by Shiraz, not bouncing around at all. Just little steps. Step into his left, jab to the body by Adames, jab up top by Shiraz. Adames getting his head off the line. Double jab by Adames, but he walks into a jab trying to cut the distance behind his double jab. Adames on the front foot. A little bit of bounce in his toes. Bounces out of range, resets in range. Moves his head to the left, to the right. Too far out to shoot the 1-2. Ooh, Shiraz playing with fire, opening up with the counter right hand. Chin was exposed there for a minute as Adames opened up with his right hand, but his sense of distance let him know that it'd fall short. Minute left in the first. Shiraz short with the jab. Steps over to his right. Jab to the body by Adames. He's been good with that punch this round. Adames coming forward, jab by Shiraz, misses, steps over to his left. Adames getting low. And now Adames is a little bit closer to Shiraz. He's got to find something to the body here. Adames getting a little bit close. Shiraz's back touches the ropes. Shiraz touches him with a jab coming in. Adames loads up on the right hand of the body. Adames getting low, moving his head. He's got to try to punch off getting low. 25 seconds in the round. Slow opening round. Madrimov early got a bit of Adames's respect, but not able to really follow that up with more effectiveness with his jab. Jab not effective that round. Well, effective enough in spots for Shiraz to continue to keep Adames on the outside, but not yet knocking the head up. Good jab there by Shiraz. Just as I say that, end of the round, 10-9 Shiraz. Just Adames, though, good jab to the body. Applied a little bit of pressure, but that jab was enough to keep Adames out on the outside. And there was one or two combinations by Shiraz as well. Adames not really able to get into the range he can to let his power shots go consistently and land them. So close round. Close round. So let's see. Let's go with, I gotta score that opening round for Shiraz. Yeah, 10-9. But I do like the energy from Adames in round one. Jabbing to the body, moving his head around, getting low. And that's good stuff. That's the kind of stuff he'll need to do. But he'll have to find a way to fire and get closer in distance. Round two begins. Round two, jab by Shiraz. Adames getting his head off the line. Adames comes back with his jab. Good positioning by both fighters. Good jab by Adames, trying to come in behind the jab. Shiraz keeping the hand up to block it with the right glove. Oh, good counter right hand by Adames. Shoots over the top of the jab of Shiraz and then shoots a little straight right hand to the body. Good moment there for Adames to get himself going. Jab by Shiraz. Walking Adames into it. Longer jab. They jab together, but Shiraz's jab more effective. Double jab right hand by Adames. And all of that blocked by Shiraz. Shiraz turns him to get out of the corner, but Adames with a good first minute of the round. Both guys, high guard, jab by Shiraz, lead left hook by Shiraz. Adames defensively responsible in the center of the ring with his gloves up, moving his head. Shiraz, a little more patient, forced to be more patient than he normally likes to against a disciplined pro, and Adames, who's giving angles off his head movement just a little bit. Double jab, straight right hand. That lands on the belt line, but referee didn't say nothing. Good stuff by Adames. Jab to the body by Shiraz. And Shiraz not getting the jab off the way he's used to at this range. Adames with the head movement and his own jab. There's a jab by Shiraz. He timed the jab of Adames, but he is waiting on Adames a little bit here and not being first with the jab. Adames did counter over the top of that jab early in the round, and that might have a big reason why. Halfway through the second. Slow pace in this fight to start. Both guys staying in front of each other in the center of the ring. Good jab by Shiraz. And what Shiraz is doing is timing the jab of Adames. He's waiting for him to jab his way in and catch and parry and jab. That's one of the first things they teach you in the amateurs. Is you leave your right glove at home to catch, and right when you catch, you jab. Good step. So Adames steps in with a good lead left hand though, and Shiraz tries to counter, but Adames got the step inside to touch him a little bit there. Adames trying to cut the ring off, getting low. Shiraz moving to his left predominantly in this fight. Jab to the body by Adames, trying to get in close. Adames trying to apply some intelligent pressure. Double jab by Shiraz, sets up a long right hand. Good double jab, found the mark for Shiraz. Adames got away from that right hand, but it was a good double jab. Sweeping right hand by Adames with Shiraz against the ropes, but he catches it on his guard. Slow start. 25 seconds left in the round. Close round. Adames, though, that jab is finding Adames when Shiraz opens up with it. Shiraz threw about 3 jabs. Adames got his head off the line for 2 of them, but the third one found him. So outside of a counter right hand over the top of Shiraz's jab in the first minute, Shiraz controlled most of that round with his jab. But not a lot to choose from in the first 2 rounds. Either 19-19 or 20-18 Shiraz. So Shiraz standing up in the corner in between rounds. And you get a sense he's being patient in his first title fight. He doesn't want to get overzealous against Adames, who's very strong and dangerous the earlier in the fight we're in. Might want to take something out of, snap that man's neck back a few times, sap him of his strength and his bounce a little bit with the jab, and make the shorter guy who has to take a good counter right hand though by Adames. That was the best punch of the round, was Adames shooting over the top of that jab. There it is, straight right hand, and followed up with a little left hook that almost touched the chin and got on the chest of Shiraz. Shiraz though, on the next slow-mo, half step back, bink with the jab, knocking that head up. So best punch of the round was Adames, but the most consistent punch of the round was the jab of Hamza Shiraz. Round 3, here we go. Adames coming forward with the jab, falling a little short, but you got to do that. Can't come in naked. Shiraz opens back up with a combination, but overshoots the mark. Adames coming in behind the jab. Shiraz trying to time him with the catch and shoot jab, the parry and jab. And it's a chess match early on. Nobody wants to overextend themselves for a counter. Good jab by Shiraz. And Adames just forced to reach from a little too far out, where Adames can touch him with the jab and he's just a little too far out. Shiraz stepping over to his left, just keeping it conservative behind the jab right now, and not, unlike Madrimov, not wasting too much energy early with excessive movement. Just stepping over to his left and making Adames fall a little bit short and just taking what's there with the jab at times. Double jab, straight right hand, good head movement by Adames. Made Shiraz miss everything clean, and then he lands his jab and knocks Shiraz's head up. Good sequence there for Adames, moving his head and then bing, coming back with his jab. Adames applying a little bit of pressure now. Falls short with the jab, coming forward. Adames trying to smoke a little bit out of the high guard. Makes Shiraz fall short with the right hand. Shiraz doubles up the jab. Adames gets his head off the line. Jab by Adames falls short, but that's the rangefinder. Slips underneath 2 or 3 jabs by Shiraz. 1-2 by Adames, but is blocked by Shiraz. Very much a chess match early on. Good jab by Adames. That one did get through up top. Jab by Shiraz. That step back jab. Just making Adames reach just a little bit and then walking him into the jab. But at some point, you got to walk him into something with some thunder. And not just the jab. Minute left in the third. Close round. Adames getting underneath the jab twice. Doubles up his jab. Falls short, but does it to range fine. Little touch straight right hand by Shiraz. Good jab by Shiraz off the touch straight right hand. Shiraz off with the jab twice to follow that up. Steps over to his left. Mostly just step into his left. Jab by Adames. Jabbing and trying to follow Shiraz on his way out. Double jab by Shiraz, but Adames moving his head. Right hand coming from Shiraz. He's pecking away with that jab. I think he wants to sit down on one at the right range. But Adames moves out of range. Kind of sensed it coming. And now he resets back in range. And Adames, the little touching jabs by Shiraz, and he shoots one to the body. And that's a little bit precarious. You know he's setting up the right hand. 10 seconds left. Steps to his left. Steps to his left. 1-2 by Adames falls short. Shiraz not terribly accurate himself. Good jab lands for Shiraz. Shiraz's jab is the only real effective punch that round, so give him the round. Either 29-28 or 30-27 Shiraz. But another dull fight to start so far. See, so I'm not just being cruel on Madrimov. Shiraz isn't being exciting either, but he's not using as much excessive movement as Madrimov did. So when the fight does break out, he'll actually still have all the steam on his punches. And this was a big reason I picked Shiraz. Look how Adames is already taking a little bit of a breath in corner because he has to spend more energy than Shiraz does. When they're at range, all Shiraz has to do is step to his left and jab. And Adames has to double jab. He has to move his head. He has to cut distance. Over the course of the fight, that's going to drain Adames of more energy than Shiraz. And that's part of why Shiraz is being very conservative early on. Just take what's there with the jab and let this guy start to tire out a little bit and then step it up. So, round 4. And Adames doing some good things in there, but just can't get in the range he needs to connect. Big right hand by Adames. There it is. Over the top of that jab by Shiraz again. Another reason why Shiraz a little timid with his own jab. That was a good right hand over the top of the jab for Adames, but didn't have any real effect on Shiraz. And you wonder if he's got to take something off of it because he's throwing it from far out. Good left hook to the body by Shiraz. Touched with the left hook and then planted it to the body. You're not going to see that from a lot of tall guys. Good jab by Shiraz in the center of the ring. Shoots another one, and Adames gets low to get away from it. Double jab, and now a straight right hand finally gets in for Shiraz. Been patient with that jab, and he finally found a straight right hand at long range. In comes Adames with a jab up top and a straight right hand to the body. Good head movement by Adames. Slips a 3-4 punch combination by Shiraz in the center of the ring. But Adames is already beginning to look a little bit more tired, and he just squared his feet up for the first time in the fight. So some of his form and that bounce in his foot taking a little bit of a hit there. Now he's got back in his stance, trying to cut distance behind the jab and the right hand, but he's a little too far out, and Shiraz got such long arms. Halfway through the 4th. Good jab by Shiraz. Steps over to his left, makes Adames fall short, and jabs him. And that's been the story of the fight a lot. Double jab, triple jab by Shiraz. Adames getting low, getting away from it. Comes back with a jab right hand, but way out of range. Falls short. Adames, man. He's cutting. He's doing a lot of good things, but it's just he can't get inside. Now Shiraz bounces up on the toes a little bit as opposed to just stepping around. He gets up on his toes, bouncing around. Jab to the body by Adames. Resets in the center of the ring, does Shiraz. Nothing from either guy in the center of the ring. Double, triple jab by Shiraz. And Adames moving his head. Comes back with a double jab, straight right hand. And most of that's blocked by Shiraz. So both guys not really finding the mark a whole lot. Adames with the better head movement. And Shiraz with the better distance control. And able to block shots. Good counter left uppercut by Shiraz. And finally he made Adames step into a heavy counter punch, not just the jab. That was a left uppercut that Adames walked into. Adames shook his feet around and moved his head afterwards, but he is finding a hard time to pierce the range of Shiraz. And that left uppercut was a nice punctuation mark here in the last 20 seconds. Shiraz jabs, steps over to his left, and Adames falling short. either 3-1 for Shiraz or 4-0 for Shiraz. It's not, and that sounds harsh because it's not like Shiraz is dominating him. He's hardly either fighter has landed that much of note. Adames has landed a couple of right hands over the top of Shiraz's jab. Shiraz got in a good left hook to the body early in the round and then got a left uppercut in. Let's take a look at the slow-mo. Yeah, there's that left hook to the body, perfectly placed. Yep, perfectly placed by Shiraz. Touch, bang, to the body. Well done. And then a nice jab knocks Adames' head back as he tries to apply pressure. I want to see that left uppercut counter. I don't know why DAZN didn't show it, but yeah, man. Shiraz either up 3-1 or 40-36 or 39-37. It's just an uphill climb for Adames, guys. He came up from 54, and this kid's going to be a 68 not too long from now. So he's fighting an uphill battle. Adames coming forward. Again, done some good things. Done a lot of the things you're supposed to do in this style matchup. But it's hard. This sport is hard. It's hard to beat a tall guy that knows how to use all of his length and is sharp behind his jab. Good right hand by Adames, but it's a touch right hand. You got to take something off of it because he's reaching from far out. Good jab by Shiraz. Stepping over to his left. Now he pivots out to his right and goes back to his left. Shiraz definitely likes moving to one side, his strong side, his left side. Double, triple jab by Shiraz. Adames defensively solid, but has to reach for a right hand way out of range. He can't find a way to cut the distance. Shiraz stepping over to his right. Adames speeding him up a little bit, making him use those legs a little bit more now, not just letting them step over. Double jab by Shiraz. Shiraz bouncing now, not stepping, bouncing, giving away his base a little bit. Straight right hand by Adames. Good shot right there by Adames. Shiraz forced to reset. He's got to settle down a little bit, get back to what he was doing. Shiraz, Adames is making him uncomfortable this round. He's making him burn up more energy on his toes, where before he was just stepping around. Good jab to the body by Adames. Right hand by Adames blocked, but he's finding his range. Right hand blocked again by Shiraz. 1-2 by Adames gets blocked. Now a jab lands by Adames, and he's getting closer. Now he's getting closer. He's got to find a way. It's hard against a guy with legs, who's tall like that out of range. Adames falling short, using good head movement. Gets underneath the straight right hand, left hook. Good jab by Adames. Straight right hand falling short. Shiraz using more movement this round. And not using his jab as much. Good jab to the body by Adames. Another jab to the body. Sweeping right hand to the body by Adames. He finally got in close. Shiraz holds his ground now in the center of the ring. And here's Adames' chance. Left hook, right hook to the body by Adames. Back comes Shiraz with a jab. Minute left in the round. This is an Adames round right now. Good double jab, though, by Shiraz. Popping that head up. Left hook, right hand by Shiraz. Adames blocking those shots, moving the head. Two-piece to the body by Adames. He finally is in close. Jab to the body by Adames. He catches the left hook counter. Adames should try the uppercut right there. Level change with the combinations. Body head. Jab lands for Adames. Good jab again lands for Adames. Backing Shiraz up. This is by far his best round. 30 seconds left in the round. Straight right hand sets up a 1-2 for Adames. Jab to the body. Keep going to the body, Adames. Double jab by Shiraz, but Adames is moving that head. Good head movement by Adames in the pocket. Oh, good straight right hand lands for Shiraz, and that buckled the knees of Adames, who bangs his chest and says, come on. But that right hand, actually it was a left hand. Shiraz kind of squared up for a second and threw the left hand like it was his backhand and not his jab. But yeah, Adames, man, he finally had some moments in that round. I keep banning all the spammers, chat. Yeah, he squared his feet up and he threw the left hand more like a power shot and he buckled the knees of Adames. And that might have lost the round for Adames, but I thought Adames was consistent enough through 3 minutes to offset that. I got it either 4-1 or 3-2 for Hamza Shiraz. So, yeah, Tay said more body work. When he's in the range he was in towards the end of that round, he has got to go to the body. And level change with the combo, body head. So here we go. But he still got buckled at the end of that round. And you do get a sense Shiraz is just maintaining his distance and his energy until he feels the right time comfortable to really let his heavy artillery go. We haven't seen it yet from Shiraz. We haven't really seen the heavy artillery. And a lot of that is because he's got a guy in front of him who's slick and has good positioning and power. Good jab to the body by Adames. Adames is getting in close now. Ooh, left uppercut just off the mark, though, by Shiraz. Double jab by Shiraz, and he steps out to his left to give an angle on that jab. Keep turning Adames. Combination by Adames. Shiraz covers up and catches most of it, but now Adames is getting his hands off. Counter left hook by Shiraz on the inside, and a short left uppercut on the inside by Shiraz. He's a creative puncher on the inside, despite being a tall guy. Adames is on the inside. Double jab. Center of the ring. Right uppercut smothered by Shiraz against Adames. Adames is in where he needs to be, but a nice left uppercut on the inside by Shiraz. And Shiraz has got some sharp shots on the inside. Good jab to the body by Adames. Straight right hand to the body. Trying to find that uppercut on the inside, but Shiraz is keeping it so tight it's smothering and blocking the shot. They trade jabs. Shiraz looks like he's ready to open up with something soon now. Good, there it is by Adames. Right hook to the body, right uppercut up top, and a right hook up top. That's the old Tyson combination. Double jab by Shiraz, keeping him at bay. Adames trying to punch through the high guard with bad intentions, but Shiraz catching it. Good short combination on the inside by Shiraz, and he finishes with his jab. Double jab. That jab is money. Shiraz holding his ground this round. They're going toe-to-toe. Good high guard by Shiraz, and he knocks his head around as if to say, I'm blocking everything. They're in close. Good body shot and right hand to the right hand up top for Adames. That's what he has to do. Adames, boom, boom, body, head, body. And he had success with that. Explosive. Double jab by Shiraz lands. He overshoots the right hand. Good jab to the body by Adames. Doing an interesting jab to the body this fight. Two sweeping right hands in the inside by Adames. A two-piece up top for Adames. Chopping right hand to the body by Adames. Shiraz is staying stationary, and it's allowing Adames to finally punch at the target consistently. 2-3 body shots by Adames on the inside. And he's moving his head. Oh, good jab right hand by Shiraz. And you could see even the jab every now and then gets the attention of the legs of Adames. Good blocking by Shiraz on the inside. Blocks the left uppercut. Blocks the right uppercut. 2-3 punches by Adames. Knocks some sweat off the head of Shiraz. Sweeping around the high guard a little bit. 10 seconds left. Another Adames round. But Shiraz doesn't look uncomfortable in there. And his jab still knocked the head around of Adames in spots. But he allowed Adames to just walk in and get in the range he needs to get in and get off. And so Adames wins that round too. So I got Shakur looking good on the pads, by the way, warming up for Padley. I got what is it? What are we at? What was that, through 6? I got it 4-2 Shiraz. Could be 3-3. I got it 4-2 Shiraz. I got it 58-56 Shiraz. It could be 57-57. And Adames just won those back-to-back rounds. So about to hit the second half of the fight. About to hit the second half of this one now. So Josh Padley warming up. I don't give him much of a chance. He's just outgunned in talent, but we'll see. Shakur's hands start acting up. Maybe he, has another questionable performance, but the jab might drop Adames in a few rounds. The jab is definitely not just landing, but getting his attention in spots. Shiraz has a heavy, sharp, long jab. But Adames is in this fight. I gave him those last 2 rounds. Here we are in the 7th. Shiraz back to stepping over to his left now. And I think Shiraz wanted to stay in the kitchen, and it didn't really work. So he's going back to what worked to start the 7th. Step over to the left, work the jab. Double, triple jab by Shiraz, but not committing to it, just touching with it. Jab lands for Shiraz. Double jab for Shiraz, and he touches the body with that jab that time. Jab, jab, jab by Shiraz now to start the 7th. Touching with it, shooting it, keeping Adames preoccupied, making Adames have to burn energy with the upper body movement and having to react to the lead hand. Keeps pawing with the lead hand, pawing, does Shiraz. daring. Yep, straight right hand right over the top of Adames' jab. And that's what he was daring him to do, was take a step forward and I'm going to shoot this straight right hand as soon as you take a step forward. Good jab to the body by Adames. Sweeping right hand around the high guard for Adames, but the right uppercut completely blocked after that. Little touch jab and straight right hand for Shiraz. Another touch jab, straight right hand, touching the chest of Adames in the center of the ring. Double, triple jab by Adames. Straight right hand. Most of it caught on the high guard. Good jab to the body by Adames. Shiraz counters with a right uppercut. Good head movement on the inside by Adames. Halfway through the 7th round. Adames trying to range find his punches and close that distance. Shiraz holding his ground in the center of the ring. High guard. Good straight right hand by Adames. A good touch straight right hand. Back comes Shiraz with the jab in the center of the ring. Steps over to his left. Good jab by Adames. Getting to the chest of Shiraz. Straight right hand to the midsection of Shiraz. Adames moving his head down low and then jabbing up top and shooting a straight right hand. Another 1-2 up top. Shiraz misses his counters. Tries to counter on the inside. And Adames has been moving that head this night. He's doing some of the things he has to do to overcome the size of Shiraz. Good jab by Shiraz, though. Knocked his head straight up. Good jab to the body by Adames. Adames has been doing this beautiful thing with the jab where he's not throwing it like you'd see Floyd Mayweather or other guys. He's getting in close and kind of squaring up ever so slightly and knifing it like that. And it's an interesting angle he's throwing it from. It's been nice. 30 seconds left. Close round. Shiraz jab, the most effective punch this right uppercut countered by Shiraz. Measuring with the lead hand. They trade jabs. Shiraz's jab gets the better of it. 1-2-1 by Adames, but it's blocked. And Shiraz gets his counter shot blocked in between those shots. So good defense, good jab by Shiraz. Steps over to his left. I'll give that round to Shiraz. And Shiraz, these rounds he's winning, it's really just the jab. It's not blowing anybody away. But his jab has been the most consistent punch of the fight. And Adames, I gotta give credit to Adames. He's doing a lot of beautiful things, but that range is a bit much right now. But Adames is really moving his head and jabbing his way. I mean, he's executing a lot of the things he needs to execute. It just hasn't quite been enough just yet. But Shiraz isn't setting the world on fire. You know, it's his jab and his length and his patience and positioning that's winning this fight. And he threatens. Whenever he's opened up with a power shot, it's like, ooh, that's going to be a problem if it lands. And it's sharp and fast. But Adames has been so alert defensively and on his P's and Q's that, you know, Shiraz has had to be very cautious throughout this fight. So here we go into round 8. Round 8. Adames making it a fight, no doubt about it. Jab by Adames coming forward. Jabs again. Straight right hand to the body by Adames. Jab to the body by Adames. Jab up top. Back comes Shiraz with a double jab, but Adames catching those shots well. Jab by Shiraz, and now he lands that jab to the midsection. Nice straight right hand to the midsection for Adames, and another one, but the referee is warning him that you got to keep it up, and Adames is trying to say, I'm getting him right on, you know, right around the belt line, right where I'm still barely legal. All right, they touch gloves. Adames eats a big jab after lazily touching. He touched gloves and then, like, just stood there for a second, and Shiraz lifted his head with a sharp jab. Straight right hand for Adames. Jabs to the body. Shiraz a little too in close with his combinations. Adames getting underneath it. Good left hook to the body by Adames. 2 left hooks to the body by Adames as he cuts the range for a second there in the center of the ring. DAZN has this fight 67-66 Adames. They have Adames ahead, and I can't even get mad at that because there's so little to choose from in these rounds. Big right hand by Adames, and Shiraz looks hurt. That got Shiraz's attention. Good combination by Adames. Left hook to the body, left uppercut. And maybe Adames is going to hold on to this title, man. DAZN's got him ahead of point, and he just landed by far the best punch of the fight. Shiraz is fighting a little too scared. He's got to let things go a little bit, man. I get it. You don't want to overextend and give up your height against this guy, and then he gets inside and hurts you, but it's a championship fight, brother. You're not just going to win necessarily stepping to your left behind the jab all night. Good jab by Adames. He out-jabbed Shiraz that time. Little short, straight right hand, and now he's touching up Shiraz on the outside a little bit. Shiraz is buzzed. Combination by Adames in close. And a big left hook misses for Shiraz, but he lands the straight right hand with Adames pulling out. Adames right back in his chest now. Left hook to the body, off the mark for Shiraz. Shiraz inaccurate. And Adames is touching the body with little single jab, straight right hands, just touching it. Big round for Adames. Biggest round of the fight for either fighter. Double jab by Shiraz, steps off to his left. But that's all he's had really working tonight consistently is the jab. Adames has landed a couple of right hands over the top tonight. Good jab by Shiraz. Double, triple. Adames is moving that head and staying consistent and persistent. Good big round for Adames, who's charged up. He's banging his belt glove saying, come on, let's go. But now he's got the young man in deep waters where he's never really been. And Adames, man, I gave him the 5th. I gave him the 6th. I gave him the 8th. The 7th was close. Adames with the momentum now. Shiraz going to have to make some adjustments. Yeah, Adames, Tay-Day, his head movement has been on point. It's been excellent. I mean, I was giving him credit. He was doing a lot of the right things, but it just wasn't leading to the final step needed. Landing the shot, he got it in that time the way he's been looking for. So I got this 5-3 Shiraz, but I could see it 4-4. I could see it 4-4. And DAZN is going to have Adames ahead. So kind of like I was talking about with Madrimov, where, you know, before judges, they're going to give a little bit, if all things are pretty equal and neither guy's really landing that many shots, they're going to give the edge to the guy who's trying to make the fight happen. And that's been Adames. And that's why Chris Mannix's scorecard has Adames ahead and not Shiraz like I've had up ahead. So I can't be mad at that. Edgar Lacu, oh no, it didn't go down like that, man. It's a just nobody got fired, brother. I think you've asked me that a few times. Don't worry about it. It ended the way. Yeah, don't worry about it. Nobody got fired. Anyway, round 9, close fight, man. Shiraz has got to answer the call from Adames, and he does. He's trying to let his combinations go behind his jab to start the 9th. Didn't land any of them. Little short right hand did get in for Shiraz. Shiraz trying to follow that up with a combination. But Adames is right back on his ass, closing that distance. Nice combination on the inside for Adames, trying to bust through that high guard. Nice jab lands for Shiraz, but Shiraz is overshooting the mark a little bit with those long arms at mid to close range. Nice left hook by Adames, sneaks around the high guard on the inside. He blocks the left hook back by Shiraz. Shiraz touching with shot. Nice jab by Shiraz. Another jab by Shiraz. Jab to the body by Adames. Good jab to the body all night long for Adames. From round 1. Through 8 rounds, Adames has landed 52 to just 30 power shots of Shiraz. Good short right hand on the inside for Adames again. Right uppercut on the inside for Shiraz. Left uppercut for Shiraz. Backs out of the range with his jab. Adames applying pressure. Getting low. Sweeps the right hand of the body. Left uppercut counter for Shiraz. Shiraz's back is against the ropes. Adames, 2, 3, 4. Body shots. Shoe shining to the body. Shiraz back on his jab, but Adames moving his head off the line away from that jab and still applying pressure coming forward. Little over a minute left in the 9th. Adames continuing to kind of gain that momentum against Shiraz. Shiraz had some moments, but this is Adames right now with the momentum coming forward. Good jab to the body by Adames. Shiraz has got to play some sharp counters, some landmines. As Adames looks to cut the distance, he's got to worry about some landmines coming in. Good short right hand by Shiraz off the jab. Got the attention of Adames a little bit. They trade jabs. Adames getting hit with that jab there. 40 seconds left. Shiraz measuring with the lead hand. Stepping over to his left. Measuring. Adames moving his head around it. Double jab, right hand, but Shiraz misses the mark. Lands a big jab. Shiraz closing this last minute strong. Knocking Adames' head up with the jab down the stretch. Good 2 body shots, though, by Adames. And the referee's going to warn Adames for borderline punches again. Close round. Shiraz got cinder block feet. So yeah, close round, man. Shiraz has had a good last minute or so, but Adames had a better first minute and a half. Shiraz stepping over to his left, lands the jab. All right, that does it for the ninth, man. I got it 5-4 either way. I think this fight is 86-85. Whoever can close strong. It's close. Shiraz, to me, won a lot of uneventful rounds where not a lot happened and his jab was the best punch of the day. But some judges might give credit to Adames coming forward, being the aggressor, and yeah, taking some jabs, but being very good defensively, slipping underneath any power shots from Shiraz. So I think this fight is tight, man. I think it's 86-85, one way or the other. Yeah, 5-4 Shiraz, Tay-Day. I might have it the same, or it might be 5-4 Adames. Raider Reaper has a 6-3 Adames. It's tight. Frank Warren is begging for the uppercut at ringside. Frank Warren is literally trying to give instructions to Hamza Shiraz. He said, fuck the promoter role, kid. You got to let the uppercut go. Shiraz is leaving. It does feel like he's leaving some opportunities on the table. Adames backs him up into the ropes and lets his hands go with a combination. Solid high guard by Shiraz, but that's Adames taking the momentum to start the round. 2 or 3 uppercuts. The zone has Adames up 87-84. I think he could be up 86-85. Adames being the boss to start the 10th round. Backing Shiraz up and throwing combinations, forcing Shiraz to just shell up. Shiraz has got to let go of some landmines, some punches with Adames coming in. He can't just keep stepping over to his left with this jab, or this fight's going to get away from him. Good jab by Shiraz, but it's about time he finds something off of that jab. Good first minute of the round for Adames. His momentum is continuing late in the fight. Adames just being very smart, doing a lot of the shit he's supposed to do tonight. He's executing it. Moving his head, jabbing his way in, touching the body, always being alert. Shiraz feinting and feinting, but unsure of himself at long range. Jabs, but Adames getting away from that jab. Applying a little bit of pressure. Adames gets low to get away from the jab and springs up with his own jab beautifully. Good moment there for Adames. Halfway through the 10th, and Shiraz giving this round away. He's got to step it up if he wants to be middleweight champion. Adames is the guy. Good left hook by Adames. Pins Shiraz on the ropes. Shiraz says, I'm catching it. You got to land some punches, brother. You ain't walking out with this title if this keeps going like this. Good jab by Shiraz. But it's Adames emptying the tank, exhausting himself and trying to hold on to his title. Shiraz isn't letting it all hang out. Good jab by Shiraz, lands. Right uppercut block. Minute left in the 10th. Adames ahead in this round. Jab to the body by Adames. Gets underneath the jab of Shiraz. Applying pressure. Shiraz stepping out of range. Looping right hand blocked, but Adames getting off. Moves his head in the response of whatever Shiraz got's coming back that time. Shiraz not letting it go. Not letting the heavy artillery go. You got to risk Adames stepping in and catching you in between your shot if you want to be middleweight champion. 30 seconds left. Adames, getting neutralized on the outside by the jab, but moving his head to where nothing's really getting through. And he landed some good shots to start the round. Adames moving his head, not getting off, but moving his head, making Shiraz miss. Big right hand counter by Adames. He lands it again over the top of Shiraz's jab. And Adames is feeling good. He can see the finish line now. That's an Adames round. I got this either even or Adames ahead 6-4 now. He's pulled ahead. He's come from behind on my card to either make this thing even heading into the 11th or 12th, or he may have even pulled ahead at this point. So, Shiraz ain't do enough to take that belt, says Bebop Joe. No, he has not. Nope, he has not. He's coughing it up. Adames is the one, like, Shiraz is standing in between corner. Why don't you throw more punches and take more chances to where you have to sit in the corner in between rounds? Shiraz looks unsure of himself in the corner. He's looked unsure of himself a couple rounds now. It all started in the 5th and 6th rounds when Shiraz began to stop stepping to his left and he froze in front of Adames. And I think he thought, okay, I've touched him up with the jab. Now it's time to settle my feet and land some stuff. And when he did that, it just got Adames into the fight more. And since then, Adames is taking more control of this fight. And here we are, standing chest to chest to start. And Adames is punching around the high guard with his right hand, sweeping it, throwing it straight. Shiraz misses a big left hook. Nice pull right hand counter by Adames over the top of the jab. Good left hook to the body by Adames in close. Good left hook to the body by Shiraz, and that knocks Adames back. Hard, stiff jab by Shiraz. Shiraz has power, and he needs to let it go. Right uppercut by Shiraz. Lifts the head up of Adames. Big left hook misses, but he's throwing the heat now, and he's got to let the heat go, win or lose. Don't just shell up and stand to the left, step to the left and jab. There, left hook by Shiraz. Shiraz is letting the big stuff go now in the 11th. Adames staying defensively alert. Good 1-2, sets up a left hook for Adames and a little short right hand. Oh, it's 2 uppercuts on the inside by Adames. Back comes Shiraz, but his uppercut not as accurate. Straight right hand to the body by Adames, staying in Shiraz's chest and splitting the high guard. Oh, right hand slips around the high guard for Adames. Throws a little left hook to sweep the right hand behind it. Good little straight right hand by Adames inside. Shiraz got to let the heavy shit go like he was 30 seconds ago. Adames slipping those jabs, steps inside, lets his quick hands go in close with a good little burst of a combination. They trade jabs. Adames staying in the center of the ring. Shiraz touching with his shots, lands a good jab, does Shiraz. Knocks that head up when he lands it. Steps over to his left in the center of the ring. Pause with the right hand. Adames steps inside. Shiraz shoves him off. Good jab by Shiraz. Right hand blocked. Shiraz not committing to these shots. Good jab to the body by Shiraz. 1-2 right back by Adames to the body. And a jab to the body by Adames. Center of the ring, both guys. Trading jabs. 1-2-1 by Adames. Shiraz touches him with the jab, but Adames initiates and punctuates the exchange there. 45 seconds left. Adames just showing a little bit more. Oh, nice counter left hand by Shiraz. Adames opening up with a combination and Shiraz squared up to get power on the left hand and didn't throw it like a jab. Good counter by Shiraz. Double jab by Adames, sticking it in there. Jab lands for Shiraz in the center of the ring. 20 seconds left. Shiraz gotta let the right hand go. Gotta throw. There's the right hand for Shiraz. He lands it. But Adames took it well. 10 seconds left. Turkey Al-Sheikh out of his seat. Close round. Close round. That was a close round. Shiraz did land that nice right hand near the end. I think he's got to... I don't know, man. I don't know if you're going to take that man's belt fighting like that down the stretch. I don't know about all that. You might, because you're in Saudi, and these are close rounds. It's close rounds, chat. And I do feel like, despite Adames being the champ, there's a short right uppercut and a left hook to the body by Shiraz on the slow-mo. Short combination on the inside by Adames in return on the slow-mo. There was that best punch of the round right there. Shiraz kind of squared up, almost gave a southpaw look for just a second, and he landed a big counter left hand. The slow-mo replays are favoring Shiraz. This fight is very close. It could be 6 rounds to 5 either way. Let's see if we get anything in the 12th. 6-5 either way. All right, they touch gloves. Who wants it more, man? Who's gonna let their balls hang in the 12th round? Here comes Adames on the inside, trying to throw a little left uppercuts. Left hook on the inside by Shiraz. Gets a little distance so he can extend the punch. Good jab by Shiraz. DAZN has this fight 106-103 for Adames. They gave Shiraz the last round, but they got Adames ahead by 3 points. I think it's a little tighter than that. Good jabs landing by Shiraz as Adames ducks underneath the left hook. We'll see. Good jab by Shiraz. Another double jab by Shiraz. Touching with the jab. In comes Adames with his jab. Touching with the right hand is Shiraz, not committing to it. Touching with the jab. 1-2 by Adames trying to bust through the high guard. Adames, good head movement, getting away from the 1-2-3. Now he puts his head in Shiraz's chest, touches the body a little bit, does Adames. They're just staying in the center of the ring. Good jab by Shiraz, knocking that head up. Misses the right hand. Shiraz range finding with the jab, holding his ground. Right hand over the top for Adames, over the top of that jab, but a lot of it blocked, but part of it getting through at the top of the head. Double jab by Shiraz. The jab of Shiraz is knocking Adames' head up this round. Consistently. 1-2-3. Good quick combination by Adames on the inside. Good high guard by Shiraz, but some of that getting through. Shiraz just almost got hit with a looping right hand over the top of his jab, but pulled out of range. Good jab to the body by Adames. 1-2 by Adames. Shiraz touching at mid-range when he needs to be shooting. Double jab right hand by Shiraz. Good defense by Adames. Adames clubs the right hand. Right uppercut by Adames. Right uppercut by Adames. And Shiraz is a little hurt, but he's coming back with punches. But that was the punch one of these guys needed to separate themselves in the 12th. Counter left hook by Shiraz. Awkward shot on the inside, but back comes Adames to the body with a two-piece. Double jab by Shiraz, but not as effective. Adames has this round one unless Shiraz can answer with a big moment. Counter left hook by Shiraz does knock Adames off balance, but not a big eye-catching shot. And Shiraz not letting it all hang out. Staying conservative behind the high guard still. Blood coming a little bit from Adames' nose, but he's let it all hang out. He's leaving it all in the ring. And I can't quite say the same for Shiraz. Jab to the body by Adames gets low, but Shiraz hasn't answered that big right uppercut earlier, just 30, 40 seconds ago by Adames. This is going to be an Adames round. And that's about it. That's going to do it for this fight. Not a great fight. I think the champion did no worse than a draw. I think Adames did no worse than a draw. I think he did enough to hold on to his title. And he closed stronger in the second half of the fight than Shiraz. I think Adames did enough to either win or at worst get a draw. And Adames is the fighter who looks like he knows he's won. He gets lifted by his team, and Shiraz didn't let it all hang out. In back-to-back fights, whether it was Madrimov or Shiraz, not letting it hang out let the other guy out-hustle you on the front foot. He wanted it more. And sometimes having skills isn't all about being on the back foot and being patient. Sometimes skills is trusting your defense in the exchanges, okay? Your defense isn't all that if it comes at the expense of your offense too often. That was the case with Madrimov, and that was the case with Shiraz down the stretch of this fight. I thought he was in, not control, but I thought it looked like he was on his way after about 6 rounds, even though I thought Adames won the 5th and the 6th. And then it just got away. Yeah, Adames wanted it more. And Adames took more chances, cutting distance. And Shiraz wasn't able to dictate off the jab. And Adames, man, I think he held on to his title. And so I am wrong. I was wrong about this fight. Remember, I said Adames would have to use more energy if he's going to win this fight. But he did. He did. And Adames, once upon a time, fighting a tall, lanky guy like Teixeira in his only loss, he got beat up by that guy and he got tired down the stretch. That wasn't the case in this fight. He didn't let the taller fighter just keep him on the end. He continued to burn up that gas tank by cutting distance, moving his head a lot, getting low, jabbing the body, jabbing his way in. Even if the other guy's landing his jab, you keep jabbing with the jabber. And, man, credit to Adames, man. So I thought the champion did no worse than a draw. So let's just see how this goes. Adames wasn't prepared for that fight. Well, he always said that, but you never know if that's just fighters making excuses or if it's the real thing. Tay Day said, I think Adames got it. Shiraz too timid. Yeah, And that right uppercut, you know, it sealed it. So Adames versus Janibek, that's a good fight, man. Good contrast of styles. All right, let's hear what we got. Could be a little bit of home cooking. Let's see.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 12 rounds of boxing, we go to the judges' scorecards. Judge Guido.
Let's hear it.
Scores it 115 to 114.
Ooh. 115, 114 for Shiraz. Not 13, 14. 118, 110 for Adames. Damn, they had a 10 too. Yeah. A draw. Yeah, like I said, the champ did no worse than a draw. It's a draw. Shiraz is probably fortunate to get the draw because he's basically fighting in his backyard. You know what I mean? So, hey, good call, right, Chad? I said he did no worse than a draw. And he gets to hold on to his title. I thought Adames pulled that fight out down the stretch. And I picked Shiraz to win, but I thought Adames pulled that fight out down the stretch and wanted it a little bit more. And he fought like the challenger down the stretch, not Shiraz. So I thought Adames, hey, he walks out still WBC middleweight champion. That's the silver lining to this. And honestly, a draw wasn't that bad. Like me and Tay-Day in the chat, we were banking a lot of those early rounds of Shiraz. It wasn't flashy, wasn't sexy, wasn't dominant, but he was piling up rounds with his jab. And he did enough of those in the early going when there wasn't really shit happening he banked enough, I guess, to hold on by the skin of his teeth to get a draw in a fight where it's really in his backyard. Turkey loves him. He's the guy that they wanted to win this fight, but Adames wouldn't let him. He said, "You're gonna have to take this belt. You're gonna have to take it from me." And Shiraz didn't take it from him, so he's it's a draw. It's not a horrible draw. 115, 114. Turkey paid that one, said Raider Reaper. Yeah, 115, 114. I mean, I'm not mad at even rounds. It's just nobody ever scores them, you know? So it's like, where's this precedent coming from? Nobody ever scores these even rounds anymore. So I got to take a piss. I'm going to ask my wife to substitute for me for 2 seconds. Home cooking, Shiraz lost that. Hey, babe, did you leave already? Oh, okay, never mind. Love you. Bye. Bye. Zittel, you should bang that crazy song you played earlier at the end of every fight. Shit is dope and had mad energy. Well, thank you for the super chat, Superstar Will. I'm just worried I'll get copyright, but I could, whatever. It's worth it for the chat. It's worth it for the chat. Hold on. Fuck yeah! Coming again to save the motherfucking day, yeah! Dominican Republic! There you go. Dominican Republic! Fuck yeah! Coño is that right? Yeah. Coming again to hold on to the WBC middleweight title, Dominican Republic! Fuck yeah! República Dominicana! Eso! Aquí ahorita to win the WBC! Alright. That's it. That's all I got. Turkey leaving his seat in the 11th is sus. Yeah. This whole thing is sus. Like, Kid Austin and Daniel Dubois. Why? What happened? No, they never told us. That's shady. Just what happened? What did they get? What sickness is it? Huh? And they're just like, well, we own the media out here, and we don't really got to tell you nothing, so we're not going to. So, yeah, but that's okay. It's cool. I'm still having fun. Shiraz early on had the rounds, and even though his later rounds were more decisive, 10-9 is 10-9. Well put. Exactly. Well put. So yeah. So we are now 1-1-2. Or no. 1-2-1 on the night. So let's go. You busy, said Sean to go. Thank you guys, man. JB 702 Zittel, cool as fuck. Thank you, brother. I appreciate that. I know we're not setting the world on fire with viewership, but I'd like to think that nobody's having as much fun in the live round by rounds as the 240 people are that came to mind, right? Right. So let's see. Just gotta check a quick text. Do I think Shakur will show out today? I mean, he better. He has an opponent in front of him that we better see the Yoshino Shakur and not the De Los Santos Shakur or the Nakatia Shakur or even the Artem Hardatunian Shakur. We better see the Jamel Herring Yoshino Shakur. But let's see, man. Let's see. Like, I think we will because I just think Padley is no threat to him. But against Kid Austin, I think that fight was going to be interesting just because if Shakur was going to have that thing where he doesn't let his hands go, that opened the door for a possible huge upset. I just don't think Padley, I don't see him having the athleticism and the threat that Kid Austin had. Yeah, Kid Austin is green as shit, got dropped by Teles Giron, but he's athletic and he throws combinations and his feet move in and out of range. And I was interested in that fight. This fight, let's just get through it. Yep, salute party time. Yeah, bro, we got a little community here. It says relax, it's only money. Thank you, bro. Don't get the strike, bro. Yeah, that might be the last America. Fuck yeah. That might have to be the last one. All right, here comes Joshua Padley. Late replacement, was working his job and then got the phone call, said I'll be right there. Life-changing opportunity for Padley. Obviously a huge underdog against the brilliant technical skills and acumen of Shakur Stevenson, but absolute fighter is Josh Padley coming here with an opportunity of a lifetime. We say all that to say probably going to get dominated. He looks too little. Like, you're not bigger than Shakur. You don't have more power than Shakur. How's this guy going to do it? How's he going to do it? Does he have an electrifying performance in him? You see what I did there? Let's see. Yeah, let the electrician get a pay. Absolutely. And shout out to Josh Padley, man, for stepping in as late replacement. You know, that it's a beautiful thing that he's going to probably get some life-changing money here and, you know, credit to him. And I imagine he'll let it all hang out. Whatever he's got, he'll leave. This is his shot. This is his Rocky Balboa moment. So, let's see. All the hype about Shiraz backfired big time. Love it. Well, they saved him, though, with the draw. Like, now you could still make a play with him because he got a draw. So, you know, he lives to see another day. When did fighters have to tell you why they pull out? It's not that they tell us. It's that the promoter has something. Hey, Errol Spence, detached retina. He can't fight Pacquiao. Janibek is too dehydrated. Couldn't really make weight in Vegas for that Mikhailovich fight. He has to pull out. Virgil Ortiz, dehydrated, has Rabo from trying to cut down to 47 for Stanionis. Point being, when it goes down here in the States, we get some type of transparency as opposed to none about Schofield and Dubois pulling out. So that's the point I'm making. If Eddie Hearn was doing what Turkey did, y'all would treat him like God. That's not true. I was there when Eddie Hearn came to America in 2018 in New York City and launched with $1 billion. And you go back and watch on Fight Hype, all my questions to him were very skeptical. We're very, like, you're not just going to come in here with $1 billion budget and buy all the American talent. Like, Al's guys aren't going to go for that. They're loyal to him. So it's not true. It's not true. I wasn't licking Al Heyman's feet when he was trying to make boxing for free. That failed on NBC and all the different networks. That flopped. And so, no, man, it's my job is not ever to kiss any of the promoters' feet, even when they're doing their thing, you know? So here comes Shakur Stevenson, the undefeated WBC lightweight champion. And I just got questions about Shakur. He's excellent. You know, he's a superb fighter, but I do wonder, like, is he Terrence Crawford? Is he Andre Ward? Is he those guys? I don't know about that. I don't know about that. You know, take Zab Judah for example. Zab Judah never got to that. I mean, he was undisputed welterweight champ, but consistently, he wasn't able to stay on that pound for pound list longer than a few months. And Zab Judah's more of a gifted fighter than Shakur as a southpaw. He had the power Shakur didn't have, and he was even faster and more explosive than Shakur. Shakur is more technically sound in a lot of the things he does, but all I'm getting at is I have no doubt that Shakur is a top flight guy. I mean, 3-division champion, 4-time world champion, so yada yada, we know. But is he like the next Floyd Mayweather? Is he Andre Ward, Terrence Crawford level? I don't know about that. I think the Nakatia and De Los Santos fights were concerning, and yeah, I don't know, man. I think too many long stretches in some of his fights, not all of them, where he's leaving food on the table. The positioning's there, the shot's there, but he won't let it go. And you know, that could cost him, not against Josh Padley, but against other top guys, or even a guy like Kid Austin I wanted to see, because Kid Austin was bigger than him, and one of the few fighters he's faced in his career that could challenge him, speed, athleticism in those areas. So let's just see what Shakur shows tonight. His Excellency is God, bro. Kiss the ring and love it. I can't do that, Superstar Will. I'm sorry. So here we go. Let's just see what he do. Exactly, Rogers. Exactly. That's it. Let's see. UFC fighting says full fight videos on my channel. Well, if you're looking for full fight videos, go to UFC fighting. Let's see. All right. I just want to see Shakur comfortable and showcase himself. You know, this is a guy who's supposed to be a couple levels below you. So let's not be too patient in there. Let's see your best stuff, Shakur. Treat him like a heavy bag at some point, you know. Do like you did Yoshino. This guy moves more than Yoshino, though. So stylistically, that's going to be harder to do. But show us your best stuff, Shakur. Make it a showcase. Party Time, thank you for the super chat. Said, anticipating Shakur's excuse after this fight. Superstar Will said, Alhamdulillah. Well, you gave me some super chats, bro. So I gotta shout out what you wanted shouted out there, brother. So no doubt. The Mark Davis haircut on Padley, it looks a little better than Mark Davis's, but don't ever tell Mark Davis I said that, Raider Reaper. We can't judge Shakur from this fight. Well, if Padley tries to survive and stink out the place, I'll agree with that a little bit more. But if Padley is in front of him and trying to win the fight, and Shakur doesn't show out or even struggles, you can judge him from that. You know, I want to see Shakur look really good right here. See him execute to the highest of his capabilities. That's what it is. It's execution. You know, you're stepping too far out of range when De Los Santos jabs your stomach. The straight left hand over the top of it is there or whatever, but you're not letting it go because you're not executing. You're jumping a little too far out of range, or you're able to eat in the pocket out of the shoulder roll, but you're so busy roll, catch, and you're not giving any peanut butter with that jelly. So that's just nitpicks of Shakur. He's an excellent fighter, and when it's all said and done, I might, he may just live up to every last thing he said he is. He's already done some really awesome things in the sport, but I just think the jury's out on him being the future pound-for-pound king and those kinds of things. It always is for any fighter until they get there. So here we go. All right, let's see. I think he started to fight down the competition. Well, we'll see. Let's see if he does that tonight. Here we go. Shakur Stevenson against late replacement Josh Padley. And let's see what we get. Stevenson immediately using a lead left hand, landing a jab. Padley trying to get off, throw a couple shots. Stevenson just steps out of range effortlessly and makes him fall short. Stevenson has some of the best positioning. It's just, does he take advantage of it? That's the question. He always has great positioning, great accuracy when he lets his hands go, And he's gotten away from his jab. He has an excellent jab, and he hasn't been using it as much lately. Good jab by Shakur there. Threatened to counter with the right hook as Padley tried to open up beyond the jab. Padley trying to lead with the right hand against the southpaw, flailing in a little bit there. Shakur makes him fall short. Good jab by Shakur. Shakur out of the high guard. Bends, tries a little quick pull. Straight left hand, falls short. Both guys measuring in the center of the ring a little bit. Stevenson feinting, making Padley react to those feints. Stevenson so quick, ready to react to anything coming back. You see the hands immediately jump into the right position for any potential shot. Good jab by Shakur. Lifts the head up of Padley a little bit. Center ring action here. Right hand to the body for Padley. Shakur's got the, good right hand does get in for Padley that time. He level changed. He threw the right hand to the stomach and then he came back with it up top. And Shakur pulled away from it, but it touched him a little bit there. So Padley actually finds the mark with something in round one. Shakur measuring with the lead hand, taking a little step forward. Shoots the jab, short twice, 3 times. Falls a little short with it, but he's measuring. Shakur hands up. 1-2 by Shakur, falls short, and check right hook by Shakur as Padley tries to come in with the right hand, but Shakur lands a left hand with Padley backing his chin straight away, trying to actually counter Shakur with a hook, trying to pull out, and part of that straight left hand found the mark for Stevenson. Minute left in the opener. Feeling out round. Good jab by Stevenson. Makes Padley fall short. Another little looping right hand by Padley and a little touch to the body by Padley off the looping right hand. That makes Shakur smile. But do you guys see what I mean? Kid Austin, it might have been a problem in round one. Because Padley has touched him a little bit with 2 right hands, and he's Josh Padley. Short, straight right hand falls short for Padley, but it's not like Stevenson is placing accurate shots either in round one. It's a feeling out round. Stevenson landed 2 left hands, but Padley landed a little bit of a right hand in this round. Stevenson short with the jab. Jumps out of range to make Padley fall short, but Padley staying defensively responsible. Both guys fighting at a slow pace to start. In the center of the ring. Stevenson inching forward, threatening to throw the lead left hand. Doesn't let it go. Lands a jab. Padley trying to counterpunch Shakur. Padley trying to time Shakur and not just give Shakur an easy target coming forward. And that's what Shakur wants. 10-9 Shakur. 10-9 Shakur. But chat, Padley, he looped the right hand and actually touched Shakur in that round. I want to see the slow-mos. Let's see. If Padley goes the distance, that'll look bad, said Drummers Against It. I agree. Tay-Day says 1-0 core. Yeah, definitely Shakur's round. Although, got touched with the right hand. No slow-mos by DAZN. It's interesting. Shakur landed a straight left hand. Padley looped a right hand midway through the round, and they didn't show anything. Ma said, nice start. The Padley kid is all right, in my humble opinion. Hey, he didn't get blown out of the water early, so let's see. Here we go. Round 2. And Padley looked to actually try to counter and time Shakur as opposed to come forward and give Shakur something to counter easily. Shakur measuring with the lead hand. Padley short with the jab. Padley trying to give a little bit of head movement. Shakur keeping him on a line, shoots the lead right hook, falls short. Both guys feinting with their jab. Both of their lead foots getting close to stand on each other. Straight left hand by Shakur, but not really clean. Now Shakur loops the left hand a little bit, and that gets above the right glove of Padley. Padley misses his responses. Good jab by Stevenson. And Stevenson should take that jab early. Good jab to the body by Stevenson. You got this guy who's trying to fight like you fight, counter and time you. Well, then don't give him just touch with the jab. If that's all he's given. 1-2-1 by Shakur. And the first 2, Padley got out of the way of, but he backed straight up, and Shakur followed him out with the last right hand, and that knocked him into the ropes a little bit. Minute into the second. Shakur shoots the jab, falls a little short. Shakur's on the front foot. Padley giving a little bit of ground, back near the ropes, falls short with his jab. Shakur coming forward, but not fainting a lot. Double jab by Shakur, straight left hand to the body, and then a jab back up top. Just getting off first against Padley and making Padley back out in a straight line. Padley now eats a little right hook to the body, eats a right hook in close. Back comes Padley with 2 left hands on the inside, but Shakur keeping the right glove up to block, and he gave him some business with that right hook on the inside in the clinch. Halfway through the second, Padley feints. Shakur not biting on it. Shakur stepping forward a little bit, shoulder roll stance, picks the glove back up now. 1-2 by Shakur. That was a beautiful left hand by Shakur Stevenson. Beautifully placed. Another 1-2-3 by Shakur. Quick 3-punch combination. Rattles around the head of Josh Padley, and that's more like it by Stevenson. Great accuracy and timing. A great jab by Shakur. And in the last 10 seconds, he turned Josh Padley into target practice. Very impressive from Stevenson, that accuracy and timing and placement on those shots. He landed them on the money and rattled the brain around of Josh Padley. And now Shakur, that gets him in firm control of the action now. Padley took the power well, though. But he's got Padley reacting to his feints and his jab. Shakur's been the guy on the front foot. Padley staying in the center of the ring with Shakur. Shakur counter right hook and then sweeps the left hand to the body. Good 2-punch sequence there for Shakur. Ties up Padley on the inside. Doesn't let him return the favor. Stevenson was such good, positioning. Not the most active guy, but that was very accurate, those bursts. And he looked over. Did he say he hurt his hand? He looked over at Turkey heading back to the round and pointed out with his glove or something to Turkey. I don't know. Did he hurt his hand or what? But very clear, decisive round for Stevenson. He didn't get hit. He did not get hit. Jab, straight left hand, and then a little short combination, a little right hook on the way out, and then 1-2 again. But that 1-2 was beautiful. That straight left hand, thing of beauty by Stevenson. Right down the pipe like a laser. Little touch jab to blind Padley. Boom, straight left hand right on the chin, and a little bit of a right hook to follow it up too. Let's see another one. Jab, 1-2, perfect 1-2-3 by Stevenson. The hook, a little bit of an arm punch, not really his legs underneath it, but a perfect 1-2 and then cap it off with a little short right hook. So this is like a battle between 2 twitchy cats, says MAW. Yeah, Shakur, it's so hard to beat Shakur at this pace. I really would have loved to have seen Kid Austin in this fight, man. Moving around, giving angles, being awkward, trying to explode with combinations. I really wanted to see that contrast between Shakur, who likes to pick his shots 1, 2, 3 at a time, and Kid Austin, who's, a lot more wild, but would have been an interesting one. Molly Mall, thank you for the super chat, says, fundamentally, Shakur is top 3 in boxing. Ooh. He's got some good skills, no doubt about it. His positioning is elite. Good jab, sweeping left hand, takes a step out of range. Still has Padley on the end of his jab if he wants to open up again. Good right hook to the body by Shakur. Jab up top. Now he's found the mark. And this is where it could start to get real ugly for Padley, where he can't land anything. And virtually anytime Shakur does decide to open up, he's finding the mark. Good jab by Shakur, staying in the center of the ring. Padley can't get off. He tries to open up with a jab, and he gets countered immediately. 1-2 by Shakur. Short left hand inside, and I think he buzzed Padley that time. Very accurate by Shakur with his placement. He's landing on the money when he opens up. Shakur coming forward. Picks his gloves up. Got his base underneath him. Sharp jab by Shakur. Knocks the head up of Padley. Padley missing the jab, and Shakur's reflexes are just on point. Padley backed up behind a jab of Shakur. Near the ropes. Shakur measuring with the jab. Takes a step out of range. Misses with the counter left hand, but then finishes with a right hook to the body on Padley. And then resets in the center of the ring. Nice step back counter game by Shakur right there. And now Padley, he's forced with quite the dilemma. He either could stay out here and die a slow, frustrating death for the rest of the night, or he could take chances and maybe get knocked out. And still might get knocked out anyway, staying on the outside. So, Stevenson landing his jab, half steps back. Not being very active as Shakur, but no surprise there. very accurate with the jab right now. That jab is landing basically every time he's throwing it right now. And it's nice jab again by Shakur. Padley can't get Shakur's timing down. Shakur has a good timing. He doesn't throw it a split second too soon or too late. So Kerr is fast as fuck, says Raider Reaper. He is, but I think it's really the timing. He is fast, but there's guys who are just as fast, but they don't have his timing. Oh, good sweeping left hand by Shakur. Big right hook by Shakur. 1-2 by Shakur. Paint job down the stretch of the third round. Big round for Shakur. And just totally in control of Padley. Padley is not really possessing any threat. So Shakur up 3-zip. Tay-Day says, my goodness, the accuracy and placement. I agree, but why does it only look like this if it's Jamel Herring, Yoshino, or Josh Padley? Like, where was this incredible placement and punch selection against Nakatia or De Los Santos? Like, that's my only thing. And if he was in with Kid Austin right now, he'd be having more to think about movement-wise, power-wise, athleticism-wise. And even against Josh Padley, yeah, every time he throws, he's landing, and it's beautiful accuracy and placement and timing. But even against Josh Padley, who's nowhere near his level, it's still not a consistent work rate for 3 rounds. Not even consistent, really, with the feints. Like he's feinting, but this ain't Alexander Usyk constant feinting. This ain't guys constantly setting up angles, and that's all I'm saying. Like. Good thing. Yeah, he's looking great against Josh Padley. And even then it's it's not Mayweather Gotti. It's not Canelo against Yildirim or Canelo against Rocky Felding. He's picking them apart, showing his skills, doing a good job. Good jab to the body by Shakur. I mean, he's not even getting touched. You got to give him credit for that. I know Padley's Padley, but he's basically landing every time he really commits to a shot. And since the first round, he has literally not even been touched. Not with a jab, nothing. And his sense of distance and timing, is elite. So don't get me wrong. Shakur is really good. But I still have some questions there. Good jab by Shakur. But again, let's see, we just went through the first minute of the 4th round and he hardly let his hands go. And now Padley gets him into the corner. Shakur covers up, clinches. Like, where's the inside game right there? Padley got in the left uppercut. Right after that clinch finished. See, we're halfway through the 4th round and Shakur hasn't done anything. And this is Josh Padley. So what's going to happen if he's fighting Tank or Keyshawn, or even if Kid Austin was in there tonight? Like, that could be a problem. Not going a minute, and then Padley gets smothered into a clinch. Good little exchange out of the clinch for Shakur. Got the right hook off out of the clinch, pushed off on Padley and got him with a good shot. Padley wailing and missing wide with a left hook to the body. Shakur turns him. Nice pivot by Shakur. But he's hardly done nothing in this round. Good short right hook on the inside by Shakur because Padley smothered his own punches and Shakur got him in the clinch and hit him with the right hook out of the clinch. Good stuff. Shakur measuring with that stiff arm jab, just leaving it out there, see what's there. Makes Padley fall short with the 2-punch combination. 10 seconds left, though, and Shakur really didn't do much. I mean, he definitely won the round. And he had some nice right hooks out of the clinch, but is that pound for pound? Is that what Floyd Mayweather or Terrence Crawford would do with a Joshua Padley, chat? Is it? So, Tay-Day said two things can be true. No, I mean, Tay-Day clearly winning the fight. Definitely got a lot of skills, but that 4th round, he hardly did anything, and it's Josh Padley, man. If that's Floyd Mayweather or Terrence Crawford, even Zab Judah back in the day, Adrian Broner in his prime would be putting the beats on a guy like Josh Padley. That's all I'm saying. That doesn't mean, you know, he doesn't beat Keyshawn or Tank. He might frustrate Tank and beat him by unanimous decision, but I'm just pointing out, you know, you can be great without being Crawford or Mayweather. You can, absolutely. But these are the guys he's compared to, and these are the guys he believes he's as good as. And that's all I'm saying. And I don't think this is greatness through 4 rounds with Padley. It's fairly dominant. He's in control. Padley's nowhere near his level, and he's showing that. But I don't think this is greatness. You know, he has some special qualities, but positioning and timing. But, you know, I'm sorry, man. This ain't Pernell Whitaker. Pernell Whitaker, again, would have been doing more against a guy like Padley. And if he really is great, you have to compare him to great fighters. Good body shot by Shakur now, 30 seconds into the 5th. Padley trying to throw a little rough combination after eating that body shot, but none of it landing. Shakur, high guard up. Padley gets through with a little bit of a combination. Shakur smiles at him. Padley coming in head first and just trying to rough Shakur up, let his hands go. Shakur staying in front of Padley. Good check right hook by Shakur. Padley trying to jump in with the right hand, and Shakur timed him with a right hook. Shakur, nice jab by Shakur. Padley tries to get rough with a combination in, but Shakur ties him up, smothers him. Back in the center of the ring. Good jab by Shakur. Double jab by Shakur. Sets up a left hand right hook, but Padley actually getting his head off the line. Good jab by Shakur. Good counter left hand by Shakur. Quick shoulder roll into a counter shot. Right hook, lead right hook by Shakur. Padley blocks that one. And Shakur really giving him the business with the right hook in the clinch. Whenever Padley tries to clinch, Shakur is bam, bam, throwing a nice double right hook in the clinch there. Gotta sneeze. So, Shakur still coming forward. Lead right hook block. Shoots a straight left hand to the body. And then lets go of a 2-piece up top. Splits the high guard. Back comes Padley with a combination. Shakur moves his head off the line. Ties him up. Shakur taking a deep breath there. Shakur measuring with the lead hand. Been a little bit busier this round than he was in the 4th. Good jab by Stevenson. Great timing on that jab. Knocks the head up of Padley. Padley, though, not bothered yet by the power. And he ties Shakur up again in the center of the ring. Shakur lets go of that little right hook in the clinch with the free hand. Good jab by Stevenson again. Padley trying to flurry on the inside. Shakur keeps it tight and then tries to punctuate the exchange with a little 2-piece. Jab by Stevenson in the center of the ring. Another jab by Stevenson. Hooks off of it and shoots a straight left hand to the body. Misses his combination up top, but finishes with a right hook to the body. Padley hurt to the body. Padley hurt to the body by Stevenson. 2-piece to the body. Right hook, left hook up top. Beautiful combination. 1-2 up top for Shakur. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. And then the defense right after to make Padley miss everything. Another right hook to the body. There you go, Shakur. Let's see that in the next round, man. Step on the gas. Get the dude out of here. That was a very good sequence down the stretch there by Shakur Stevenson. And he hurt Padley to the body. So, Loma would light up Shakur, admit it, Sean. I don't know, Lomachenko's old. He might retire. I think Lomachenko that fought Devin Haney would beat this Shakur Stevenson. But styles make fights, you know. And the more pressure you apply on Shakur, the more it allows him to get his step-back counter game going, which is very strong, very good. So I don't know, man. He might beat Lomachenko, but off top, this version of Shakur against the Lomachenko that fought Devin, I would give the edge to maybe Lomachenko. I don't know, though. I don't know. He's going to be walking into straight left hands by Shakur, but let's get through this fight. All right. Round 6. And Stevenson, I think he hurt him to the body for sure. If he could go back down there, he could get a stoppage. And just step on the gas a little bit. Stevenson measuring with the left hand. Looks like he wants to shoot a hook off the momentum of that. 30 seconds into the 6th. Stevenson, high guard, staying in front of Padley. Nice jab by Stevenson. Padley comes back with a jab and flurries to the body. Not really getting any clean, effective work in there. He's just swinging. I don't know where it's going, and I just want to, got to let my hands go. Another little combination on the inside for Padley. Little combination again for Padley on the inside. Steps inside. Doesn't land anything, really. Stevenson back on the front foot. Lands a jab. Stevenson, double right hook again on the inside. Stevenson's been money with that. Padley tries to jump in and clinch, and Shakur will bomb with a double right hook, and now Padley's hurt. Beautiful combination by Shakur. That's beautiful stuff. And look how good Shakur's combinations look when he lets it rip. But the question is, does he let these punches rip against higher level fighters? And not Yoshino, not Padley, not Jamel Herring, who was very good, 130 pounder. Good combination by Shakur. He turns him into the corner. Double right hook by Shakur. Left hook to the body. Right hook up top. Right hook up top. Sweeping left hand. Padley bangs his gloves forward, but he's getting beat up in the sixth. This is great stuff by Shakur Stevenson. Right hook. Oh, man. What a combination by Shakur. Back on the power jab. Padley taking punishment in the sixth round. Comes back with a combination to let the referee know he's still there. Shakur smiles and holds his head down for a minute. Looks at the crowd. Shakur, high guard, step into him. Good body shot again by Shakur. Use the headshot to set it up to the body. Good punch selection by Stevenson. Minute left in the round. It's been huge Stevenson round. Padley still letting his hands go on the inside, and his face hasn't busted up yet. Good jab by Shakur. Looking to reset, set up another combination. And I think Shakur's probably having fun in there now. Yep, having fun in there. Good right hook to the body again by Shakur. Shakur, double right hook in the clinch again. He's been money with that. Good left hand to the body. Padley hurt to the body. Straight left hand up top, and Shakur smiling at him. Double left hook to the body by Padley. Padley turns Shakur, lets his combination go. Shakur covers it all up. Right uppercut gets in for Padley. Back comes Shakur, touching him up on the inside. Big right hook off the punches. Bam! He's punctuating with the right hook right now. Whether it's to the body or to the head. He's using the other shots to finish the momentum on the right hook. And using combinations to set it up. Good jab to the body by Shakur. Huge dominant round by Shakur. Padley, though, still standing. Still goes back to his corner. Unmarked. But let's see. Gemero, thank you, brother, for the super chat. Says, Floyd, Whitaker, Bud, 3 of the greatest pound-for-pound boxers of all time. Nobody at lightweight is them. So do they all suck too, or only Kerr held to that standard? They're not there's other lightweights. Roberto Duran, Shane Mosley were right there. Devin Haney became undisputed in this weight class. Jose Luis Castillo was a bad motherfucker who might have beaten Shakur. He almost beat Floyd. Even in the rematch, he won 4 or 5 rounds against Floyd on the cards. So Kerr is held to, Kerr thinks of himself as one of the best fighters in the world. So that is the standard he's held to. Nobody at lightweight is them. Yeah. Well, that's the standard he wants to be going to, right? He wants to be one of the greats, not just really good. No one's doubting he's not very good. Is he really a special all-timer, That's what we got to find out. Pacquiao was great at 135 too. Marquez won the lightweight title, knocked out Casamayor, Casamayor became lineal. Shakur isn't lineal yet. So he's you forget just Floyd and Whitaker and Crawford. There's a lot of lightweights he has to live up to that have come through this division. Castillo, Duran, Corrales, Mosley, Juan Manuel Marquez, Casamayor. Straight left hand, right hook by Shakur, then a right hook. Nice jab by Shakur. And he's just, his accuracy is perfect right now against Josh Padley. Padley, high guard, taking steps back, misses the left hook to the body, gets his jab blocked. Another jab falls short. Shakur lands his jab at will. Right back on him. Double jab from Shakur. Freezing the high guard of Padley. Padley lets a straight right hand go, but it's short. Nice right hook around the high guard by Shakur. And then he covers up for a 4-punch combination, catches everything on the elbows or on the gloves. Pushes Padley off. Steps to him. Lead right hook by Shakur. Over the top of that high guard. Oh, nice straight left hand right hook. Lasers from Shakur Stevenson. Just fast and turning the shots over well. Padley with no answers, but he's game. He's extremely game. Good jab by Shakur. Padley just can never get anywhere close to the timing of Shakur Stevenson. He will let go of a 4-punch combination quickly. Quick hands, and it doesn't even come close to the mark. And then Shakur just with timing, bang, anytime he wants. Minute left in the 7th. Let's see. Padley clinching in the 7th. Again, that double right hook out of the clinch for Shakur. Padley back with a combination, trying to sneak the left uppercut in the guard of Shakur, but can't really get it through. 40 seconds left. Stevenson lands his jab. Padley ties up in the middle. Didn't Pack fight once at lightweight? Yeah, he did, but oh my God, straight left hand to the body hurts Padley. Right hook to the body, right hook up top, and it's the body shots that are getting Padley to double over, man. He's shown a good chin against Shakur, but can't withstand that body attack so accurate. Right hook to the body by Shakur. He threw that with bad intentions. Shakur actually went orthodox. Shakur switched orthodox at the end of this round. Shakur switched orthodox and threw the right hand out of the backhand, so you can get even more power on it. So good shit by Shakur. Didn't Pacquiao fight once at lightweight, says Keith 11. He did, but you know what you saw. I mean, he won the belt that Shakur has right here, the WBC, and he beat the shit out of David Diaz. He threw almost 100 punches around. David Diaz was a punching bag. He wasn't, he beat an old shot Morales to win his belt, but that Pacquiao in that one fight against David Diaz, I haven't seen any of these guys look as good at lightweight as Pacquiao did in that one fight against David Diaz. And I get it, it's David Diaz. Tank would have knocked David Diaz out too, but I don't think Devin and Shakur would have done to Diaz what Pacquiao did. That's just me. So let me see. Hide user. I still gotta get rid of all the spammers, but all good. All right, back in it, round 8, and then it's just a question of, can Shakur put a stoppage together? That's all. He's showing exquisite timing and technique, hand speed, but can he put it together and get an overmatched opponent out of there? He's hit him with his best shots. And he's hurt him multiple times to the body. Good body shots by Padley. Some of Padley's punches are touching Shakur ever so slightly, but not really. Padley still got Shakur coming forward. Using the jab there. Shakur will, not constantly, but, adjust his hand placement as he comes forward. Drop the lead hand a little bit, pick it back up. A couple different looks. Good left hook to the body by Padley. Stepped inside on Shakur. Actually got a left hook to the body and got out of the way. Good jab by Stevenson. Straight left hand by Stevenson. Stevenson measuring with the lead hand. Short with the jab. Close to cornering Padley. Now Padley gets himself out of the corner with a couple body shots. Turns back into the center of the ring. Falls short with the right hand on Shakur's chest. Shakur lands a jab. Hooks off the jab. Padley trying to open up with a jab back as Shakur jabbed him, and Shakur quick like a whip with that counter right hook. Straight left hand, 2 right hooks for Shakur, knock Padley across the ring. Straight left hand to the body and a right hook to the body and a right uppercut. Back comes Padley with a combination, but he can't touch Stevenson. Stevenson too good at rolling both of his shoulders away from shots. Double right hook, straight left hand out of the clinch for Stevenson. Target practice. Target practice for Stevenson. Oh, combination by Padley. Shakur catches on the left glove out of the shoulder roll. Padley gets Stevenson on the ropes. Gets in a couple of good body shots there. Roughs up Stevenson a little bit. Stevenson pushes him off. Creates his distance back in the center of the ring. Touches with his lead hand. Padley back near the ropes now. Shakur backing him up a little bit. Now Padley steps out to his right. Gets an exit route there. Shakur got him near the ropes. Padley gets low. Shakur leans on him, back into the center of the ring. Shakur starting to hook off the jab a little bit. Nice right hook in close by Shakur. And a 1-2 lifts up Padley's head. Padley might be starting to have enough. Shakur, for a second there, squared up, throws the lead hand like a power shot. 15 seconds left. All Shakur Stevenson. Stevenson applying a little bit of pressure there. Padley taking, holding up well physically, but been hurt to the body multiple times, and some of those headshots really rattling around his head and brain. But Stevenson has won every round, 8 rounds to nothing. Can he get him out of there? No Dice said, if this goes 10 or 12, no respect, Shakur. Brian says, Abdullah Mason would have stopped Padley in 3 rounds. Padley was at work 72 hours ago, and he's gone 8 rounds. Who else? Juan Mendoza said Abdullah would have been KO'd this dude. And that's, don't compare Shakur to Sweet Pea, bro. Well, that's what I'm saying, though. Like, I'm saying he's really, really good. He's a good fighter, but I don't know about Pernell Whitaker, Manny Pacquiao, Floyd. I don't know if this version of Stevenson would have beat the Lomachenko that beat Devin. I don't know if this version of Stevenson beats Jose Luis Castillo, or you know what I mean? He's an excellent fighter. Let's not confuse that for a minute here. So, and he's dominating. He's winning every round, and he's showcasing exquisite timing and placement and good and excellent defense. Excellent defense. So, here we go into the 9th. We're just holding him to a high standard because that's a compliment to him. If we didn't think he was really good, we wouldn't hold him to the standard of the guys he's supposed to be carrying the lineage from. Padley letting his hands work in the center of the ring. Shakur just stepping to him, covering up, blocking whatever's coming. Double right hook to the body by Shakur. Padley is not liking that body work. And Shakur just probably got to be a little bit more consistent 3 minutes of every round. He's putting together beautiful sequences to where if you just clip it in highlight reels, double right hook to the body, and a beautiful combination by Shakur, putting them together. Double right hook to the body, set up a hard combination up top with both hands. Straight left hand by Shakur, right hook, jab to the body. Down goes Padley to the body. Straight left hand to the body. Only so much he could take from Shakur Stevenson. And now I think Stevenson's going to put his foot on the pedal and try to finish this fight with a combination. Padley's up. Let's see if Stevenson, straight left hand to the body by Stevenson. Right hook to the body by Stevenson. Jab up top, straight left hand up top, knocking the head back. Right hook, pivots off, gives an angle, sweeps the left hand to the body. Straight left hand to the body. Shakur having fun tenderizing Padley right now. Right hook to the body off the right hook up top. Padley showing gumption, showing he's game, coming back, firing shots. Stevenson taking his time, enjoying hunting his prey, knows this fight is all but won already. He's being surgical with it, Jake. Right hook to the body, down goes Padley again. Shakur hits him one time on his way down, but the body work is too much. Right hook to the body, Padley is up again after 2 body shot knockdowns. So here we go. Shakur trying to close the show. Straight left hand to the body. Padley still throwing. Gets hit with a right hook in between his punches. Right hook to the body. Double right hook to the body. Padley saying keep him up. Another right hook to the body. More body work by Stevenson. 30 seconds left in the round. Straight left hand by Stevenson. Right hook by Stevenson. And I'd be surprised if the corner or the referee lets this keep going. Right hook to the body by Stevenson. 20 seconds left. Padley throws a flurry of get off me punches. Right hook to the body again by Stevenson. Straight left hand to the body by Stevenson. Down goes Padley. He pounds the canvas like my man Sean did in the Crawford fight. And they should just stop this thing. That's 3 knockdowns in the 9th. He's not going to come back and win. Shakur says on your way back to the corner. Great body work. That's it. They call the fight. Good stoppage. Shakur gets the stoppage in 9 rounds off the body work. Hardly got hit in this fight. Super accurate. You just wonder, does he do the same? Does he execute the same things he executed tonight when there's really something dangerous coming back. That's what we got to see. When there's a guy that could really challenge him, that's what we got to see. But Shakur did his thing. Pretty, dominant performance. Jem Rose says, thank you for the super chat again, brother. It says, Shakur only needs to be better than his peers, period. You are correct. In order to be an all-time great, you don't have to be better than the greats before you. You just have to be the best in your era. And Shakur might be that guy. I don't think so. I think Gervonta... Now, Gervonta, it's a difficult fight for Gervonta because he's short and got short arms. And he's going to have to reach and get countered. And I don't know how mentally strong Gervonta is going to be with missing wide and eating shots. And, Shakur might beat him. But Gervonta, I think, is just as fast, if not a touch faster than Shakur. He doesn't have he has good timing, Gervonta. Shakur's is better. But Gervonta is a much better puncher, and I think he's a more complete fighter, fighting forward and backwards than Shakur. So I'd favor Gervonta to win that fight. But, Gervonta's talking about retirement, and he's fighting Lamont Roach as a 20-1 underdog. Keyshawn, I think, is just more dangerous than Shakur. He is a more complete fighter. He can fight a couple of different styles, do a couple of different things as well. And he's a bigger man than Shakur and a better puncher than Shakur. So when you got one guy who's a natural lightweight fighting a guy coming up from 26 and one guy with longer arms who can match the speed and a lot of the skill of Stevenson, but he has power that Stevenson lacks and size that Stevenson lacks, I favor Keyshawn. So Stevenson is, a bad dude. He's excellent fighter. I just got questions about him. Does he let even against Padley, he doesn't fight consistently 3 minutes of every round. He picks his sequences beautifully. And I would have loved to have seen Kid Austin. I think Kid Austin could have gave us a few more answers in there. But Shakur was excellent. Surgical. Like Denzel Washington said to Ethan Hawke in Training Day, I'm surgical with this shit, Jake. He was surgical. Pinpoint accuracy and timing. Great punch selection, let the combinations come out as the fight went on. Great body attack, but it was against Josh Padley. No offense to Josh Padley, credit to him. But he's the best in his class at the moment, that's what you can say. I don't think he is, though, Crom. I don't think he's the best in this weight class. I think Gervonta and Keyshawn are more complete fighters. So we'll see. We really don't know, though. That's all opinion and conjecture. They got to see each other. So, Gervonta shouldn't be fighting Lamont Roach and Shakur shouldn't be fighting Josh Padley. And I know that's a late replacement. So they should be fighting each other. And there really is a chance, all due respect to Josh Padley, you're here talking about Shakur is clearly the best lightweight. I think there's a strong chance Abdullah Mason would have got him out of there sooner. And Abdullah is still a prospect. So that doesn't mean Abdullah is better than Shakur right now. He's too green for Shakur Stevenson. But that speaks to my point. That's all. So he did good. Fair play to Josh. I agree. We only got two fights left, Parker and Bacoli. I'm now 500 because I picked Shakur, obviously. So I got Shakur right. I got Virgil right. A draw on the Shiraz fight. So nobody got that right. And then I got Buatsi wrong, and I got Zhang wrong. Even though I broke down exactly how they could both win, I didn't pick them. So, Keyshawn too big for 135. Stop Sandbag. Well, but as of right now, he is a WBO lightweight champion. He is a lightweight. Not just a lightweight, he's a lightweight champion. So, it's apples to apples. And you're speaking to part of my point. Keyshawn is too big for 135. That's part of why I favor him over Shakur. Because Shakur was a featherweight coming up to lightweight, and Keyshawn's a lightweight who's going to be a welterweight. So as long as Keyshawn keeps making the weight limit, and then he has an advantage over Shakur. He's the bigger man, and he's got a ton of skills to match Shakur's skills. So, would Shakur and Keyshawn fight? It sounds like it's starting to heat up. At first they said they'd never fight. Now Keyshawn said send the contract to Shakur. Because Shakur said if Turkey has a big offer on the table, they would fight each other. And Keyshawn, with bells on, seemingly said, well, send the contract. Let's do it. So MAW says Shakur was in pain when they were taking his gloves off. His hands are wrecked. And that's another thing that can plague him down the road. You know, he's going to have to, eventually, we're going to have to see how that holds up against the Tanks and the Keyshawn. We'll see, man. He might beat them all. We got to see the fights play out. I'm just giving my prognostications. Yeah, Keyshawn would have stopped Padley easy. Keyshawn would have stopped him in 5 rounds, probably. Keyshawn would have stopped him sooner. Abdullah. Now, styles make fights. Just because, Manny Pacquiao knocked out Ricky Hatton in 2 rounds. It took Floyd 10 rounds. Once Floyd fought Pacquiao, he beat him. So, just because I think Keyshawn and Abdullah would have knocked Padley out in much quicker fashion, more devastating fashion, doesn't mean they beat him. But I'm still going to point that out. So, yeah. Don't try to use this fight as a measuring stick to measure how he would do against Tank. I mean, it's not. I've had my opinions on that matchup well before this Josh Padley fight. Like, I don't need to see Shakur fighting Josh Padley to really find out too much. I mean, he did this against Yoshino, but then the next fight against De Los Santos, he didn't do it. And then he fought Hardatunian, and it was somewhere in between. Not as timid as the De Los Santos Nakatia guy, but not as comfortable and as prolific as the Yoshino and Josh Padley guy either. So, we'll see. Pacquiao also fought everyone after Floyd already beat them. They were older, and Floyd showed the blueprint. Not Marquez, but Marquez wound up knocking Pacquiao the fuck out. But and not Cotto. Floyd fought Cotto and went the distance with him. Pacquiao knocked him out in 11 rounds. So, yeah, plenty of times Pacquiao got to them last. But Pacquiao, he actually fought Marquez when he was strong at the weight. Even at welterweight, Marquez juiced up for the 4th fight, obviously. Pacquiao was on some shit too, so fair play to both of them. But yeah, Pacquiao didn't always get Floyd's leftovers. Floyd got Cotto second, and he went the distance with him. And Cotto was stronger at the weight and was rejuvenated. He had won the Margarito rematch, so he exercised the Margarito demons. He was strong at the weight, but still, he got to him after Pacquiao and Margarito had already got to him and went the distance. So let's see what Benavidez is talking about. Benavidez looks good. Looks like he's not blowing up in between fights. This is what I want to see. I want to see Benavidez fight Beterbiev, man. Now, may the best man win, but I kind of hope Beterbiev wins, because if Bivol wins, we got to see a trilogy again. And I don't feel like... And I don't feel like there's that much more juice to squeeze from these two. Like, whatever there is to learn about Bivol and Beterbiev and what they represent and what they're all about, we got it by now. And the first fight, like Canelo and Golovkin's first fight, didn't live up to the hype. Good fight. High level fight. Highest stakes there is in the game, undisputed. But Canelo Golovkin 1 was supposed to be, one of those classics. And so was their first fight. And they weren't. We got the fight we wanted in fight number 2 with Canelo and Golovkin. We're probably going to get the fight we want in fight number 2 between Beterbiev and Bivol, but let's get the fresh blood in there. Let's get Benavidez in there for the light heavyweight titles. Me personally, I don't really want to see the trilogy. And so, may the best man win. If Bivol takes Beterbiev to school and we got to go to part 3, so be it. But me personally, I'm ready to see Benavidez fight for the titles and inject a little bit of more sauce into everything. These guys don't say much. They're stoic Russian warriors, and I understand and respect that. But I want to see the Russian monster Beterbiev and the Mexican monster Benavidez. And instead of a high-level technical fight, I want to see something explosive between two monsters in Beterbiev and Benavidez. So for that sake, I kind of do hope Beterbiev, even at 40 with fucked up knees, can pull this out. I don't know if he will. I picked him to win. He is still the slightest of favorites at the betting, so that tells you the smart money is still ever so slightly on Beterbiev. But most of your champions are picking Bivol. They thought he won the first fight. Benavidez thought Bivol won the first fight. He's picking him to win again. Andre Ward thought Bivol won the first fight. He's picking him to win again. A lot of people that know their bot. Ring Magazine, 11 out of 20. So ever slightly pick Bivol. A lot of your experts and fighters are picking Bivol. He's the younger guy who's a little bit faster than Beterbiev. He's the guy that's supposed to be able to get better. And Beterbiev, if anything, might get a little bit worse at 40 years old. But all that said, I still pick Beterbiev. I think he'll win the fight, but I won't be surprised in the slightest if not only Bivol wins, but Bivol dominates him. So we'll see what happens. Jim Rex, let's see. If it's one-sided either way, I'm good on the trilogy. But if it ends up being a competitive classic, I wouldn't mind the trilogy. Yeah, sure. You know, I'm down for the trilogy, but me personally, I'm ready to see Benavidez fight one of these guys for the light heavyweight title. I think that's a more intriguing fight, an explosive fight, and I want to see it. M. Jordan says, if Bivol simply makes it through the 12, I think they'll give him the nod no matter what. Marvelous Irv said Beterbiev's age will show tonight. Yeah, he looked a little flat in fight 1. Could happen. Shakur is afraid to get hit, says Worm. So he's not going to be aggressive till a guy shells up. That's why all his KOs come late. See, now I'm not saying that. Stefan Lumpkin said, Shakur is trash. If anyone thinks that Stevenson can beat Tank, you need to go to rehab. I'm not saying all that. Like, Stevenson could win a decision against Gervonta Davis, frustrate him, expose Tank being a little bit mentally weak in terms of dealing with problem solving, and if he can't have his way, you know, and kind of taking advantage of that, slowing the fight down, and maybe surprising Tank with how accurate he is and getting his attention with the punches that land and make Tank have to think twice. And here's the thing, Tank doesn't throw a lot of punches per round. So it could easily be a slow-paced fight where Tank's looking up after 7, 8, 9 rounds and he's behind, and this ain't Barrios. He can't just bomb him out of there when he turns it up a notch. Stevenson could beat Davis. He definitely could. I pick Davis to beat him. I think he's a more complete, more dangerous fighter all around. But Stevenson could outbox him and frustrate him and win a decision and prove himself as the best lightweight. I'm not saying all that. I just give the edge to the guys who, in my opinion, are a little bit more well-rounded and dangerous in the division, in Keyshawn and Gervonta. So that's just me. But they got to fight each other. You know, there is no hypothetical wins on the BoxRec resumes. Calling other fans casuals is weird. Yeah, it is kind of corny. It's like anybody who's tuning into Shakur Stevenson versus Josh Padley, there's no way they're a casual. Anybody watching this card is not a casual. I guarantee this fight is way below 100,000 pay-per-view buys in America. So you are a hardcore if you're watching this shit. 100%. You know? But I gotta go use the restroom for just 2 seconds. Be right back. Give me 2 seconds, chat. All right. So, Martin Bicoli from the Congo. Okay, so I want to address a quick comment from, where was that? Michael B. Michael B says, when you say well-rounded, you mean aggressive punchers. No, I mean well-rounded. I mean they can fight coming forward or backwards. Too often, there's this misconception about skills, that skills means back foot. Skills means skills. It takes skill to cut the ring off, be in the pocket, catch and shoot. It takes skill to apply intelligent pressure, just like it takes skill to be effective off the back foot. I think we conflate, especially in the post-Floyd Mayweather era, of being more skilled as being the guy who's on the back foot always. And I don't think that's the case. I think Tank, he cuts the ring off better than Shakur. He has a better high guard coming forward than Shakur. And he's a better puncher than Shakur. Power is a skill. Part of it isn't just what you're blessed with. It's your technique and how you turn the knuckles over and all those kinds of things. And I think, Tank is very good in between punches, very good boxer. His pivots and his moves are tight. He moves his head too. He feints too. He knows how to level change too. But he has things that Shakur doesn't have, most notably the power. And, he trusts his chin more than Shakur. He'll really press you and he'll time you up to take one to land one. Shakur won't do that. He will wait and wait and wait and wait and wait until he feels comfortable to let it go. And having balls and having balls and a belief in your chin is a skill too. Like, that skills are not just back foot boxing. And I think that's a big misconception. If skills were just back foot boxing, then Madrimov would have beat Ortiz 9-3, but he didn't. And Ortiz had more skill than him, not just more will. Yes, will, that's part of a skill too. You have to, we're not born dogs. Like some of us, some people have more of a natural inclination to it, but even having heart is something that has to be honed and crafted and all that stuff. So, no, not that they're just more aggressive punchers, Keyshawn and Tank. I think they're more well-rounded, complete fighters. So, but I don't know. We'll see. Martin Bacoli is in the ring. Joseph Parker making his way to the ring. And I foolishly, I picked Bacoli. I felt like Bacoli, I know he's coming in, jet lag, over 300 pounds. Parker had a whole great camp for this fight. Parker is going to do everything Jared Anderson should have done. He's going to use his movement. He's going to box. He's going to be intelligent. So Parker is the deserved favorite. He is the logical pick, but my gut, I went with Bacoli the minute he got replaced as this opponent because I think there's a chance that Bacoli is a fighter of destiny. I'll say it again. He was born in Zaire, the place of the rumble of the jungle. He's compared to George Foreman. Maybe this man has a date with destiny for fighting for the heavyweight title, man. Africa's never had a heavyweight champion. So he can uplift a whole continent. But Bacoli does look fat in the corner. And you wonder how bad his conditioning is going to be tonight. And Michael Hunter, a smaller heavyweight, was able to knock him out years ago. He's gotten a lot better since then. So the logical pick is on Joseph Parker. But my gut, I went with Bacoli. So we'll see what we get. Josh Parker. Yeah, Joseph Parker. Smoking Josh Frazier. I've always had that problem with Joseph Parker. Since I interviewed Parker, heading into the Andy Ruiz fight, so I'm Joe is one of the nicest fighters I've ever met. I mean, he is such a nice person, almost too nice. And I thought early in his career that cost him in certain fights like Dillian White and Joshua. He was like too nice. He's added a little, like De La Soul said, he's added, they say the good die young, so I had to throw some badass to my flavor to prolong my life over the drums. And Parker's done that temperament-wise. He's throwing a little badass on his flavor to prolong his life in the ring. So, but he's still that smart, calculating, quick-handed boxer, quick feet. He should win this fight. I just went out on a limb and picked Bacoli, but we'll see. I think Bacoli's a bad boy. I think Bacoli would beat Parker with a training camp, and I kind of just flew off the handle like, oh, Bacoli, Parker, Bacoli. But Bacoli looks like shit. He doesn't look anything like he did for the Jared Anderson fight. I mean, he had a gut against Anderson, but it's a much more pronounced gut for this Parker fight. So, plus 750. Who's plus 750? Warren Bacoli is? Oh, at plus 750 for the Bacoli knockout? That's a great bet. Yeah, that is a great bet. You have that problem with Victor and Virgil Ortiz? Yeah, same. I've had that one a couple times. So let's see, man. Let's see. Let's see. All right. No camp and way out of shape. He's out of shape. Yeah, and dry. Dry as a bone. Big belly, looking soft. He might have just, took the money. Couldn't pass up a big payday by Turkey. Which would be a shame because I feel like I'd feel way more confident in picking Boli if he was at 100% for this fight. But he's already got his excuses built in. He's like, I wasn't in camp. All kinds of things. So I don't know, man. I don't know. And why did you let yourself get so out of shape after your first big win, man? That's not a good temperament. You're not supposed to get fat and happy off your first big moment. That's supposed to ideally galvanize you to be even better. And Boli, I get it. Heavyweights don't have to make weight, but and Parker is 20 pounds heavier than when he beat Zhang. But Parker's in shape. He looks good and ready to go. Michael B said, "Damn, I picked Boli. Had no clue he was this out of shape. I might go down." Yeah. I really would feel like he's got this with a full camp if he was like he was last August against Jared. But even then again, like I had high hopes for Jared, next American heavyweight, blah blah blah. But who was Jared? Like the jury's out on Jared. He did not look good in his last fight. So maybe people like me overrated that win a little bit for Boli. Parker looks in shape and ready to go. And Boli is not in shape. I don't know, man. I don't know. Let's see. Heavyweights. Let's get it. Yeah, let's see. I wonder if he's still going to fight a Jagba. If it happens, cool. It's a long shot, honestly. He's been in the Congo chilling. He has been. It looks like he's been enjoying that Anderson win a little too much. Damn, he's fat right now. No offense, not to fat shame or nothing like that. We're talking boxing. But he has got big, soft belly. Parker, he let his body get soft over the years too. Back in his day, on the come up, he was ripped. So here we go, round one. What's Boli got for us tonight? Center ring. Both guys starting, Parker a little bit more energetic as expected, feinting. Boli, not a guy who reacts a lot to things. He's very calm in there and doesn't let feints and lead hand jousting kind of, good left hook by Parker there. Got Boli to bite on a feint and led with the left hook when maybe he was expecting a jab. Good jab to the body by Parker. Boli standing stationary like a statue. Good jab by Parker. And Boli looking slow early on. Boli short with a lead left uppercut. And the feet of Parker are going to be a huge issue for Boli probably in this fight. But we'll see. Parker already, Boli leads that lead hand so low. Jabs to the body. Good jab to the body by Boli. But Parker, you think, is going to try to come over the top with the right hand at any moment. Maybe not early, but it's coming at some point in the fight. With Boli leaving that lead hand way low and being out of shape. Jab to the body by Parker. Boli tries a check left hook, just misses it, touches with the jab, lands the jab a little bit off that check hook, miss. Good jab by Boli, shoots his first right hand, and it's a bit of a lumbering one, a little slow. Good jab to the body by Boli, dips underneath the left hook. Good pace, though, for Boli in round one. Parker not making him burn up a lot of energy. Good jab to the body by Parker. Boli jabs to the chest. Double jab by Boli, falls short. Got his right hand cocked and his left hand all the way down. Right hand at his chest. Parker using the double jab. Double jab by Boli and a hook off the double jab. Good sequence there for Boli in the center of the ring. Parker not using his feet early, and I don't know about that. That's supposed to be a big advantage for him against these heavyweights, and he's kind of being stationary in the center of the ring with Boli. Boli taking half steps back and inviting Parker in. Parker short with the jab. Boli bending down, shoots the up jab. Parker lands his jab. Boli is there for some shots because, the hands are down, but Parker is very wary of the timing and the power of Boli, so he's taking his time. Parker moving out to his left, stepping over to his left. Big left uppercut for Boli. A slow one, but he led with the left uppercut and landed it. Tries to get a chopping right hand in. Parker ties him up. This could be Boli's round. Both guys landed their jab. Boli hooked off the jab at one point. Left uppercut for Boli, but he gets hit with a straight right hand in that exchange. Close first round. Close first round. I don't like that Parker's not using his feet a lot. Maybe at a career high 267, his feet aren't the best they would normally be. But he really didn't make Boli coming in at 300 plus have to burn energy. Boli was able to just kind of stand in front and then wait for Parker to try to initiate something and time him. You know, doubled up the jab a few times. Lead left uppercut. Parker did get in that right hand, but he got in his lead left uppercut. Let's take a look at the slow-mo, see what it shows us. Right uppercut for Boli, actually, when Parker was trying to pull out of range. So I didn't notice that. Yeah, right uppercut. I give that round to Boli. 10-9 Boli. 10-9 Boli. Parker should be using his feints and, you know, make that big man burn up some energy. Make him bite on some feints. Make him have to move his feet. He didn't even make Boli have to use his feet that round. Round 2. Here we go. Boli picks the hands up, actually. Doesn't you leave the lead hand all the way low to start. Jab to the body by Parker. Jab up top by Boli. Boli ever so slightly on the front foot. Leads with a hook to touch with it. Nice left hook to the body by Boli. And that he just used a little touch left hook up top to set that up. And then boom, left hook to the body 2 seconds later. They both trade jabs. Both sticking their jab in there. Left hook right hand by Parker, but Boli blocks it and says no. Jab to the body by Parker. There's a lot of cushion to absorb those jabs to the body for Boli tonight. Boli stalking, coming forward, picks his gloves up. Right hand counter by Parker, but he doesn't get it in. And Boli lets go of a combination and starts to touch with that uppercut. Right hand counter by Parker. Another right hand off the ropes by Parker, but he eats a right uppercut. That right uppercut got in for Boli. Boli's got a hell of a timing. He knows when you're going to open up. Good right hand to the body by Parker. Good right hand on the inside by Parker with Boli with his hands down on the inside. Boli ripping an uppercut on the inside with the hands down dangerously, but that uppercut got in to respond to Parker with his short right hand. Boli double jab. Parker takes a step back. Straight right hand by Parker just off the mark. Another straight right hand by Parker. Lands on the top of the head of Boli that time. Boli with a left uppercut on the inside and a right uppercut on the inside and a left hook to the body. Ooh! That left hook to the body. Left hook to the body again by Boli. Boli got some crazy placement and punch selection. And he was doing this shit with his hands at his waist on the inside. That's confidence. Boli squaring up his legs, walking forward, breaking his boxing stance. Big right hand by Parker. Boli shakes it off. Left hook to the body by Boli, just trying to bully him. Boli with clubbing shots on the inside. Big right hand by Parker. Oh, Boli goes down. Huge right hand, dropped him. Huge right hand. It didn't even look like it landed. And Boli goes down. He is badly hurt. He might be done. And that's it. The ref stops it. Second round knockout for Joseph Parker. Well, it was going well for Boli until it didn't. God damn, what did he get hit with? I guess that right hand did find it. It looked like Boli got his head off the line. What happened? I got to see that again. But Boli was out on his feet, badly out of it. Oh, man, I got to see that again. Well, I got to see that again. Damn. So, early stoppage, maybe, but I didn't think so. I don't know. He was out and out of shape. You know, I romanticized it. I'm like, Boli, late replacement, he could do it. Nah. He dived. Bullshit, he dived. Kicks God. He did the stanky legs, said Bebop Jones. Can I see this replay? And Boli comes out of his corner to hug Joe. Great moment for Joe Parker. Boli looked like he was maybe going to pull it off. He was landing some big shots. But, hey, he let himself get out of shape, man. Way out of shape since the Anderson fight. And it's actually a shame because I think Boli, man, he's a big threat in this division. But At 300 plus pounds with jet lag, couldn't do shit. Well, not couldn't do shit. He was actually fighting a good fight until he got knocked out. But you could tell Boli was out of shape. So, second round knockout for Parker. They've still yet to show the replay. Corner called it. That right punch from any top heavyweight will put them down. No doubt about it. Would I have stopped it? Yeah, probably. He looked done. He looked out. He just wasn't prepared to do this fight. Let's take a look at the replay. All right. It hit him on the top of the head. So live, I couldn't tell because I thought Boli got his chin off the line, but he got hit right here on the top of the head. Big sweeping right hand, and his balance was done. Shot. Gone. Gone. It didn't land on the chin, but Parker, man, he committed to it. Swung for the fences, got his head off the line, looped the shot with everything he had on it, and it knocked Boli out. That's a knockout for Joseph Parker. I would love to see the Usyk fight. I really don't want to see Dubois fight Usyk again. I just don't. Yeah, Boli totally out on his feet. Gets dropped. Yeah, he's just, man, he just wasn't ready for this fight. But, man, Joseph Parker, man, has knocked out 3 of the most feared punchers in the heavyweight division. In Wilder, who was past his prime, but still. Zhang, who was 40, but still. And Boli, who was 300 plus pounds in a late replacement, but still. So, yeah, man, Joseph Parker, I want to see the Usyk fight. So, I want to see the Usyk fight because Dubois, yeah, the low blow. Was it a low blow? Was it not? That doesn't really do it for me. Like, I think a rematch between those two is stale. Other people don't feel that way. They're all caught up in the low blow talk. But I want to see Parker get a shot. Parker, even though Parker would have to drop some weight. He was too heavy tonight for Usyk, but Parker is naturally a 6'4", 245-ish heavyweight. So he's not like Fury and Joshua. He's not 6'6", 6'7", 6'8", 6'9", 250 to 280, 290. He's in today's era more of a medium heavyweight. And so he can kind of challenge Usyk feint for feint, challenge him in terms of feints and foot speed and hand speed and being fluid, like moving around more like a middleweight instead of a heavyweight. And yet, despite Parker being able to challenge Usyk in some of those areas, he's still the naturally bigger man. So I love the matchup because Parker, he can match wits a little bit with Usyk, although Usyk, is the favorite. In all likelihood, he still wins the fight. But I like Parker because he introduces some different attributes and a style to Usyk. It's a different challenge. Dubois, outside of that, he got pretty dominated in that fight. So I don't need to see it again. I'd rather see Parker get his opportunity at Usyk. I'm much more interested in that fight. So, yeah, but still, right, Jim. Right, I got to contextualize, but. Yeah, Boli wasn't ready for tonight. But he took the money. And if you get in the ring, it is what it is, So Josh Padley was ready. He was in shape. He's not the talented fighter Boli is. But Boli, not keeping himself in shape, caught up to him. They say if you stay ready, you don't have to get ready in boxing. Vitaly Klitschko didn't look like that. When I know he had 2.5 weeks, not 2 days. But you could have gave Boli 2 months, and he still wasn't going to look good heading into this fight. So that's on Boli. Boli squandered the momentum he just built. He just cashed out the momentum he built from Anderson. And now, it's back to the drawing board kind of thing. So, yep. But credit to Parker, man. He's one of the nicest fighters I've ever come across and interviewed. He is really a nice person, a genuine person, to where I thought he's too nice. Like, this guy will never get to the top of the heavyweight division because he's too nice. But I think he's mixed in an edge to him, and he believes in himself with Andy Lee more than he ever did. And I want to see him fight Alexander Usyk. That's the fight I want to see in the heavyweight division. I do not want to see Dubois again. I'm good. So, yeah. He deserves his shot, in my opinion, says Jordan. Keith 11 says most deserving heavyweight, Big Worm. I can't fault him. He got his best payday on a turkey card last year. Got a nice check again. It sucks because this is going to push him down the ranks. Well, it sucks because he had the ability to really threaten for the heavyweight title if he was on his P's and Q's and kept himself in shape. Even in the 2 rounds before he got knocked out, he was doing some nice things against Parker out of shape. So it's a shame because Africa's never had a heavyweight champion. And just like Pacquiao uplifted the Philippines, it would have been nice to see a heavyweight come out of Africa and inspire that whole continent. And who knows, maybe we get 5 or 6 Martin Bacolis coming behind Martin Bacoli if Martin Bacoli could become heavyweight champion. And I was kind of into that. But nope, this isn't movies. This is real life. And the better storyline doesn't win. Joe Parker shouting out his mom and dad. Just a sweetheart of a man. Great man. And now, man, he has worked his way all the way back. He won this title. He has got the WBO interim title. This is the second time he's had a WBO title. He won it, the vacant one against Andy Ruiz. Now he's got his hands on the interim. Hey, man, just couldn't be happier for Joseph Parker, man. I just want to see him get the fight against Usyk. If you guys ever saw my interviews with Parker when Usyk first came to the division, this was when he was still with Kevin Barry, Parker was, and I was on Fight Hype, and I used to ask him, Usyk, because I always saw something in the style matchup for Joe. You know, I thought Usyk would beat Joshua. I didn't think he'd beat Fury, but by the time the Fury fight was actually made, I picked Usyk in both fights because I knew Fury was past his best days. Parker has always been a matchup. It's not that I necessarily picked Parker for the upset, but I just think he's an interesting matchup for Usyk because he's not a big lumbering heavyweight. He's a heavyweight that can feint with Usyk, match some of the speed with Usyk, match some of the foot positioning with Usyk, and still be a natural heavyweight, not a cruiserweight moving up. So I really want to see the fight. I hope it happens. I think Parker would have done Dubois the same way, to be honest. Yeah, possibly. He's countering dudes coming in with the right hand really well. And Dubois is there for that counter right hand. So he may have beaten Dubois for sure. But we don't know. Dubois definitely would have been a tougher out. No question about that. So. You can't get 5 or 6 of them on a plane? Yeah. Well, I meant, just inspired young African fighters. Would have been a nice consequence of Bacoli having a Cinderella run at the title. That would have been nice, but it was not meant to be. Parker came to throw bombs tonight regardless. He did, and that wasn't always his temperament. That was not always his temperament. And that's something he's had to go. That brings me back to my point earlier. Like, even heart and will is something of a skill. Parker, he didn't have the grit to load up on big right hands against a murderous puncher like Bacoli 5, 6, 7 years ago. That's something he's had to develop. He's developed the dog in him. So almost everything in boxing, yes, there's gifts that God gives you. You either got it or you don't. But I think the more I analyze the sport, the more I think we overlook certain things as not being a skill when they are. Sometimes even having heart is a skill. Like, it's a skill Parker has worked on. He didn't have the kind of confidence to wing bombs against a knockout puncher 5 or 6 years ago. He does now. So Parker has to go to the body against Usyk. He's weak there. Yeah, he does, and walk and be effective with the right hand against the southpaw, and at times box with Usyk, and then at times impose himself on Usyk as the bigger man, particularly with that right hand. So, man, for being the biggest card of the century, there's only like 5,000 people there, but that's okay. Let's see. All right, yep, they're showing off. Oh, that's great that Boots and Sanionis is also for the ring, but it's like, it deserves to be for the ring, I guess. But I'd like to see the winner fight Norman. Norman's got to take the $2 million offer, though. All right, main event time. Beterbiev against Bivol. Artur against Dimitri, or Demo. Seems like that's what his camp calls him, Demo. So, what do we got? You know, again, this has been a theme for me, picking fights wrong against logic tonight. Logically, Bivol should win this fight. He's the younger guy. A lot of people thought he won the first fight. He's the younger fighter with who doesn't have bad knees like Beterbiev, who should make the adjustment. I picked Beterbiev. I want to see Beterbiev fight Benavidez. And Beterbiev, you know, I'm going to go deep with it for a second. And in the culture I've been raised in, you know, Bivol is the guy who's got the 1980s movie Karate Kid swag. Like Beterbiev is the antagonist. He's the bully that Bivol's had to be in his shadow since they were teenagers, and he's as stoic as Bivol is, and as cold and as strong as Bivol can be. He's even colder and stronger and more menacing with his demeanor and all that. And so if this was a good 1980s American flick, this would be the part where Bivol overcomes the bully and does something special and, you know, climbs once and for all out of the shadow of his big brother, figuratively speaking, and Artur Beterbiev, right? So, you know, the good movies and the good stories and narratives I've grown up with actually point towards Bivol's going to overcome the monster tonight and show that monsters aren't real, and that brains and intellect and making adjustments and youth and being accountable. He never made one excuse about losing. That's what's going to make him the better man tonight against Beterbiev, who has a little bit more cockiness heading into this fight. He's convinced himself that I definitely won the first fight and those kinds of things. So the way most of us were brought up, this is the part in the movie where Bivol overcomes and wins the rematch. In their culture, though, in Russia, it's about manliness, manhood, stoicism. And in their culture, Beterbiev is the better man, pun intended. He's the better man. He's even more stoic. He's even meaner. He's even more macho. He got even more hair on his chest. You know what I mean? So in the rules of their culture, Beterbiev's the better man. In the rules of this Western culture I've grown up with, this is the part in the movie where Bivol finally conquers this dude that he's had to have over his shoulder since he was a teenager. This dude that's like, no, we're not shaking hands. You know, I think Bivol, if it was up to him, they'd have shook hands, no problem. But Beterbiev is doing that macho shit. No, not shaking your hands. And he's had that little smirk on his face since winning the first fight. This is the part in the movie where Bivol overcomes him and shuts him up and shows everybody bullies ain't real. But in their culture, Beterbiev's the better man by their values. So, you know, just like sometimes that affects things. If Morales and Barrera would have fought more like American fighters and less Mexican style fighters, I know that's an oversimplification, but Morales probably would have beaten Barrera 2 out of 3 times, because when they boxed in fight number 2, Morales, everybody thought won, even though Barrera got the decision. But when they went to war, because they're 2 Mexican fighters, so it's like at the end of the day, we're going to duke it out like 2 Mexicans, that favored Barrera. If Morales would have made it more of a boxing match and used his length and his jab, probably could have beat Barrera with an easier time than going to war. So their first fight was fought in that Russian style. It was the matchup between Beterbiev and Bivol is a celebration of their amateur background, the Russian Soviet style, and their culture. This is what's great about boxing is if you don't know anything about Mexican people, you might learn a thing or two admiring and observing Barrera and Morales when they fought, or you know what I mean, or De La Hoya Vargas. You're like, I grew up with a lot of Mexican people, so I already know what time it is. But you know, if you didn't know much about Chicano culture and you tuned into De La Hoya Vargas, or if you didn't know much about Latino culture and you tuned into De La Hoya Trinidad, you probably learned something. And that's what's great about boxing is from watching Beterbiev and Bivol, we not only learn their background as fighters and their style as fighters, but we learn their background as, you know, Russian fighters and guys who have had to come all the way out west from Russia. And so this isn't just a celebration of the light heavyweight titles. This is Russia on the center stage of the sport, and it's a celebration of these two and what they're all about. And in their culture, what they're all about, Beterbiev is just ever so slightly, it would seem, about it even more than Bivol, who may have become a little westernized. You know, living in California, he's a little bit more friendly. He's a little bit more in touch with his feelings. And maybe that'll be a good thing. Maybe that's what'll allow him to conquer. And when I call Beterbiev a bully, I want to amend that. He's a bully with integrity, a bully with character. You know, a lot of bullies, when you stand up to them and put them on the ground, you know, they go home with their tails tucked between their legs. That's not Beterbiev. He might be a bully in there, but he's going to answer the call. You're going to have to put him out for good. And, you know, he's the furthest thing from a punk. So when I call him a bully, don't think of it with a negative connotation. He's a bully with character, a bully with, you know, like Roberto Duran. Roberto Duran's a bully. You're going to grab his... Eric Morales... These are guys that Inoue sometimes will taunt you, styling on you, and Beterbiev doesn't even do that. But the point being, you know, they're ruthless in there, and they like to hurt you, and they like to bully you in there. But they got heart. They're not some front-running bully. And that's Beterbiev. So, you know, we'll see. Let's just get to... That was a long spiel, because we got time to kill. So let's see. Let's post the poll one last time. You know, who wins? Artur Demo, as his camp calls him. Let's go. Molly Mall with the super chat says, who deserves the Hall of Fame more, Sean Porter or Adrian Broner? Porter. And I don't say that because Sean's a borderline case. Like, I don't know if Sean is truly a Hall of Famer. That's a debate to be had. But Sean, I think what could nudge him in, because he's on the borderline and probably should fall just a little short, but I think what might get him over the hump is that he stood for something in an era where fighters weren't standing for it. He stood for fighting the best when they were at their best, and he even went against Al Heyman to make the Crawford fight happen. So I don't know if you get Crawford and Spence without Sean stepping up to the plate. And Sean, sometimes in defeat against Spence, was more impressive than Spence in victory, you know. And he was in 2 separate Fight of the Years with Spence and Thurman. He fought everybody at their best. He beat some good fighters in Broner. He beat Broner head-to-head. Beat Ugas. Beat Devin Alexander. Beat Danny Garcia. So he has some good wins. Berto when he was past his prime. And then he was so close against the best of the best at their best. And I think the fact that Sean was willing to do that in an era where a lot of fighters, and especially in America, weren't, I think that that's a standout quality of him in this era. And maybe is enough to give him the benefit of the doubt. We'll see. So, let's see. Still got to keep putting in timeout the spammers, but it's good to see my boy Sean on the broadcast for sure. I'm gonna see him tomorrow, so shit. I'm gonna see him spar Boots on Wednesday in Philly. Who do I think won the first fight? Live, I thought Bivol won the fight, and then I went back and scored it a couple times, and not even scored it. I just watched it, and I got what the judges saw. It was a lot of close rounds, but what they favored in Beterbiev, he closed strong, and he, no matter what Bivol did, he could never, like, Beterbiev would have an answer, and his answers, even if not as effective, it bothered Bivol more. It looks like it left Bivol. Bivol could land a clean right hand left hook, and Beterbiev would just stay tight and keep coming. And then he would sometimes even just land on the gloves or nick around the gloves, and it would make Bivol physically uncomfortable and make him have to get out of the pocket. And the judges are saying one guy's making the other guy uncomfortable and on the front foot and hurting him a little bit. And the other guy, he's boxing well and landing sharp shots, but it's not doing anything ultimately. It's not stopping the forward momentum. It's not stopping him from making Bivol uncomfortable with his responses. And then in a really close fight, you'd rather close strong than start strong, and Beterbiev was the one who closed strong. So live, I was like most people. I thought Bivol clearly won, 8 rounds, 7 rounds maybe, but I rewatched it a couple times and I understood what the judges saw. So we'll see. We'll see in fight number 2. So let's go. Let's see. I gotta see this go down. Anthony Joshua has Bivol, and Sean Porter has Beterbiev by stoppage. So they're on 2 different sides. Let's see what we get, man. Let's get to it, man. Let's get to the main event. Bivol by stoppage for multiple reasons, says my guy, motherfucker. He says Bivol's superior movement, footwork, and speed. Beterbiev's age, and the fact that he's been down. Bivol wants to prove something this time. Yeah, and I could see that. I could even see Bivol shocking people and knocking Beterbiev out. I mean, he's 40 years old with bad knees. I might have just picked Beterbiev because I want to get to Benavidez and Beterbiev already. I want my prophecy to be fulfilled. So selfish. May the best man win. Let's see once we get to fight time. Crom says, I personally agree with Sean that he probably doesn't make it in on his boxing record alone, but being the great person he is puts him over the line. Such a great character and love Porter right, and he continues to give back to the sport. He's sparring young fighters even though he's retired. He has the podcast, that continues to try to talk about the sport and give back to boxing in that way. And then it's the fact that he crossed the street to make the Crawford fight when nobody was crossing the street at that time. And not just the Crawford fight, he stood for something in boxing that was lacking in his era, which was fighting the very best at their best, leaving it all in the ring. He did that. So, yeah, if we had to go straight off accomplishments, 2 world titles, some good wins, it probably wouldn't quite be enough. But when you contextualize it with some of the intangibles beyond just the record, and I think it might be enough to get Sean in eventually. I hope it does. I have a vote on the Hall of Fame. I will vote for Sean. I already have, just to keep it real. So we'll see. Did Bacoli win? No, he got knocked out in the 2nd round, Joel's bandana. He was doing kind of good. He was arguably on his way to being up 2 rounds to nothing, and just got caught on the top of the head with a big looping right hand by Parker, and that was it. That was all she wrote. His balance and his legs were done. Was it a ref stoppage or Bacoli's threw the towel? I believe the Bacoli's corner threw the towel. So let's see what we get. All right, Beterbiev-Bivol. Enough of these overdramatic, tacky commercials that everybody's eating up and saying are the coolest things ever. By the way, Michael Buffer has so much to say about how awful and racist the United States is, but then he takes blood money from the Saudis who don't give a lot of people normal rights. So typical kind of hypocrite guy in Michael Buffer, but all good. He's there. He's going to announce the fight. Swavey, thank you for the super chat, said, who's Benavidez' tougher matchup, Bivol or Beterbiev? Bivol. I think Bivol. I really think if Beterbiev gets by tonight, he's ripe for the picking for Benavidez. I just do. 5-6 years ago, different story. 3-4 years ago, different story. But right now, if Beterbiev has enough to finish Bivol off and win this thing, I think he's ripe for the picking for Benavidez in the very next fight. But that's just me. So, whereas Bivol is a tougher style for Benavidez. He's going to make Benavidez pick his feet up more. And it'll just be a more difficult style for Benavidez, I think. I think Beterbiev, as dangerous as he is, him kind of being right there, I really think Benavidez could work the body against Beterbiev. I think just the way Beterbiev holds his hands, and I think Benavidez' hand speed and creativity, I think he'll be a problem for Benavidez in the or Beterbiev in the pocket. Most guys don't want to stay in the pocket with Beterbiev. Hardly anybody. Callum Johnson did and got a knockdown, but I think Benavidez will oblige, and that's why I want to see the fight so bad, and that's why, if I'm being honest, chat, I kind of want Beterbiev to win. I want to see Beterbiev and Benavidez. It's the #1 fight I want to see in boxing. So, but if Bivol gets, outboxes his ears off, we're going to call it down the middle like we always do. And if Bivol's the better man, and maybe he should be, he's the younger guy who can make some adjustments, then it is what it is. And maybe Bivol dominates Beterbiev to where we don't have to see a second fight anyways. And then we get Benavidez and Bivol, but I'm not as hyped for Benavidez and Bivol. Benavidez and Beterbiev is a surefire war and just a more exciting style matchup. That's the one I'd prefer to see. But it comes down to who's the better light heavyweight tonight between Beterbiev and Bivol. So, Gregory says, I disagree, Sean. I think Benavidez would get stopped by Beterbiev. A lot of people think that. I've seldom met other people who think Benavidez wins that fight. So, majority thinks Beterbiev would be a little bit too much for him. So, that's why I want to see it. All right, here comes Dmitry Bivol, the former WBA light heavyweight champion. Now the challenger. Looks ready to go, looks pumped up, bounce into the ring, and he, just looks ready to fight, just like he did in fight number 1. I actually think he looked even better coming to the ring in fight 1, but he looks great coming to the ring now. Got a good sweat worked up, got his game face on, eye of the tiger, all those cliches. And for the first fight, Beterbiev looked flat coming to the ring, and I wonder what we see from him here. But Bivol looks ready to go, ready to fight. Didn't waste a lot of time getting to the ring with pageantries. He's bouncing, got a good sweat worked up, and he's ready to turn the tables on Beterbiev and right a wrong in his mind, in the mind of a lot of people. So, let's see what we get. Bivol's going to hurt him, says Keith Sweat. He might. Worm says Bivol has a nervous bounce in his step. He looks ready to fight. Let's see Beterbiev. I didn't like Beterbiev's demeanor coming to the ring in the first fight. I thought he looked flat. Let's see if he looks a little bit more like he got that aura to him. Yeah, he looks a little bit meaner coming to the ring for fight number 2, does Beterbiev. Those knees, though, gotta wonder. They got the 2 bandages on the knees, the 2 knee braces. And 61% of people think Bivol's going to win this fight on the DAZN poll. On our poll here, 59% think Arthur's about to win this fight. So yeah, definitely 2 hardened. These are 2 real men. And I think that's what the public likes about Beterbiev and Bivol. Here in America, we get a lot of athletes that complain about their pay or this or that. And these guys, they're very stoic men. And I think that's, attractive to some of the audience for sure. So Beterbiev and Bivol both wasted no time coming to the ring. Both got their game faces on. Neither guy looks more nervous than the other, but they both look ready to fight. And Beterbiev, I like his demeanor more in fight number 2. Apparently, he's got that Russian terrorist guy behind him. That has a lot of people not happy about it, but let's see what goes on. Jemro, thank you again for the super chat. Said, bro, there's no blood money like that of the West, all built from slavery, genocide, colonialism, and the exploitation of indigenous people. Yeah, I'll have to get into that after, but no, nothing you said is wrong. That's all fact. But at least America, through its what's supposed to be its ideals and what its constitution is written in paper, like Martin Luther King would say, he just wants America to live up to what it says on paper, and he says that because he's acknowledging that on paper, America's got the right idea. And slavery couldn't have been abolished without the language in the Constitution about all men created equal. Eventually, that piece of paper was a motherfucker for the slaveholders. They had to, it's like, hey, your government says this. And that's what led to, North versus South, Civil War, all that. So America, everything you said is true. But because America has freedom of speech and its ideals are in the Constitution, it's got a bit of a self-correcting way about it. Even though we're $40 trillion in debt right now. Anyway, it's a lot to get into. But I'll get into that more later. So what happened to MLK? He got murdered, just like Malcolm X got murdered, just like John F. Kennedy got murdered. But at least you have the freedom of speech to say the government killed, Martin Luther King. The government killed Malcolm X. In other countries, they'll do the same thing, and you can't even say that. Tweet it, nothing. Can't do it in Saudi. So in Saudi, you can't tweet Turkey Al-Sheikh had Jamal Khashoggi chopped up. Can't tweet that. But if he did it in America, you could say it about him, and that's all I'm saying. Is sometimes there's some good things about the States too. But anyways, Beterbiev and Bivol are in the ring. Let's get it. So here we go. Let's get to the fight. That was a super chat. I had my man Jem Rao. I had to answer it. You know, I'm sorry we got to get political, but this whole Riyadh season thing is political. It's an arm of the Saudi government to promote Vision 2030 and all that. It is what it is. But let's get to the boxing. They finished the anthem. Now they got Beterbiev and Bivol opposite corners. Michael Buffer ready to announce each guy. So let's see. Oh, subscribe if you haven't already, please. I could use the subscribers. All right, Bivol bouncing up and down. Beterbiev bouncing up and down. They both look ready to go. Enough talk. We just want to see who is the best light heavyweight in the world because we still don't really know. And I think that's all boxing really needs tonight is a conclusive outcome one way or the other. Unless if it's a really close fight like last time, but it has more action, that would be a good thing too. But let's see. So let us see here. Put user in timeout. Yeah. Conversation for another day. I appreciate your points, and I don't expect you to just have to agree with my point, you know. So, well, another day. But I appreciate you, Gemro. So here we go. Both fighters in the ring. All right, man. Let's get to it. Bivol takes a deep breath in. Does look a little nervous, but something, you know, it's a fight this big. You're not human if you got some nerves going on. Bivol got that Mongolian mix with the Russian blood. Beterbiev, Chechen. Of course, we all know that Sopranos reference. He killed 16 fucking Chechen rebels. So Bivol getting his ring introduction, raises his arm to the sky, bounces up and down. A lot of bouncing from both fighters in the corners. Hey, Milton Dobie, thank you, brother. Said Sean Zittel the best blow-by-blow and play-by-play in all of boxing. Thank you, sir. Johnny Ringo, for me, the question is, can Bivol increase his intensity without opening himself up too much? That's a great question. So, here we go. Beterbiev, Montreal Canadian transplant. He looks a little nervous too. I think they're both a little nervous. Both got a little bit of butterflies. How can they not? This is everything on the line. This is who's the best man. This is a rivalry since they were teenagers. And it's going to get settled probably once and for all tonight. Bivol, eyes of stone. Bivol a little bit stronger at the stare down. Bivol staring right through Beterbiev. Beterbiev praying and not making eye contact. But Bivol looking the monster right in the eyes, letting him know, I'm right here. There's no fear. So here we go. Round 13 or round 1 of a new fight? I'm nervous. They got to be nervous. I'm nervous. Let's go. Round 1 and they're off. High guard from both fighters. Beterbiev starting with the jab. Bivol answers back with the jab. Gonna see a lot of jabs tonight from both of these guys. They got good jabs. They trade jabs to start. Beterbiev slightly on the front foot. Good double jab by Bivol. Walked Beterbiev into that double jab, but Beterbiev not going anywhere. Steps out to the right, does Beterbiev. Bivol, jab against guard. Double jab by Beterbiev going upstairs and downstairs. Back comes Bivol with his jab. It's going to be excellent fundamentals in this fight. Good jab by Bivol. And now Bivol tries to stay in the center of the ring, and Beterbiev has to hold his ground ever so slightly after taking a step back. Another step back by Beterbiev, but he resets. Good jab by Bivol. Right hand to the body by Bivol. Falls a little short, but good stiff jab against Beterbiev there. Now Beterbiev inches forward towards Bivol. Jab by Beterbiev blocked. Another jab blocked by Bivol. Who can win the battle of the jabs? Double jab by both of them. Bivol lands his jab up top. Beterbiev sticks the second jab to the pit of the stomach. Little right hand to the body by Beterbiev, getting underneath the left elbow of Bivol there. Double jab by Beterbiev, sticks the jab to the body. A little bit more jab to the body by Beterbiev to start, but a good jab to the body back by Bivol, and back comes Beterbiev with a jab to the body. Both guys trying to establish that jab, and they're both being effective with it in round one. Both trading jabs, but Beterbiev got Bivol backing up ever so slightly. Bivol blocks a right hand over the top. Sweeping right, a little short right hand to the body for Beterbiev, gets underneath the elbow, jabs to the body does Beterbiev. Bivol steps out to his left. Beterbiev on the front foot a little bit here now. Bivol feints, keeps the high guard. Good jab by Bivol, makes Beterbiev reset. Another good jab by Bivol, reddens the face of Beterbiev. Double jab by Bivol, and a combination off the jab. Beterbiev catches well up top, but a good sequence of punches for Bivol. Bivol pushed back into the ropes by a little touch double jab, straight right hand. Moves out to his left, back on his jab. Bivol pushes off on Beterbiev in the center of the ring. A new wrinkle there. Beterbiev touching with the jab. Jabs to the body. 1-2 by Bivol in the center of the ring. Good defense by Beterbiev, but some of that getting through. Good check left hook by Bivol. Walked Beterbiev and got it around the guard a little bit. But he can't get Beterbiev to go back just yet. Little pawing jabs by Beterbiev. Bivol, a little bit cleaner this round. Nice right hand to the body, though, by Beterbiev, getting underneath the left elbow again. And Beterbiev has touched a few times to the body. Couple decent punches. Backing Bivol up, gets Bivol near the ropes. Lead right hand. Bivol turns. Beterbiev fires a 1-2, but Beterbiev keeps his high guard tight. Nice counter at the end by Bivol, but Beterbiev still controlling the real estate. It's round 13. That was just like all the other rounds in the first fight. Bivol, probably a little bit cleaner work here and there, but Beterbiev is the aggressor. He's holding the center of the ring a little bit more against Bivol, and he did sneak in some body shots against Bivol. And at the last moment there, made Bivol a little uncomfortable along the ropes, but Bivol turned him and returned fire. 10-9 Bivol, 10-9 Bivol. But not a lot to choose from. Again, just like their first fight, that round, a lot of jabs, both with really tight high guards. Bivol snuck around a left hook down the stretch there around the high guard. Bivol was able to punch in combination a couple of times because of his hand speed advantage in the center of the ring. So I'll give it to Bivol. But Beterbiev, he doesn't get hit clean a lot either. So they both got these tight high guards where it's hard to really score effectively against each other. Bivol landing the jab, Beterbiev applying a little bit of pressure. They're both fenced with their jabs. Good jab by Bivol with Beterbiev coming in. Beterbiev, good jab to the body of Bivol and keeps his hands back to block the counter. Nice right hand over the top for Beterbiev, and it got Bivol's attention a little bit. That right hand came over the top of Bivol's jab. Beterbiev applying pressure, mounting pressure. Right hand to the body for Beterbiev, and Bivol has to exit off the ropes to the right, back into the center of the ring. Beterbiev picking up the pressure in round 2. 1-2-3 by Bivol, but it's all caught on the high guard of Beterbiev. Bivol moving out to his left. Beterbiev making him pick his feet up more and use a little bit more movement than in round 1. Bivol using the jab, trying to hook off the jab, but not really committing to it, and Beterbiev with a tight guard. Beterbiev applying pressure, pawing with his jab, pawing with it, pawing with the jab again, sticks it in twice. 1-2 down the pipe for Beterbiev against the high guard of Bivol against the ropes. Bivol trying to walk Beterbiev into a left hook, but Beterbiev keeping it tight. Good right hand to the body by Bivol, and he opens up with a combination up top. Beterbiev keeping the hands home, some of it getting through, but a lot of it not. Bivol back near the ropes, moving laterally. Beterbiev eats a jab on his way in. Again, Bivol out jabs Beterbiev. Does a good parry and catch with the jab and shoots a good jab, though, by Beterbiev. Lifts up Bivol's head. Beterbiev pulls out a range of a counter right hand over the top of his jab. Beterbiev on the front foot. Bivol sticking his jab in there, here and there. Good right hand counter by Bivol. And then a jab to the body by Bivol. Didn't really get Beterbiev's attention, but a sharp right hand, straight right hand landed for Bivol a moment ago. Minute left in the second round. Beterbiev touches him with the jab, sweeps the right hand. Bivol blocks it against the ropes. Now the jab splits a little bit there. Bivol forced to switch southpaw, and that's from the pressure of Beterbiev. Beterbiev drops in a straight right hand there. Bivol comes back, 2-3 jabs, straight right hand, combination, but Beterbiev keeping it tight. Beterbiev blocks the left hook. Beterbiev trying to make Bivol expend that energy, shoot combinations that aren't landing, and he's investing in the body. Good sweeping right hand to the body by Beterbiev to follow up and respond to Bivol's combination. 30 seconds left. Close round. Again, just like all these, this is playing out just like the first fight, but a couple adjustments by both guys. Bivol doubling, tripling up the jab, but Beterbiev, a lot of that either falling on the chest or he's catching it on the high guard. 10 seconds left. Close first 2 rounds. Bivol tries to open up with a combination, but Beterbiev keeps it tight and counters back with a short combination of his own. I think that's a Beterbiev round, but, you know, this is like the first fight, man. And in the first fight, a lot of people were tempted to say Bivol's outboxing him. He's moving around the center of the ring, but it's Beterbiev controlling the center of the ring and forcing his back on the ropes multiple times. And a lot of Bivol's work, it's getting blocked, even though he got a clean straight right hand. There it is, clean straight right hand. It's either 2-0 Bivol or all even after 1. And again, the best punch of the round was a straight right hand by Bivol, but he didn't win some of those rounds in the first fight when people thought he was winning them because he couldn't control the center of the ring. And Beterbiev is landing some shots too that make him uncomfortable, but the slow-mos all favor Bivol right now. So maybe it's 20-18 Bivol. It's either 2-zip Bivol or 1-1 apiece. But I like that Beterbiev isn't wasting a lot of punches. He's investing into the body. And right away, he goes to the body to start the third with a jab and a left hook. Backs Bivol up. Bivol pivoting out nicely, making Beterbiev fall short. Double jab by Beterbiev, backs Bivol near the ropes. And DAZN has it 2-0 for Bivol early, but we'll see. Bivol steps out to his right, moves over to his left, uses the jab. Beterbiev catching that. Bivol on the back foot, boxing. Beterbiev stalking a little bit. Double jab by Bivol. Makes Beterbiev have to go back. Good moment there for Bivol, and then he sweeps the right hand of the body off the jab against Beterbiev. Right hand counter just off the mark for Bivol, man. Timing that jab to the body by Beterbiev. Double jab by Beterbiev pushes Bivol back. Good combination by Bivol, but a lot of it caught on the gloves by Beterbiev. And Beterbiev sweeps a right hand in return and catches Bivol a little bit around the guard. Bivol moving out to his left, boxing. Up on his toes, Beterbiev has to just hit against the gloves with arm shots. Not able to freeze him with a hard shot. Back comes Bivol with a combination. Beterbiev tried to sit down on the right hand, and Bivol let his hands go. Quick hands. Good combination, but a lot of it being blocked. And Beterbiev coming right back with his own work. Backing Bivol up on the ropes with a double jab and touching the body with the straight right hand. So Beterbiev, in maybe losing rounds, is trying to win the war. He's investing in the body. He's trying to catch a lot of the significant punches of Bivol and make him kind of waste some energy. And when those legs go, it could be a problem for Bivol. Bivol using the legs a lot. Lands a clean jab on Beterbiev. Beterbiev showing some head movement. Getting underneath the 1-2-3. Bivol misses with a left hook. 1-2-3 for Bivol. Lands and splits through the high guard. Lands his jab. Shoots a right hand. Lots of combinations from Bivol. Not all of them getting through, but getting through enough to win the round, for sure. 50 seconds left, and Bivol, though, can't keep Beterbiev off of him. And Beterbiev continues to stalk him and is staying defensively responsible and trying to pick his shots. This is a Bivol round. He's just getting off first in the center of the ring with his hand speed advantage. Bivol blocks a right hand by Beterbiev. Blocks another right hand. Comes back with a 1-2-3, 4-punch, 5-punch combination. Double jab, right hand, all by Bivol. Beterbiev catching these shots decent, but some of them are getting through, no doubt about it. Big right hand by Beterbiev. He cornered Bivol along the ropes and sweeped the right hand beautifully. 2 body shots by Beterbiev and a sweeping right hand for Beterbiev. See what I mean, chat? Beterbiev is blocking a lot of these shots and making his punches count. They trade at the bell, and they both get in shots. Beterbiev closed the round really strong, and Bivol's forced to hold on. I like where this fight is headed for Beterbiev. Bivol might have won that round, but Beterbiev hurt him near the end of the round, made him uncomfortable. The real damaging punch, the flashy punches, the hand speed, the combinations is Bivol. And yes, some of them are going through, but a lot of it is being caught. Beterbiev is defensively responsible. And in the last 20 seconds there, that sweeping right hand along the ropes got Bivol's attention. And then those two body shots got Bivol's attention. And they both landed at near the end of the bell, but it was Bivol who had to hold on. He's the one where, it again, just like the first fight, he'll be out boxing Beterbiev for a lot of the round, but then Beterbiev, when he has his moment, his response, it affects Bivol. It visually affects him. And the judges see things like that. And here they're showing the slow-mo of all of Bivol's combinations, but plenty of them are being blocked. So 2-1 Bivol on my card. Bivol getting backed up to start the fourth round. Beterbiev all over him, throwing little short combinations, hitting him on the gloves, not getting through. Both of these guys, very few gets through their high guard. They have excellent high guards. Sweeping right hand by Beterbiev, backs Bivol up with a couple of body shots. Beterbiev is turning it up a notch in the fourth round. Beterbiev feinting and then shooting that right hand to the body, shooting the jab to the body. And I don't think Bivol likes that body work. Bivol forced to move out, back into the center of the ring, doubles, triples his jab, but Beterbiev keeping the guard up high. Good jab by Bivol that time. Bivol holding his ground in the center of the ring. Both fighters, high guard, jab to the body by Bivol. Another jab up top, tries to counter Beterbiev, but Beterbiev defensively alert, moves his head off the line. Minute into the fourth. Bivol blocks Beterbiev's jab, backs up onto the ropes, resets himself in the center of the ring. Beterbiev ducking underneath the jabs of Bivol and keeping his position on top. Sweeping right hand for Beterbiev again. Just even when it is blocked, it bothers Bivol. Jab to the body by Beterbiev, backing Bivol up. Beterbiev having a good round. Sweeping right hand blocked, but a combination to the body moves Bivol off the ropes physically. That left hook to the body shifted his weight off the ropes. Jab for Beterbiev, another jab for Beterbiev. Jab to the body by Beterbiev halfway through the fourth. Beterbiev shoots a right hand over the top off the jab to the body. Bivol doesn't look super comfortable in there right now. Goes back to his jab. Another jab by Bivol, but Beterbiev is defensively underrated right now. He's catching a lot and dipping a little bit too in spots. Left hook to the body by Beterbiev. Good placement. Bivol didn't like that left hook to the body, chat. Minute left in the fourth. And this is the path to victory for Beterbiev. He keeps this up, he could stop Bivol. Bivol, sweeping right hand, blocks it. Blocks it from Beterbiev, but... Oh, good 1-2 by Bivol on the back foot. But Beterbiev still on top of him. Shoots a lead left uppercut. Bivol blocks it. Little pawing jab by Bivol. Straight right hand down the pipe by Beterbiev. Even when it's blocked, it knocks Bivol's head back. And that's the difference between these two. It's a lot of punches landing on the high guard, but one guy, when he lands on the high guard, still kind of busts through. Good right hand to the body by Bivol. Punching in combination up top, punctuate with a right hand to the body. But he doesn't turn the knuckles over on the body shots the way Beterbiev has early in this fight. And this was a good round for Beterbiev. 15 seconds left. They trade jabs. Right hand over the top by Beterbiev. Touches him. Bivol gets countered by a jab by Beterbiev, but comes right back with a jab to the body and a nice jab up top by Bivol. Knocks Beterbiev's head up. Another good jab by Bivol as Beterbiev tried to come over the top with the right hand. Bivol landing some nice jabs down the stretch, but not enough, in my opinion. It's either 39-37 Bivol or all even after 4. And Beterbiev carried his momentum at the end of the third round into the fourth round. So Bivol not using his jab, says Kicks God. Well, I think Beterbiev has counteracted it a few times with his right hand, sweeping it to the body or trying to come over the top with it. They both traded jabs, and that jab, it made Bivol have to reset everything. Beterbiev able to just take it and stay on top of him. Big swing and a miss over the top on the slow-mo by Beterbiev, and Bivol landing that jab. So yeah, either 39-37 Bivol or all tied up after 4. I think it's tied up. I think Beterbiev stole that third round when he buzzed Bivol a little bit at the end, but maybe not. It could be 3-1 Bivol. So fifth round coming. Beterbiev with a little bit of momentum now. Can Bivol, who started with a good first round, solid first round, as he keep it going? Sweeping right hand for Beterbiev off the jab, and he jabs to Bivol's body to follow it up. Beterbiev applying good pressure. DAZN has this fight even after 4, 38-38. I have the same card. So all even through 4. Jab to the body by Beterbiev, jab up top by Bivol. They will trade jabs time and again. And they both got excellent jabs, excellent high guards. Oh, right hand for Beterbiev. Beterbiev switching up the punch selection, led with a left uppercut and brought the right hand in and got it in a little bit there. Good jab by Beterbiev, backing Bivol up. Beterbiev beginning to win the battle of the jabs, and he never quite did that in fight number 1. Bivol was able to out-jab him. Good right hand to the body and a left hook to the body by Beterbiev. He's applying pressure now. Bivol's going to have to make some adjustments here. Beterbiev is fighting downhill. Pawing with the jab is Beterbiev. Pawing with it. Jab to the body. Good, quick little combination, and now Beterbiev is getting in his bag a little bit. Beterbiev touches with that jab some more. Stalks him. Double jab. Straight right hand. All blocked by Bivol, but it has its effect with the power of Beterbiev. Bivol not throwing a lot early in this 5th round, halfway through it. Bivol holding his ground in the center of the ring now. Being heavier on his front foot. Catching the touch shots by Beterbiev. Beterbiev waiting for Bivol also to open up. Knows Bivol is planting his feet now. And now Bivol backs Beterbiev finally up a little bit. Beterbiev holds his ground. Center of the ring. Nice jab by Beterbiev. Makes Bivol have to get out of the pocket and reset. Straight right hand counter misses for Bivol. Beterbiev's defense is solid tonight. Right hand over the top falls short for Beterbiev, but he comes back with a nice jab. Beterbiev's jab is working now. It's finding the mark. Bivol on the ropes. Jabs his way off the ropes. A little touch left uppercut by Beterbiev. Double jab by Beterbiev. Back comes Bivol with the jab. Oh, big right hand by Bivol. His best punch of the night. Good right hand, but Beterbiev ate it. But that was a right hand right over the top of Beterbiev's jab, and that's enough to really get Bivol back in this round now. That was a beautifully placed straight right hand. And Beterbiev swings and misses with a sweeping right hand. Good straight right hand to the body by Bivol. Back comes Beterbiev landing a jab. Beterbiev holding his ground in the center of the ring, and he made an adjustment there. But back comes Beterbiev. Beterbiev gets him on the ropes, touches him with shots, makes him cover up. No, straight right hand gets in for Beterbiev. And another right hand, and that makes Bivol uncomfortable off the ropes. That's not good body language for the judges. Good little body shot by Beterbiev. Right hand over the top for Beterbiev of Bivol's jab. Jab lands for Beterbiev. Beterbiev following it up with a combination to close the round, and that probably negates that sharp right hand Bivol had 45 seconds ago, which was an eye catcher. But Bivol finishes the round, getting backed into the ropes, uncomfortable by the combination punching of Beterbiev. I think Beterbiev's ahead 3-2, 48-47. Yeah, 48-47. And Bivol, he had a great right hand counter, but it did nothing to Beterbiev. Here it is. Well, they're showing the right hand over the top for Beterbiev on the slow-mo. And here's another right hand over the top. Beterbiev was starting to get in his bag that round. There was one point he threw a left uppercut just to set up the right hand. There's that perfect straight right hand right on the mouth and the beard of Bivol, or Beterbiev by Bivol. Right there. Boom! Right on the button. But Bivol, his technique on his power isn't as good as Beterbiev. Beterbiev turns the knuckles over a little bit more. Yeah, and you see the impact on his straight right hand. That's a Beterbiev round. 3-2 Beterbiev. And Bivol's face and Beterbiev's face both bruised up a little bit around the forehead. Round 6, here we go. Beterbiev finding the right hand. Used a little touchdown to set up right hand to the body, and he finishes with a jab up top. Beterbiev is landing now, and he's landing more earlier than he did in fight number 1. At this point in the fight, he hadn't landed as many shots as he had. So far, DAZN has Beterbiev landing 21 punches to 11 for Bivol. Both fencing with their jabs. Nice jab by Beterbiev. And Bivol, it's not good for Bivol that he's began to lose the battle of the jab. Jab to the body by Beterbiev. Bivol giving ground. Beterbiev coming forward. Double jab, right hand, all blocked by Bivol, but allows Beterbiev to continue to pursue him. Now Bivol back in the center of the ring, but not shooting his jab with the same confidence he did in fight 1. Bivol pawing with the jab, tries to counter Beterbiev with a straight right hand, left hook, and that straight right hand did get in on the top of the head, but it has no effect on Beterbiev. Big right hand splits the high guard for Beterbiev just a little bit, knocks Bivol back a little bit. Bivol, nice sharp jab by Bivol, holding his ground in the center of the ring. Another jab by Bivol. Beterbiev still making him inch backwards though, trying to build that forward momentum, build a head of steam. Touching with the jab is Beterbiev. He loops the right hand. Bivol blocks it, but it makes him uncomfortable even when he blocks it. Nice left hook return by Bivol. 1, 2, 3 by Bivol. Beterbiev keeping the hands home and blocking, but some of that got through, no doubt about it. Good 1, 2, 3 by Bivol. Now Beterbiev answers, and it knocks, doesn't knock, but Beterbiev forced to, go in the high guard against the ropes. Again, a high guard against the ropes, but Bivol had a better second minute of this round than the first minute. Beterbiev still on the front foot, still making his back touch the ropes pretty often and clubbing away with shots, even if they're getting blocked. Another 1-2 backs Bivol. Good left hook to the body mixed in by Beterbiev. Right hand to the body, left hook up top. Beterbiev mixing in short combinations, backing Bivol up. Bivol comes back with an explosive combination in the center of the ring, but good defense by Beterbiev. He is catching a lot of that. Good straight right hand by Bivol, though, to keep it going, but he gets backed up on the ropes, lands a right hand, but he can't keep Beterbiev off of him. Some of those right hands are clean by Bivol, though. Double jab by Bivol. Beterbiev touches with the jab. 20 seconds left. Close, competitive round. Good double jab by Bivol and a sweeping right hand to the body in the center of the ring. That jab knocked, but back comes Beterbiev with his jab and a right hand by Beterbiev in between Bivol's punches. Bivol's hurt. Bivol's hurt along the ropes. Beterbiev follows it up with a combination, short left hooks in the clinch, and that'll do it for round 6. Beterbiev's round. It's playing out like the first fight, but sooner for Beterbiev. It's looking like the late rounds in the first fight sooner in this fight. And Bivol is getting good work done, but Beterbiev's defense is underrated. He's catching a lot of these shots. And again, when Bivol has its moment, it doesn't really have an effect on Beterbiev. When Beterbiev has his moment, it has an effect on Bivol. And so because of that, I have Beterbiev winning this fight 58-56 through 6 rounds. And on the slow-mo replays, they show the short little combinations of Beterbiev setting up nice, short, hard, compact power shots by Beterbiev. So good stuff by Beterbiev. We might just get Benavidez Beterbiev, please, please. Please. I just want to see it before I die. All right, round 7. Let's calm down. A little too soon. All right, round 7. But Beterbiev is tight and focused and on point tonight. He's better than he was in fight 1. He has good IQ in there tonight. I like the game plan he's implemented. Beterbiev getting off first to start, and DAZN has Beterbiev up 4 rounds to 2. So Beterbiev, after being down 2-0 on Mannix's card, is now up 4-2. He's won 4 in a row. And Beterbiev getting off first and taking the fight to Bivol. Bivol, a lot of his punches are landing on the high guard of Beterbiev, and you wonder, can Beterbiev keep this up and make Bivol wilt? Beterbiev getting off first to start the 7th, having a good start to the round. Not a lot of clean shots. Bivol's got good defense, but some of them sneaking around. And again, even when Bivol blocks, it makes him uncomfortable. Center of the ring. Bivol holds his ground. Good jab to the body by Bivol. Jab to the body again by Bivol. Sets up a right hand up top, but it's blocked. They trade jabs in the center of the ring. Beterbiev measuring with his jab. They both let go in the inside. Both guys defensively responsible. Not much getting through for either fighter. Over a minute. About a minute 40 left in the 7th. Beterbiev slightly ahead in this round. Got off first, got off to a good start. Bivol hasn't been able to counteract it or adjust. Bivol moving out to his left. Beterbiev applying pressure. Touching him with shots on the guard. Bivol comes back with a 1-2. Good jab by Bivol off the ropes, but still on the ropes. Can't take away the center ground from Artur Beterbiev. Can't keep him off. Beterbiev lands his jab. Bivol comes back with a double jab. Beterbiev blocks it. Headbutt. Both headbutted each other. Beterbiev sometimes pulls out with his chin up, and he eats a double jab by Bivol. Good double jab there by Bivol. Beterbiev sometimes will pull out with his chin up. Minute left in the 7th. Still could be anyone's round. Beterbiev feinting. Does a little Usyk action for a second. Feints. Bounces up and down with the feint. They trade jabs. Bivol's jab gets there cleaner. Jab to the body by Bivol and a jab up top. Beautiful double jab by Bivol in the center of the ring. Landed both. Right hand misses for Beterbiev. Bivol takes a step back and resets. Stays in the center of the ring. 30 seconds left. Beterbiev trying to jab and take an angle, but can't get it inside. Bivol staying sharp, staying right in front of him. Threatening with his own counter punches. Beterbiev steps forward with a 1-2. Bivol comes back. Good head movement by Beterbiev defensively, but Bivol punctuates it with a nice little straight right hand. Double jab by Beterbiev. And double jab by Beterbiev. He's closing the round strong again. Back in Bivol near the ropes, but Bivol comes back in the center of the ring with his own jab. Sharp. Double jab lands for Beterbiev, but he gets countered by a 1-2, but then he lands his jab again. That's a close round. You could still argue Beterbiev won it, even though Bivol slowed him down for a minute and a half in the middle of the round. Boxed well, landed his jab, but in the first 45 seconds of the fight, Beterbiev backed him from rope to rope and touched him up with a few combinations, and then he closed. I'll give it to Bivol, 67-66 Beterbiev, but even that round, it wasn't like Bivol was the boss in there. But I'll give it to Bivol. So 67-66 Beterbiev, but even then on the, I'll give it to Bivol. But Beterbiev landed plenty too, and he still controlled the real estate better than Bivol. So I'm not angry if the judges actually edged it to Arthur, but yeah, I'll have it 4-3 after 7. That was an important round for Bivol to make some type of stand. Round 8, here we go. Nice jab to the body by Bivol. Stepped out to his right, landed the jab. Bivol beginning to win the battle of the jabs again when Beterbiev was taking it. Beterbiev misses his right hand counter over the top. Sweeps the right hand to the body with Bivol on the ropes. Bivol pulls out of range from it. Beterbiev stalking Bivol. 1-2 by Bivol. Nice little left hook. Good little combination by Bivol there with Beterbiev coming in. He'll need more of that. Beterbiev stalking, using the jab, touching with the jab. Straight right hand, all blocked by Bivol on the back foot. Bivol comes back with his jab. Beterbiev feigning. They both trade jabs. Good counter right hand by Bivol, but Beterbiev sharp defensively, keeps the gloves up to catch some of that counter. Double jab by Beterbiev, sticks one to the gut. Back comes Bivol with a jab to the gut in the center of the ring. Double jab by Bivol, right hand, blocked by Beterbiev, but good work by Bivol. Bivol lands his jab and pulls out of range from the counter right hand. Combination in the center of the ring by Bivol. Good right hand by Bivol. Jab to the body and sweep the right hand around the guard. And I think that got Beterbiev's attention a little bit. So Bivol now mounting some momentum when it looked like the fight was getting away from him. Halfway through the 8th. Good body shot by Bivol. I don't think Beterbiev liked that. Good sweeping right hand to the body by Bivol. And now Beterbiev's face is reddening up. Man, going back and forth. I thought Beterbiev was about to start fighting downhill and getting to Bivol, but Bivol is making a stand here, making a good stand. Slowing Beterbiev's forward momentum down just a little bit. Beterbiev stalking Bivol, can't get off. Misses the leading left hook. Beterbiev looking a little tired. A quick combination by Bivol. Straight right hand blocked for Bivol by against Beterbiev. Back on his jab is Bivol in the center of the ring. Bivol, straight right hand to the body. Back comes, good left hook in the center of the ring for Bivol. Bivol having one of his best rounds. And he's starting to touch up the face of Beterbiev, whose face is marking up from this clean round by Bivol. Bivol blocking Beterbiev's shots, bouncing out of range. Beterbiev not mounting the downhill pressure as effectively as he was in the rounds before 7 and 8. About to have it even again. Double jab by Bivol or Beterbiev to the body. Good jab to the body. Beterbiev, high guard. Bivol, high guard. Good jab by Bivol. 15 seconds left in the 8th round. Double jab by Beterbiev, but he gets countered by a quick combination by Bivol. Bivol counter. Oh, they trade right hands. Both got in. Both got in. Oh, Bivol, the little bit worse for it. Bivol's the guy who has to retreat after they both trade right hands. But that was a Bivol round, and I got this fight even after 8. I got this fight even after 8. So 4-4. Bivol takes a D. I think both guys have had to spend some gas tank. They both had to adjust. And now, after 4 rounds apiece, man, this has really been round 13 all over again. Who can pull away in the final 4 rounds? Last fight, it was Beterbiev, and it looked like Beterbiev was on his way to giving us a conclusive outcome, but here comes Bivol to tie it back up on my card. A lot of these slow-mo replays have been favoring Bivol, and despite Mannix probably having this all even, if you go by the slow-mo replays, it might be a good look for Bivol. And Bivol actually landed his right hand in that exchange, and Beterbiev missed. So Beterbiev's face is starting to bruise up pretty good. 4 rounds to 4. Yeah, this has really been a continuation of their first fight. Here comes Beterbiev on the front foot. He's lost some momentum here. Sweeps the right hand of the body, but Bivol is getting out of range. Bivol's catching these shots on the high guard. Oh, good right hand to the body by Beterbiev. Throws a couple of short shots. Back comes Bivol with a flashier combination, but Beterbiev catching it. Counter right hand does land for Bivol on the back foot. Walking Beterbiev into it, splitting the high guard. Beterbiev trying to mount that pressure. Can it be effective pressure like it was? Bivol is answering the call with more combinations now. Good 1-2 in the center of the ring by Bivol. Bivol is answering the call in the center of the ring. And even when it's not all getting through, neither one of these guys can really get through consistently on each other. He trade jabs. Nice jab to the body by Bivol. 1-2 by Bivol. Falls short, but holding his ground in the center of the ring. Not just letting Beterbiev mount the pressure and mount the attack. Now Beterbiev has to take a step out to the right, and Bivol stays on top. Right hand to the body by Beterbiev. Good setup there. Took a little step out of range and then came with a body shot. Double jab by Beterbiev. Jab to the body. Jab up top by Beterbiev. Bivol back near the ropes now. Beterbiev got to let something go there. Counter left hook by Bivol. Nice shot with his back near the ropes. Almost halfway through the 9th. Bivol with a slight advantage this round. Bivol ducks underneath a tired right hand. Oh, good body shots by Bivol mixed in with that combination. Bivol made Beterbiev miss clean with a straight right hand. Turned him, came back with a combination. Good sequence for Bivol. Bivol's winning the 9th and is about to take the lead on my card. Bivol shelling up. Beterbiev coming forward, but Beterbiev has not been as effective these last couple rounds. He was building some really good momentum. It was looking like it was going his way. He'll have to find another momentum swing in him. Bivol is keeping this fight in the center of the ring more now. Jab to the body by Beterbiev. Good jab lands for Beterbiev. Back comes Bivol with a right hand to the body. Combinations by Bivol, and they're blocked by Beterbiev, but he's getting off 2 or 3 to 1. So he wins those moments. Bivol punching and sticking his left hand in like a power shot to counter Beterbiev's aggression. Beterbiev a little frustrated that he has to keep his hands at home against the quick hand speed of Bivol. Bivol's back near the ropes now. Beterbiev got to get some get back. He's behind on this round. Right hand to the body, to the hip for Beterbiev. Bivol using his movement, catching on the high guard. Bivol blocking all of Beterbiev's stuff. It's not splitting the guard like it was a few rounds ago. 10 seconds left. This is a Bivol round. Bivol backed up on the ropes, not closing the round strong. Good right hand to the body by Beterbiev. Set up a couple of decoy shots up top and swept the right hand of the body. Decent finish to the end there by Beterbiev. Close round. That round was like a lot of rounds in their first fight. You know, do the judges give Beterbiev, despite getting outlanded, an advantage because he's constantly on the front foot? Or not constantly, but on the front foot more than Bivol, or no? You know, I got Bivol ahead 5-4. I wouldn't be mad at 5-4 Beterbiev, but I got Bivol ahead 5-4. 86-85. That was the best moment of the round right there for Bivol. Yep, he made Beterbiev even nodded as if to say good moment. Beterbiev missed clean with a straight right hand. Bivol got right underneath it, turned him, and exploded with a combination, and a lot of it got around the high guard of Beterbiev. So, good stuff. 5-4 Bivol. 3 championship rounds left. Bivol can do this. I thought he looked like he may have even been on his way to getting stopped and beaten down, but he took the play the last 3 rounds. Beterbiev needs to find an answer here in the 10th. Beterbiev, let's go over double jab right hand. Another double jab right hand. Sweeping right hand to the body. Sweeping right hand up top. But Bivol not letting a lot of that come through. Double jab by Beterbiev. Not a lot on it. DAZN has the same scorecard I have. 5 rounds to 4 for Bivol. Double jab by Beterbiev. Backing Bivol up, but not being effective just yet. Getting off first to start the 10th. Little short combination there by Beterbiev, but a lot of it being blocked. And now Bivol is ready to take his answer in the center of the ring. Bivol, straight right hand to the body. Beterbiev catches it on the elbow. Good jab to the body by Beterbiev, setting it up with the jab up top. Turns Bivol back near the ropes. Misses a left hook. Bivol, 2 sharp jabs to keep Beterbiev at bay. Jab to the body by Beterbiev. Good. Now he's finding the jab to the body a little bit again in the 10th. He got away from that. Good counter right hand by Bivol, and that's the kind of punch that could win him this fight. He countered the jab of Beterbiev clean with a straight right hand. Beterbiev getting off first more, and he's the aggressor. But that was the only true clean punch of the round so far to the head. Beterbiev has landed some good body shots with the jab. Lead left hook block. Bivol blocks it, gets into the ropes, turns Beterbiev. Now Beterbiev's back is near the ropes. Double jab by Beterbiev. Jabs to the body. Beterbiev the busier fighter in round 10, and outside of that clean right hand counter by Bivol, not throwing as much. Bivol's going to have to let it hang a little bit here. He wants to win the fight and not just come just short. Because right now, Beterbiev's slightly ahead in this round despite that right hand counter because he's getting off first. Good jab to the body. And now back comes Bivol with a combination. There you go. 1, 2, 3 by Bivol. Blocked by Beterbiev. But his punches are starting to have an effect on Beterbiev even when Beterbiev blocks. The other way around. Back comes Beterbiev with a clean jab to the body. But jabs to the body isn't... Oh, now a nice right hand by Beterbiev. Backing Bivol onto the ropes in a straight line behind the jab. Anyone's round. 45 seconds left. Bivol covers up on the ropes, and some of those short punches by Beterbiev knocks his head up. Jab to the body by Beterbiev. Beterbiev taking it to another gear. Right hand to the body by Beterbiev. He gets countered by a 1-2 up top, though. 30 seconds left. Beterbiev, the more consistent fighter this round. Double jab, right hand behind it. Bivol blocks it, but Beterbiev's been on the front foot and been more active, but 2 clean jabs backed by Bivol. Good clean jab by Beterbiev lifts Bivol's head up. 10 seconds left. Jab to the body by Beterbiev. Gets countered with a jab up top. Close round. Story of the fight. Story of their 2 fights right there. Good jab by Bivol. He backs Beterbiev up. Ooh, and that was a very good moment for Bivol to leave that last impression on the judges. I have it either all even, 95-95, or 96-94 Bivol. Very close 10th round. Beterbiev was the more consistent fighter in round 10, and his jab did land at the body a number of times. Bivol, though, able to land the more accurate punches up top, and that's the scoring blows more than body shots. And he mixed in a nice right hand to the body on that slow-mo. So I suspect, man, Bivol is either up 6-4. It could be even. Beterbiev's got to win these last 2 rounds like he did in the first fight. And I don't know if he does because it's Bivol with the momentum heading into the last 2 now. So I don't know, man. And the DAZN, the slow-mos, they keep showing Bivol's work more than Beterbiev. Sometimes that tips your hand. All right, round 11. Double jab by Beterbiev, sticks 1 to the body. Bivol lands his jab up top. Bivol turns Beterbiev in the center of the ring, behind his jab. Right hand to the body by Beterbiev. And DAZN does have Bivol up 6 rounds to 4, 96-94. Beterbiev coming forward, gets countered. He's reaching to the body and getting countered up top at times now. Good jab to the body, good jab up top by Bivol, though. And you'll take the head shots over the body shots when it comes to scoring rounds. Right hand over the top for Beterbiev, but Bivol's coming back. Bivol is answering the call now. He's not letting Beterbiev have the last word in these exchanges. Good jab by Beterbiev. Little left hook to the body. Straight right hand by Beterbiev. Bivol backing up, lands his jab. Double jab by Beterbiev. Good jab to the body by Beterbiev. Straight right hand blocked by Bivol. Little combination by Beterbiev, punctuates with a right hand to the body, a right hook to the body. Bivol has to tie up along the ropes. Beterbiev touching with his jab, bouncing up and down. Good counter jab by Bivol. Straight right hand to the body by Bivol off the jab. And Bivol has outlanded Beterbiev 138 to 107. Beterbiev has thrown 128 more punches, 578 to 450, so very much like their first fight. Nice left uppercut on the inside by Bivol. Nice right hand over the top by Bivol. Chopped the right hand. Bivol looks like he's going to win this fight. We'll see. Bivol's the one who's finding the mark. Beterbiev can't find anything effective up top right now. Jab to the body by Beterbiev, but that's all he's been landing lately. He can't get anything up top on Bivol, and Bivol has increasingly been finding the mark up top with the clean, effective shots. Minute left in the 11th. Bivol is ahead in this round. Probably now, straight right hand does land for Beterbiev, but Bivol took it and answered right back. Double jab by Bivol. Bivol is standing up to the bully. Down the stretch. Nice jab lands for Beterbiev. Counter right hand by Bivol. Bivol missing his counter right hands. Beterbiev landing the jab, but he's going to need more than the jab to take the play away from Bivol this round. 30 seconds left. Can something dramatic happen? This is just a carbon copy of their first fight. Can something explosive happen? I mean, I get it. This is a great high-level boxing match, but can someone get hurt? Can someone, can there be an explosive moment? Bivol exploding with a combination inside, and he gets the better of that exchange. Beterbiev tries to punctuate it, but Bivol landed a couple of clean left hooks on the inside. Beterbiev frustrated, staying on top of Bivol. Beterbiev let this fight get away from him. He looked like he was on his way, and now Bivol take the play from him. Beterbiev frustrated, getting a little sloppy off his form. Bivol, though, is allowing, once again, Beterbiev to push him from rope to rope. Do the judges hold that? I think Bivol is either ahead, 7-5, 6, or 7-4, 6-5. I think Bivol is on his way to probably winning this fight, but we kind of thought that watching it live the first time, so we don't know. It is better than the first fight, Antonio, but it's still not a classic. It's a high-level pitched battle, but it's just, there's not enough explosive moments between these two, That's just my opinion, but good fight. So I don't really want to keep seeing this. I want to see Benavidez fight one of these guys. All right, Bivol has stood up to the bully down the stretch of this fight, man. And if he closes strong, he's probably the new light heavyweight champion. Beterbiev looks a little more weary. His face is more marked up. Here we go, round 12. Beterbiev needs a big round to hold on to his titles. Beterbiev getting off first, but not effective. It's starting to look like the early rounds of the first fight for Beterbiev, where he's just not effective. Bivol trying to counter Beterbiev coming in. Beterbiev keeps the high guard tight. Both guys probably going to let it hang out. Bivol getting off a little bit more in the center of the ring. Beterbiev forced to just catch. Nice counters by Bivol. Bivol letting him go, and Beterbiev can't time him, can't punch in between punches. Bivol's hand speed advantage allowing him to get off 2 or 3 to 1. Beterbiev backs him up and touches the body, but can't sit down on anything. Double jab to the body by Beterbiev. Staying on top of Bivol. Jab, right hand, both blocked by Bivol. Bivol using a lot of movement. Will the judges penalize that? Like they did in the first fight. 2 minutes left in the fight. But I think Bivol has stood his ground a little bit more and thrown enough combinations to make his point to the judges. Jab lands for Beterbiev. Nice stiff jab. Lifts up the head of Bivol. So Beterbiev could still win this round. Straight right hand to the body by Beterbiev. Follows it up with a 1-2 up top. Bivol blocking it and stepping out to his left. Bivol now moves to the right. Doesn't stay going one direction too long. Jab to the body by Bivol. Back comes Beterbiev up top. Bivol blocks it. Beterbiev on the front foot, applying pressure. Little short, not much there. They tie up. A little over a minute left in the fight. Can someone make this round conclusive? Make this fight conclusive? Bivol with a little, Beterbiev with a step to the right. Nice jab to the body by Bivol. Back comes Beterbiev. Oh, they trade right hands. Bivol probably got the better of it, but Beterbiev also landed his right hand. Bivol's the one backing up after that exchange. Bivol in retreat a little bit after that right hand exchange by both fighters. Here comes Beterbiev pressing the action. 1-2. Another 1-2 by Beterbiev, trying to close the round. Bivol, a little weary now. Beterbiev closing strong. Bivol explodes with a combination, but Beterbiev bullies him along the ropes. And now Beterbiev is winning this round with 30 seconds left. Ever so slightly. Is that enough to save his titles with a draw? 20 seconds left. Beterbiev closing stronger than Bivol in the final minute. Backing Bivol up. Bivol trying to walk him into counters, but getting pushed back. Beterbiev finding the mark a little bit better in that last minute of the round. And Beterbiev looks like he may have done enough to pull that last round out. I think Bivol did no worse than a draw. And that does it. Bivol, down the stretch of that 12th round, faded a little bit. Had to just make it to the finish line. Very close fight. Drew blood on Bivol in that last round. Bivol bleeding from the left eye, so both guys took their pound of flesh. Both guys marked each other up. It was a very competitive fight with a number of competitive rounds. Bivol took control of the fight from rounds 7 to 11, and Beterbiev took control of the fight from rounds 3 through 6. I thought the first round was very close, and the second round was close. I scored them for Bivol, but it's not a robbery if you gave him the other way, and I thought Beterbiev won the 12th. So all in all, it's either a 7-5 or 6-6 fight for Dmitry Bivol. Let's see if with that final round that Bivol might have coughed up, if Beterbiev held on to the titles with a draw. Chat, I'm going to start another poll because I want you guys to answer this. Here. Do we want a trilogy or Benavidez in there with them? Trilogy. The Monster. Tyson voice. Alright. So that was very much like their first fight. Very much like their first fight. Either 7-5 Bivol or 6-6. And even Beterbiev winning by an inch, man. It was like their first fight. There's very little to choose from. Do you dock point? Okay, in some of those rounds, do the judges dock points from Bivol for, yeah, you landed better in some of those rounds, but not that much better, and he was still the boss in there a little bit. So do they, you know what I mean? So I don't know. We'll see. Kenny Powers, thank you for the super chat, says, once again, I have Bivol winning this. Let's see. Draw. No matter the result, there's no robbery, says Milton Dobie. I want to see Benavidez fight the winner. This is a really close fight. I feel like Bivol's probably going to get the nod because Beterbiev got the benefit of the doubt the first time. Bivol can get the benefit. But is this fight really moving the needle? Like, is this really a fight that Saudi has to do a third time? Or wouldn't Benavidez be a bigger fight against the winner at this point? I don't know. Final scorecard by DAZN, 115-113 for Bivol. I thought the first or second rounds the first round could have went to Beterbiev. So this could easily be a draw. 114-114 the first card. 116-112. That's Bivol probably. And 115, 113 to the winner. And probably new. And new. Beterbiev-Bivol gets the win. Okay. Congrats to Bivol. Congrats to Bivol. He stood up to the bully. He made it happen. He was a slight underdog. He's now the undisputed light heavyweight champion. And now we'll see them do this again. Guys, why can't we get nice things? Why couldn't we get Beterbiev and Benavidez? Why couldn't we get it? All right. Anyway, Bivol it is. That took the air out of my balloon, chat. I wanted the Benavidez-Beterbiev fight. I wanted that style matchup, that collision. And yeah, I'll take Benavidez-Bivol. That's cool. But I don't know. These fights were good, but I'm sorry, man. This wasn't as good as Canelo and Golovkin's second fight. This wasn't Morales-Barrera, Corrales-Castillo. This wasn't like the third Fury Wilder fight. It's cool. These were two cool fights. Fought at a very high level. They're very similar to each other. There's not a lot to choose from. Yeah, it's cool. Yeah, good fight. Good fight. The right man won. Good scorecards. I think the judges scored it very fair. So, they could do what they got to do. They could fight a third time if they want. This took the wind out of my sails, chat. Like, I wanted to see Beterbiev and Benavidez. I wanted to see that style matchup. Beterbiev-Bivol or Bivol, Beterbiev 3, cool. Benavidez versus Bivol, cool. That's cool. But Beterbiev and Benavidez for the undisputed light heavyweight title, that was sexy. So, but whatever. No, I mean, it was a solid fight. I hope you guys enjoyed the call. Yeah, Bivol took that one ever so slightly. So, that's cool. Eddie was praying to the boxing god. Thank you for the super chat, Kenny Powers. He was, and he got his wish granted. So, man, I did not pick this card well. That's okay. Bivol gets the dub. And both, it was a better fight than the first fight, though. It was. What I'm impressed by Bivol was, it looked like after 6 rounds, he was headed towards getting stopped a little bit. Like, Beterbiev was getting better work done sooner in the fight than he was fight 1. And so if that trend continued, it was going to get ugly for Bivol. And then he made a couple adjustments. He held he challenged Beterbiev in the center of the ring more with the threat of his counterpunching. And that gave him a little more time and space to breathe, Bivol. And it allowed him to flip the battle of the jabs back in his favor. Because Bivol won the battle of the jabs for the most part, almost the whole fight number 1. And then he was winning the battle of the jab early. And then Beterbiev was starting to get work done with the double jab, sticking it to the gut. And he was beginning to really take control of the fight. And then it got away from him. And Bivol stood his ground in the center of the ring and counterpunched more and pulled this thing off. Took it from Beterbiev. So credit to Bivol. He did his thing. But man, FS Technology says, I like the way you were commentating the fight. Very unbiased. I'll be tuning in. Oh, thank you, man. And I get salty. I don't like picking the fight wrong, but nothing's ever going to make me, skew a fight call one way or the other, So that's that. But one apiece, rubber match. I think if they sign a rematch immediately, the next will likely not be for all the belts. The IBF would likely vacate. If Benavidez gave up his interim WBC strap, I don't know. The wind's out of my sails. What I wanted to see, what my dick was hard for, was Benavidez-Beterbiev and that style matchup and all 4 belts and the Mexican monster against the Russian. Bivol, Beterbiev 3, Bivol versus Benavidez. All right, sure, why not? That's just me. I'm sad, chat. Damn. I jinxed it. After 6 rounds, I was like, oh, it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. Beterbiev-Benavidez. Nope. This is boxing. You don't get Martin Bacoli as a late replacement with a romantic knockout and punch his ticket to a heavyweight title shot from the Congo. No. You don't get Beterbiev finishing the job and setting up Godzilla versus King Kong, Benavidez versus Better. No, you get Bivol pulling it out in the end in a good fight. All right. So, Matt Borgeson, thank you for the super chat. Says, no, I do not want to see the trilogy. I don't even care anymore. They could have a trilogy. Who cares? I want it better be a Benavidez. Not happening. Kenny Powers, thank you, my man. He said, I had a pretty good day. My parlay today was Smith and Ortiz on points, Shakur between 7 and 9, and Bivol on points. Oh, do your damn thing, Kenny Powers. Good shit. Matt Borgeson, thank you for the super chat. Said Martin Bacoli got exposed by losing in the second round. He did. But, I mean, he was putting in work before that shot. You just wonder if he wasn't 310 pounds. But that's on him. That's his fault. He should be keeping himself in shape in between fights. That's on him. If you don't got what it takes, like Usyk, to keep yourself in shape in between fights, then, you know, you're not cut out to be the heavyweight champion of the world. And I know Fury did the same shit, and it caught up to him. Yeah, Beterbiev, I don't know how he wins a third fight, man. He's 40 years old, and things go this way, not that way. I actually thought he was better tonight, but Bivol's adjustments combined, it's like he hit a wall in the middle of the fight. And a lot of that was just Bivol. Bivol made adjustments. Bivol's counterpunching kept him honest and made him think for just a second longer that Bivol needed to be a step ahead. It's funny. They're going to have a third fight, and there's going to be a lot of purists that hype it up as this is amazing, this is a great trilogy. And it's like, it's cool, it's good, it's a good trilogy. They're both heading to the Hall of Fame now. You know, they've done so much. Oh, Beterbiev is here complaining about the loss. I don't like that from Beterbiev. Bivol just laughs at him, and that flies in the face of what you're supposed to be all about. Beterbiev, take your loss like a man, like Bivol took his loss like a man. And that's that bully showing up a little bit that I talked about with Beterbiev. I don't like him making excuses right there and not giving Bivol his due. Bivol could have done the same shit to you after the first fight. The public opinion was on his side. Everybody thought he won. You got the decision. He didn't make any excuses. That's why he's the better man tonight. And maybe just period between the two of them. You know, it is what it is. So, man, it's Chikian. What's up, brother? What's up, Chikian? Love you, big dog. Said, this should have been the decision the first time. Yeah, probably. I guess. But I get it. I get what the judges also saw. Even if the judges would have nicked it to Beterbiev tonight or called it a draw, I wouldn't. I would get it. I'd be like, I get it. He could never fully hold the center of the ring. And, you know, he would get pushed back and made uncomfortable. Sometimes the punches landing on his gloves are damaging him more than they're damaging Bivol landing clean. Beterbiev landing clean, but they got the right guy. Bivol got that. The bully has been exposed. I wouldn't say exposed. You know, he's 40 years old and fell short against a younger, fresher Bivol. He got beat. He lost. It happens. What did I think of the 116, 112 card? I mean, the judges preferred what Bivol. Those so many of those rounds are close. That is the one thing I will enjoy about Beterbiev and Bivol's rivalry is they make you question what is the right scoring criteria. Do I give it to this guy? Because yeah, he landed 8-5, 9-5. He landed a couple of more clean punches. But it's called clean, effective punching, right? So if I'm Beterbiev and I'm going forward a lot, and my punches on the gloves and barely getting around are making you more uncomfortable, are having more of a effect than some of your clean shots are, does that mean even in a round where Bivol outlands him, that Beterbiev nicked it? Because his punches, whether blocked or not, had more of an effect. It's called clean effective punching. Clean is half of it. The effective is the other half. So the clean punching in some of these rounds is going to Bivol, but the effective punching, even though a lot of it's being blocked, is by Beterbiev. And that is the legacy to me of their two fights. It isn't that they put on two amazing fights. They put on two very hotly contested, high-stakes, intense fights that were fight at a very high technical level from two guys that in some ways were mirrors of each other. And I appreciate all that. But I think more than anything, it's Beterbiev and Bivol's two fights make me question, like, what truly is the right criteria in a fight that close. So, 1-1. But more importantly, thank you for the stream today, Sean. No, thank you, Chikian. Much love, brother. Hope everything's going good in school. Keep up the good work, man. But there's still, look, man, there's half the people in the chat, they want the trilogy. It's only 54% for Benavidez, 46% for Bivol. So, Bivol won both fights. I think a lot of people feel that way. Johnny Ringo, I'm enthusiastic about a trilogy. Yeah, a lot of the it comes down to what the fans want, not what I want. So I'm just giving my honest take on it. Party Time said, do the Sopranos impersonation. It's like, guy killed fucking 16 Chechen rebels. I can't. I'm tired. I don't know if I got a Sopranos in me. He's Dmitry Bivol. He was a brave guy who stood up to the onslaught of Artur Beterbiev. And in this house, Dmitry Bivol is a hero. End of discussion. So, yeah, a lot of people in the chat saying they thought Bivol won both fights. I think that's a lot of people feel that way. What happened at the end there when Bivol went to shake Arthur's hand? Arthur was being a sore loser. He's, never lost before, and he's compartmentalizing and handling it. He's handling the grief of losing different than Bivol did. Bivol immediately was introspective and accountable, and Beterbiev, like most of us, is going through the first stage of grief, which is what? Denial. So, and then anger. So, yeah, Beterbiev is going through the stages of grief of losing the light heavyweight title and losing for the first time. It happens. It is what it is. Most of the great fighters make excuses. Most of the great fighters never admit when they've lost. So I'm not mad at Beterbiev about it. But, Bivol, by the book, took it like a man. And Beterbiev's being a sore loser. But it is what it is. It's not a big deal. So, let's see Benavidez first, then the trilogy. All right, chat. I'm a little beat. I want the Mexican Monster undisputed too, man. I think Beterbiev beats Bivol. Benavidez beats Bivol. I think Bivol was the tougher fight actually than Beterbiev. The movement, making David have to pick his feet up, that's not David's strong suit. But I'll say this about Benavidez and Bivol. I think most people would think I'm dick riding, I'm being an American bias, and that Bivol will beat him. I have a theory, though, about Benavidez and Bivol. You know how the legend has it that Benavidez got the best of Bivol in their sparring session? A lot of people say, look at Benavidez bragging about sparring again. And a lot of people will opine that he just got the better of Bivol because it was a sparring match, or because of this, or because of that. You know what my opinion is? Why maybe he got the better of Bivol in a sparring match, and reported by some people say he even stopped him or hurt him. Because he's better than Dmitry Bivol. Because he'll beat Dmitry Bivol. That's my take. Now, that doesn't always happen. Sparring translates to the fight, but plenty of times, sparring does translate to the fight. And Bivol has never denied. He's always been very complimentary of Benavidez. Benavidez is a more prolific offensive fighter than Bivol. I think Benavidez beats him. It's a very tough fight. I get it if you think Benavidez gets exposed or whatever in that fight. But I think Benavidez beats Bivol. Or Benavidez beats Bivol, yeah. So many Bs. So, but, the footwork of Bivol, everything Bivol brings to the table is a serious challenge to have to solve for Benavidez. This isn't Morel. Morel punches harder than Bivol, but he's not fundamentally as sound. He doesn't have the educated jab. He doesn't have the feet that Bivol has. Bivol is a different problem. But I still think Benavidez beats him. Benavidez is a little faster punch for punch, although it's very close. They're both very fast. Bivol has the better footwork, but Benavidez has more of an arsenal offensively. He's a more offensively prolific fighter than Bivol, and he's a little younger. I think he's a little meaner. So I don't know. I think, Bivol might box his ears off and all that, but I would favor Benavidez to win that fight. So did I miss a couple super chats? My bad. Let me see. Oh man, I had to refresh my chat. It was getting off of me. Hold on. All right, but good fight. Good fight. Neither one a classic. Both good fights. But I don't think either one was a classic. Oh, shit. Did I, All right. Okay, so I'm still good. My bad, chat. I thought I might have lost this for a second. But Matt Borgeson, thank you for the super chat. Matt says, I keep hearing that Shakur had another bad performance. I didn't watch. What are your thoughts on him? Does he need that big fight to prove himself? No, I don't think he had a bad performance. He was dominant. He hardly got hit. And when he let his hands go, he was deadly sharp and accurate. But, it's just, why does that Shakur lately only show up if it's Josh Padley or Yoshino? I got to see him pull off those same combinations and some of those same things he pulled off tonight against higher levels of competition, and him not get his hesitant and timid again like he did against De Los Santos and some of those other guys. So, no, it was a good performance by Shakur. He handled his business. Some people, though, would argue that Keyshawn Davis or Abdullah Mason would have got him Padley out of there in shorter fashion. But just because they may have, and maybe even probably would have knocked Padley out in quicker fashion doesn't mean they beat him head-to-head. That's a different discussion. Shakur, is an excellent fighter. I just don't know if he's the next pound for pound and all that kind of stuff. I think I'd honestly give an edge to Gervonta over him. Although I got to see how Gervonta deals with that problem solving. Does he get frustrated? And sometimes being psychologically weak isn't about you don't like taking punches or you can't take a good punch. Sometimes you don't like being frustrated and not having your way. So I could see Shakur outboxing Tank, but I give the edge to Tank to beat him. And I give the edge to Keyshawn to beat him too, because Keyshawn's bigger than him, can match him a lot skill for skill, but has longer arms and more power and is basically on the same level of speed and skill. Shakur is excellent. He's super good, but I favor Keyshawn and Gervonta. But they got to fight the fights. Someone said Benavidez beats Bivol and Beterbiev. Imagine that. I think he would have. I think he could beat both guys right now. He's 28. They're 34 and 40. I think Benavidez beats both of them, but a lot of hardcores see it differently. They think Benavidez was a weight bully at 68. He's been a little overrated at 75. His power hasn't carried up like that. His defense can be exposed in between punches, all that. And I get it. Squares his feet up. I know it all. But you're overlooking the fact that the work rate, the hand speed, the offensive creativity, and the underrated reflexes. I think Benavidez does beat both of them, but that's just me. Vosdik, I know, but that's what Vosdik said on his opinion, what he said. I think Bivol beats Benavidez just how he beat Canelo and Zurdo. So Benavidez struggled to beat Morrell, though, in my opinion. Well, Morrell was a dangerous cat. And struggle, he still won about 9 rounds. He got dropped, although it wasn't really on a clean punch, but he got dropped. He got hurt after the bell by a right hook. He got hurt in the 4th or 3rd round by a big shot by Morrell. So Morrell buzzed him a couple times, but Morrell has power. Morrell, I think, hits harder than Bivol, but not as hard as Beterbiev. And Morrell's so much more green than Beterbiev and Bivol, but he's still an athletic, young, explosive fighter who is dangerous. And Benavidez still handled him and won basically 9 rounds. So he won wide. The judges' scorecards were wide, maybe a little too wide, but he clearly won that fight despite getting hurt a couple times. Matt Borgeson, thank you for the super chat, said, I don't like this trilogy simply because, to me, the fights were more for boxing enthusiasts than casual fans. That never sells. I agree. And sometimes I say, fuck the casuals. We gotta get what we want. We're the ones who really love this sport. But I'm with you, and I think sometimes, just like casuals can be wrong because they're casuals, sometimes hardcores can be wrong because we're hardcores. Like, they like to the hardcores, like, yes, give me more Beterbiev and Bivol. To your average sports fan, I know this because I told a lot of there's a lot of sports writers that I work with that cover the Raiders. And I cover the Raiders. I was telling everybody in the media room, hey, make sure you check out Beterbiev-Bivol. Like, you cannot miss this. It's two Russian monsters. It's about to be a hell of a fight. They all came to me the next, because we covered the game Sunday, the next day after the fight, and they all went, that wasn't all that. And I go, no, I know it wasn't. And yeah, so whether you think Benavidez wins or not, it'll be hard to press me that he won't produce a more exciting fight, whether he gets his ass whooped or whether he beats Bivol. Or I think Benavidez' style just makes for a more explosive contest. That's just me. Party Time said, my unpopular opinion, Bivol did it for Triple G. Yeah, gotcha. Okay, Party Time. That brings me to this point though. Are we sleeping on Benavidez' experiences with Triple G? Like, think about it. He has to go up against the former Soviet style, right? He grew up as a teenager sparring prime Golovkin. So he might be more acquainted with that style than we think. And he got 12 rounds under his belt with Vazdik. So he might be more prepared for that Eastern European style than we think. That pendulum bounce from Bivol and all that. Golovkin didn't have a pendulum bounce. Vazdik does, but not even. He just moves a lot. He doesn't have that Bivol bounce. But he's fought high-level guys from that part of the world, from as far back, not fought, but worked with since he was a teenager. That might have him prepared for Bivol and Beterbiev better than people think. Jordan C said, just getting in, how'd you score the fight, Sean? I had it 115, 113 Bivol, but I would have been fine with 114, 114, would have been fine with that. So I thought Bivol did no worse than a draw. And I think the judges scored a good fight. So he sparred Bivol too, that's right. And by all accounts, beat up Bivol in sparring. And again, my theory is he beat up Bivol in sparring because he'll beat him, not because of any other reason. Now, I get it. Maybe Bivol was out of shape and Benavidez was getting ready for a fight. But unless there's any X factors like that, Benavidez probably just got the better of Bivol because he'll get the better of him if they fight. I don't know what's so crazy about that take. From the ultimate game plan for David to beat Bivol, it's going to be hard because Bivol's feet make the fight hard. That's why I like the Beterbiev fight. I think Benavidez could really surprise people in this fight because of Beterbiev's age and the fact that he'll be right in front of Benavidez and he doesn't block the body. Bivol's trickier because of his feet and he's fresher than Beterbiev. So, Bivol might outbox Benavidez. I just think Benavidez has the hand speed and the creativity it's the feet that's going to be the hardest problem for David, is the battle of the feet. But at the hands, I don't think Bivol could see better Benavidez with the hands. I think if Bivol tries to plant his feet and fire combinations and spots, he's going to be met with a lot more of an arsenal in between his own punches, and he's dealing with a guy who might actually be even faster than him. But the hardest part is going to be actually getting Bivol in range because of those feet and that jab. So, yeah, Bivol could win that fight, and he deserves to be the favorite. He's the champion. He beat Canelo. He beat Beterbiev. He's undisputed. He deserves to be the betting favorite against Benavidez, but I'm going to go with Benavidez. I think kind of similar to Virgil Ortiz and Madrimov. Despite you might be able to frustrate him and make him look bad and look good on the back foot, but ultimately, at some point, your ass is going to have to fight. And once Madrimov had to fight, he couldn't pull it out against Ortiz. Once Bivol had to fight against Beterbiev, he pulled it out. He pulled it out tonight. But against Benavidez, I don't think he pulls it out. I think Benavidez wins those exchanges when the fight really is popping off. When both guys are really exchanging, Benavidez is going to get the better of that. And I talked all round by round about the mastery of the high guard from both Beterbiev and Bivol. that high guard isn't, you noticed very little body shots were blocked. Beterbiev was landing his jab to the body all night. And then whenever they invested in the body, both fighters landed whenever they actually went down there. That's not their style. That Eastern European style, they don't go to the, it's not their main thing. And I think that that's the huge key for Benavidez against either one of these guys, was attacking both sides of the plate on the body. Hard part's going to be getting them to stay in front of him for extended periods of time. And Benavidez will have to be very disciplined against Bivol. You know, he'll have to tighten up from the Morel fight. This isn't Morel. Morel's more punches harder than Bivol, but he's not as educated as Bivol. So, but that's why I think he beats him. I think everything I just said. Party time. Thank you, brother. Said, never bet against Bivol. Thank you for the super chat. I placed a $20 bet and I got $2,000 for that Canelo fight. Damn. Were the odds that bad? I don't remember them being that bad. That's like 100 to 1, isn't it? Speaking of body shots, damn, Zhang. Yeah, I had a feeling that could happen. I picked Zhang because I thought Kabayel's going to have to navigate the landmines, and maybe Zhang could get him. But me and Brendan, True School Sports, we broke down the fight, and I said if Kabayel wins, he's going to stop Zhang to the body, you know. I got the receipt, but got it wrong. I had one of my worst nights picking fights today, but I didn't really care. There were a lot of pick'em fights, and I just wanted to call the action down the middle. You know, I'm usually very good with my picks, and I'll continue to be going forward, but I had a feeling today might not really be my day. I'm not tripping the way I normally would. Let me see. Let's see. Who won? Just came home from work. Bivol pulls out. It looked like Beterbiev was on his way to fighting downhill. He was ahead after 6 rounds, 4 rounds to 2. And then Bivol found a way to take the momentum back and made some adjustments. He started counterpunching more in the center of the ring, started throwing more combinations in the center of the ring. And that made Beterbiev just a little more hesitant, a little less able to fight downhill. And Bivol took the play from him and won the fight in a very competitive, tightly contested, high-level fight. Fleet, thank you, brother. Thank you for saying good job. It was that bad. I betted rounds and decision on a parlay. Damn, party time, you came up. And then you have a sick parlay today? So, that works. Gemrel said, Madrimov isn't Bivol. I get your point, though. No, he's not. He's not. He's not as fundamentally sound as Bivol. Not as consistent as Bivol. And apparently doesn't have the dog in him that Bivol has. Bivol showed dog tonight. Showed dog. We knew he's a good boxer. We knew he's an intelligent fighter. You know, we knew he had character. But is he a dog? And he showed dog tonight. He didn't let the bully huff and puff and blow his house down. Thank you, Jay Polanco, for the super chat. Said, bro, the Benavidez that's fought at 175 loses to Bivol. Bivol's chin and endurance is crazy. David will get frustrated. Fair enough. Fair enough. I totally get where you're coming from. Very possible. Very logical on your part. I'm sticking with Benavidez. I think, and it's not, Benavidez doesn't even like me these days, right? He got mad at me before the Morel fight, but I still think Benavidez can win that fight. My man Tim Bradley is in the chat. What's up, Timmy? Tim, man, they took the wind out of my sails, brother. I was this after 6 rounds, Tim. I thought we were on our way. We were gonna get Benavidez Beterbiev. Nope. This is boxing. This ain't the movies. The romantic, fun stuff tends to not play out. It's the logical, scientific stuff, and that's what Bivol did. Tim. I'm curious, man. Tim, I saw the adjustments by Bivol as being, he held his ground a little bit more in the center of the ring. He started to remember, Tim, you were telling me Bivol does certain things with his positioning to threaten the counter. It's you said he draws a line in the sand. That's what you told me, Tim. He draws a line in the sand, and he dares you to pass it. And if you pass it, he lets you already know you're in position to get tagged and countered. I thought he did that after the 6th round, when it looked like Beterbiev was fighting downhill and on his way, Bivol, he drew that invisible line in the sand a little bit more. He sat down and trusted his counter punches. He didn't let the fact that his counters weren't pushing Beterbiev back or kind of getting his respect early. He didn't allow that to deter him from doing it again, because you saw in around 3 and 4, Bivol was starting to stand his ground and counter, and they were landing. But Beterbiev would take the play away. He'd answer right back. And then around 5 and 6, it was like Bivol was starting to fold. He wasn't stepping into the jab. He wasn't shooting the jab. He was starting to just get pushed from rope to rope. And then in round 7, he made his mind up that, no, fuck that. I'm going to go back to counterpunching. I'm going to throw some combinations, and draw that invisible line in the sand again. And it made Beterbiev respect him just enough for Bivol's hand speed in the center of the ring to win him the fight. And so credit to Bivol for that. And my man Tim said spot on. Yes, you got, when Tim gives me the thumbs up, that's like, the headmaster of the college or the high school. And you try. I never had a headmaster. We're not British, but I imagine it's kind of like that when you just want to make this, you want to get the stamp of approval from the sensei. So I'm good with that. So let's see. Let's get Bivol versus Benavidez. Bivol is 2-0 versus Beterbiev realistically now, says John Marcos. Tim said he downshifted to have more control in the middle round. See, Tim has these next level technical terms. Downshifted. I need to know, what's that referencing, Tim? Is that like he bent his knees more? Or he expended less energy. He shifted it down a little bit off the movement. And I don't know, what does that mean? Downshift. I need to learn this terminology. That is the Hall of Famer Tim Bradley in the chat, y'all. So we are blessed to have Timmy here. Milton Dobie says, I think we saw what 40 years old looks like in Beterbiev today after round 7. Yeah, I think that did happen a little bit. I do think it caught up to him a little bit. But Bivol, it wouldn't have caught up to him if Bivol didn't reassert himself and fight with confidence and heart again. If he was, because Bivol was wilting in 4, 5, 6. And then he found it. He pulled from the well and pulled it out. So, Beterbiev versus Benavidez, winner gets Bivol. I'm down with that. I just want to see Beterbiev and Benavidez. Canelo versus Bivol, 175 undisputed. Might happen. Yeah, Canelo got to get past Crawford in September 1st and William Skull. But Canelo might take Bivol up on that. He might. How do I think this fight goes 3 years ago? Might have been enough to swing it Beterbiev's direction. But Beterbiev doesn't look that different than the guy from his peak. He doesn't look that different. I mean, he's 40 and has knees that are an issue. So, of course, I'm sure he had a little bit something more a couple years ago. But really, for the most part, Beterbiev looked like Beterbiev. I don't want to take away too much from Bivol, what he was able to do. So, Canelo's stopping Skull, you would think so, but anything could happen. I'm worried about Canelo just being a little bit flat these days. He's made so much fucking money and had so many fights. And then, like, when you duck the Benavidez fight, does that say something about your warrior spirit, and is it lessening? These are just questions I have about the great Canelo, the great Canelo Alvarez. I just want to see. I'm worried that Canelo's going to look flat against Skull. And take that into the Crawford fight and maybe be underwhelming in that fight. I just want to see Canelo still being Canelo. John Marcos said, Sean, I promise you, Bivol on purpose didn't go hard the first half of the fight. It was all planned. He talked about in the build-up that he wants to finish strong for the judges. Okay, yeah, good point. You might be right. Yeah, you might be right. So, let's see. Yeah, Parker. I want to see Parker and Usyk. I don't want to see Dubois and Usyk too. I want to see Parker and Usyk. Parker's got an interesting style for him. So yeah, well, I said it a few times earlier in the live, but again, I like the Parker fight because he wasn't a medium-sized heavyweight tonight. He was 267. He's got to get back down to around 250, 245, which he probably won't. Fighters rarely, when they go up in weight, ever get back down. So, but I would like to see Parker get back around 250, 245, and be one of the few heavyweights that can challenge Usyk in the areas of feints and IQ and foot speed and hand speed, all while still being a naturally bigger man, but not too big to where he's kind of lumbering and his size begins to become a disadvantage against Usyk, because these big guys, after 12 rounds of biting on his feints and the mental exhaustion, these guys, they fade because they can't keep up with the pace of the smaller man in Usyk. Parker is a little bit smaller than guys like Fury and Joshua. Maybe he can keep up with the pace better and still have the power and the size at heavyweight to make things interesting against Usyk. So I want to see Parker fight Usyk, not Dubois. Again, the narrative around the low blow, it's stale to me. It doesn't sell a rematch to me. It might sell to the general public, and that's all that matters. But for me, I'm good. I saw Dubois and Usyk already. I want to see someone else get a shot at the title in Parker. He's earned it. And stylistically, he has attributes that make that fight intriguing to me. Even though you got to favor Usyk. Usyk's Usyk. Does Shakur beat Tank? Asked my man Tim Bradley. He might. You got to see how Tank holds up. I feel like if both fighters fight and execute to the highest of their potential, Tank will win the fight. I think Tank, power is a skill, man. You guys could talk about skills, and I get that. But power is a skill too. And Tank, he's not just a Deontay Wilder or a Martin Bakole. He's not a slow thudding puncher. He's not an awkward puncher like Maidana or I'm trying to think of other guys. Just guys that they got power, but it's rough around the edges. No, he has power and precision, does Gervonta Davis. But Gervonta Davis doesn't really let his hands go a lot either. And that could be a problem against Shakur, because if you're fighting at this really slow pace, Shakur loves that pace. He might pick you apart, frustrate you, make Tank start doing dumb shit like punching low and getting ugly in the clinch, and instead of Tank problem solving. I don't think Tank is soft when it comes to taking punches. I think he has a good chin, but we don't know if he's soft when it comes to the resistance of being frustrated, like Ortiz had to deal with against Madrimov. There's a chance that Shakur makes him short circuit off being frustrated. But if Tank doesn't allow that to affect him psychologically, and he continue, and both fighters just execute to the highest of their abilities, I feel like Gervonta has more than Shakur. He's more all around. Fighting front, he can fight both ways, forward or backwards. And then the power can make a big difference. So, and then he has the speed and a lot of the timing to match Shakur. So I give the edge to Tank, but I don't know. Shakur might frustrate him and win a decision and expose a lot of things about Gervonta that, other fighters aren't exposing. So, but I favor Tank and I favor Keyshawn. So Keyshawn, just about as skilled as Shakur, but he's longer than Shakur, bigger than Shakur, punches harder than Shakur. And again, he can match him or come close to it in the areas of IQ and skill, timing. But, Shakur still has better timing than Keyshawn. He has a little bit better he has better defense, but his defense costs him his offense sometimes. Even against Padley, he wasn't very consistent 3 minutes of every round. He was sharp as a steak knife when he opened up. Beautiful laser-like punches, accurate, perfectly thrown. But even against Josh Padley, some rounds he let a lot of combinations go, but some rounds he still fought at that slow pace. I favor Tank. I favor Keyshawn, but Shakur is Shakur. He might be the best lightweight in the world. I just think coming up from 26, he's a little light in the ass at this weight. And against other fighters like Keyshawn and Tank, who like him, have skills, have timing, have speed, have IQ. They got something he doesn't have, though, and that's power, and in Keyshawn's case, size. So, actually, Keyshawn might be the tougher fight for Shakur than Tank because of the size and the length. So, Shakur is Shakur. He might be the best lightweight in the world. I'm far from counting him out, but I actually favor the WBO champ Davis and the WBA champ Davis over the WBC champ Stevenson. That's me. But they got to fight him, though, and they can't keep ducking each other. All these guys are lightweight. Keyshawn just got there, so but Tank and Shakur got to see each other, man. It's about time. So, like him or not, Tank seems to always solve the problem. Yeah, but he hasn't been solved, motherfucker, with the geometry of Shakur Stevenson. He's had to, at most, solve some algebra, with Frank Martin and Ryan and those guys. But, Shakur Stevenson is geometry level. And sometimes, to my point about we don't know how Tank will go about problem solving, you could be smarter than most of the kids in the classroom, but they're getting through geometry with an A, and my stupid ass is getting with an F. Why? Because something in my character didn't want to problem solve, got frustrated, or I don't even want to go through this bullshit. And if you have the wrong kind of mentality, you could let your talent or natural ability down, and that could be the case. But we'll see. Who would win the trilogy? I think you got to favor Bivol. Beterbiev was either going to close the door on this thing or Bivol was going to get the better of the trilogy. The younger guy is the guy that could get better from fight to fight, and that was Bivol tonight. He got better. I thought Beterbiev fought a better fight too, at least for 6 or 7 rounds until Bivol took the play away from him. So it was a better second fight. It's just neither one of their fights are classics to me. They're very good, very high level, high stakes, tense, pitched battles, but neither one is Ali Frazier, Salvador Sanchez against Wilfredo Gomez. They're better than Taylor and Hopkins fights, that's for sure. Way better than Bernard Hopkins and Jermaine Taylor's fights, but they weren't Morales Barrera. They weren't Ali down there fighting Frazier or even Norton. It was really good fights. Or I'm going to say, good, very high technical level fights that lacked dramatic moments. Nobody ever went down. Nobody was ever really in danger of going down. Every round was close. There was very little to choose from on either side. And they kind of fought like 24 identical rounds. Yeah, Bivol made some adjustments and did some different things down the stretch of this fight, but you get my point. So, yeah, high-level chess matches, says Weedy Gonzalez. What's up, Weedy? Do I agree with the result? Yeah, I agree with the result. Party Time says, don't count Haney out. Just saying. No, I agree. I don't. Thank you for the super chat. I don't count Haney out. I'm not counting him out. Period. I'm not. Devin could still, fuck around and beat Ryan in a rematch and then beat Tank and then be the guy that him and a lot of people, myself included, thought he was going to be all along. He could still do that. The dude is 25 years old, 5-time champion in 2 weight classes, undisputed lightweight champ, WBC super lightweight, got the loss scrubbed because, Ryan couldn't pass a drug test and blew the weight. So, yeah, Devin's got to tighten up his deficiencies, that's for sure, or else it could get ugly for him. But at 25, he could still tighten things up, and he's still super accomplished for his age and could definitely come back and tear shit up. I don't count Devin Haney out. But a lot of people are. Haney will bounce back, says Tay. He will bounce back. I have no doubt that Devin Haney will win a world title again in his career. Like, he has not touched gold for the last time. He will win a belt again. Will he make a run at number 1 pound for pound like we thought he was going to? Will he be one of the best fighters in the world pound for pound? I don't know. Now since the Garcia fight, it's like, I don't know about that. But I have no doubt that he will bounce back and will be world champion again. I definitely think that. And then a super chat from Jim, the Boxing Life. Bivol and Beterbiev versus GGG, pound for pound, same size. I think Golovkin was better. I think Golovkin was a little bit better. I think Golovkin was more of a one-punch knockout artist than Beterbiev. Beterbiev's an accumulation puncher. He beats you down, and every punch hurts. Golovkin had more of that one-punch thudding power. I think his jab was not as like Bivol jabs off the pivot, but even Golovkin jabbed off the pivot down the stretch in the Canelo rematch to rally in the second half. I think Golovkin was a little bit better than both of them, but Bivol has better feet than Golovkin had, and they're both more accomplished than Golovkin. They beat each other. They're probably both going into the Hall of Fame. And Golovkin never beat a Hall of Famer. You know, Golovkin got ducked by Martinez, got ducked by Cotto. Canelo aged him out a little bit. But his best win was Daniel Jacobs. And so when it's all said and done, Bivol beat Canelo and Beterbiev. Beterbiev knocked out Gvozdyk. He was undisputed. He beat Bivol. They had better wins. They accomplished more technically than Golovkin. But we all know Golovkin got ducked a little bit. He got here already 30, 31 years old. Couldn't get anybody to fight him. By the time he got Canelo in the ring, he was 35, 36 years old. So I think pound for pound, Golovkin was a little bit better than those guys. And, yeah, I think Kovalev could have beaten Bivol, but Beterbiev stops Kovalev. And I think Kovalev was on the level of these two guys. I think Kovalev could have beaten Bivol, would have got stopped by Beterbiev. But Kovalev was a bad mofo too. And when we talk about the Eastern European explosion, Lomachenko's probably the best out of all of them. Oh, no, Usyk is. And then Loma. And then Bivol and Beterbiev and Golovkin. And yeah, so. But all right, chat. It's been 8 hours. I'm wiped. I'm beat. You guys are awesome for rocking with me. Thank you. God bless yous all. No Benavidez Beterbiev, but life goes on. If these boys have a trilogy, why not? You know, I'm down with it. But I'd like to see Benavidez fight one of them. But since it's not Beterbiev, we could get the trilogy in. We'll see what goes down. Ward versus Benavidez. Ward. I got Ward. Just in his skill set, you know, from all distances in the ring was superb. He was like Bernard Hopkins. He was a sensei, a master, next level IQ. And Benavidez has a good IQ, underrated IQ. Benavidez has got more talent than Dre in some ways. He actually might have better reflexes than Dre and faster hands than Dre, and he's bigger than Dre. But Dre was a true technician, at the highest order. So I'd give the edge to Ward. But love y'all, man. God bless. Have a good rest of the day, and I'll catch you guys later. Follow my channel. I'll be in Brooklyn next week covering the Lamont Roach fight against Tank. We all know Tank's going to win, but hey, let's cover some boxing in New York. So peace out, guys.